What's up, America? I am Mike in the house tonight. Yeah. I got another good show for you, boy. This is welcome to this week's episode of Somebody Need to Be Chopped. Right there in the damn throat. Got Sugar Baby 1010 with me. You can follow us on Parler, Twitter. I don't think she on Twitter. You ain't on Twitter. I'm out there. Gregory Kelly Jr. 2, Parler, at the Real Greg Kelly Show, Facebook, Real Greg Kelly Show. Check me out on Anchor. You can check me out on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We said it on fire, boy. We got something good for you this week. Because somebody need to be chopped in the throat. Hey, we will be right back. Don't you leave your seat. You want to see this here, boy. This is some funny, cotton picking stuff. All right. Real Greg Kelly Show. What's up, America? I am back. Welcome to the Real Greg Kelly Show. I'm back, baby. Woo! I'm fired up, too. I'm telling you now. Get on board. America's train, steamrolling through the damn globalists. Boy, they are on a mission to keep us messed up. But guess what? We are kicking their butts collectively all over the world. Welcome to the Mega Monday stream. I got a ton of material to show. We're going to laugh. We're going to cry. Probably going to snot. Who knows what's going to happen? Before we do that, I just want to give a shout out. Why am I so blurry? Like, I don't understand. But anyway, let's give a shout out to everybody in the chat, the families in the chat. I don't know. I look like I'm blurred as I don't know what. I tell you, boy, it don't matter what I do. It don't matter what I do. I get close. I don't know what it is. I'm going to fix that while, we are watching some of this great material. Shout out to the family, right? The people that are involved in what I do, the people that are involved in this community are really awesome. Nick, Taylor, Warrior Z, Garrett is in the house, Taylor, Nana. I haven't talked to her in a while, but she's still a part of this family. I mean, just the people that are involved that help make this possible. Sugar Baby 1010, she the closest to me. Y'all know that. Just the people that make this happen, the free-spirited, the loving Americans that are participating. Hey, shout out to y'all, man. Like all through this week, we've been talking, sharing our love, sharing our ideas. And I just want to give a shout out to y'all, man. Really. Shout out to Garrett, a new moderator. Shout out to AC. AC is in the background doing his thing. He's got me set up with Odyssey today. But I tell you, this Mega Monday stream is going to be something that we do. We try to get done every Monday. We're going to go through Hunter Biden's documentary. I'm going to show the entire documentary without anybody hearing anything from me. They said I talk too much. That's what the people said. So I'm going to go with what the people said. But this is going to be a great stream. Brooke from Bama is in the house. AC is in the building. Shout out to AC. This is the Monday mega stream. I want you to really kick back, get you some popcorn, get you some Kool-Aid, get you some sippy sip, get your CBD, your THC, and everything else you need to get. Because this is no holds barred. This is going to be a all-nighter. We're starting right here at 3:00. We're going to go all the way in, and you guys get an opportunity to see what mainstream media will not show you, and you get to see it right here on the Real Greg Kelly Show. I'm grateful for everybody that's here. Here's the opening clip. I mean, this is Kabuki Theater. You get to see everything that these people are hiding from us right here. I hear you, Garrett. I see you. Hey, why Garrett don't have a wrench? I thought Garrett had a wrench. Somebody get Garrett a wrench, please. Oh, whoo. All right, let's get it in, man. Kabuki Theater. We're going to start with Hunter Biden, and from there, we're going to go into the fact that I can't tell you right now. It's a surprise. Kabuki Theater, you're watching The Real Greg Kelly Show. Thanks for watching The Real Greg Kelly Show. If you have not liked the channel, please hit the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the channel to get all this exclusive content, please subscribe. I'll be back. Kabuki Theater 101, baby.
Have a time.
Whew, I did not forget to hit that mute button this time, did I? Y'all thought I was going to do it, didn't you? Uh-huh. I know AC thought I was going to mess it up. Hey, Garrett, I got you in a few minutes. Definitely going to make you a mod. Let's get it started. Let's get into Hunter Biden. This is going to be the full part 1 documentary with no interruptions. You don't have to stick around for this. You can come catch this later, but this is going to be the full documentary. I intend to be here all day. This is the Monday mega live stream from the Real Greg Kelly Show. Bam. With that being said, let's get this started. I'm going to put Hunter Biden front and center for the American people to see. Let's give a shout out to the family. Garrett, I'm going to take care of that. Like I said, Nick, thanks for watching while you're working. Facebook family, y'all checking this out. Make sure you share this video. Make sure you share all of this video, every single ounce of this video. We're going to start out with the Hunter Biden doc. You'll hear back from me once this is over. We're going to have some guests today. We're actually going to have somebody come and do their first stream, their first segment on the Real Greg Kelly Show. We're kind of expanding here. Got people coming in, actually participating. I'll put the number up later on. I definitely want to hear what you have to say about this Hunter Biden documentary. And without further ado, and me shutting up, Hunter Biden, man. Who is Hunter Biden? You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show.
Hunter Biden is the most protected person in the country.
This barely functional human who's got this roaring crack addiction and roaring sex addiction.
Leaving meetings every 10, 15 minutes, smoking crack, snorting coke or something, in the middle of negotiating some of these deals.
Tens of millions of dollars. It came from the Ukraine, it came from China, it came from Russian entities.
And walked in a customer clutching 3 MacBook Pros. When I asked for his last name, there was a long pause and he kind of sarcastically added Biden.
There is a massive amount of material here that's very damaging to Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Jim Biden.
It shows corruption at the highest level of the American government.
Breaking tonight, the third story in a row, there are new developments in the Hunter Biden email story.
When I got on the plane, I was running. I was afraid and I was scared and I left.
I probably said too much. The NSA will be on my ass.
Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden, is both an enigma and an open book. He's published a revealing memoir. His shadowy dealings have been investigated by congressional committees. He abandoned his laptop with thousands of photos, videos, emails, and text messages that fill in the rest of his life of drug use, sexual depravity, and high-level wheeling and dealing, facilitated, as Hunter Biden readily admits, by the Biden name.
I think you have to begin the Hunter Biden story with the tragic passing of his mother in an automobile accident.
Hunter Biden has said his first memory is lying in a hospital next to his brother Beau after that December 1972 accident in which his sister also died. He was 2 years old.
The both of them were in the hospital, holding each other's hands, saying, I love you, I love you, I love you.
Joe, only 30 at the time, had been elected senator weeks earlier and weighed giving up the position to stay home with his boys. He decided instead to take his seat and was sworn in from his children's bedside.
He made the choice that he would go to Washington and take up this very big career in the Senate. It was a prize that he would not give up.
Joe Biden made the 3-hour round-trip commute between Delaware and D.C. His sister and mother took care of the boys during those long days.
He has said that people encouraged him and persuaded him that it was the best thing to do for his children. But if you listen to Hunter, he certainly, I think, missed the fact that he'd lost his mother and pretty much lost his father.
In his memoir, Hunter traces his woes back to the accident.
I don't see that tragic moment as necessarily resulting in behaviors that lend themselves to addiction. That would be a cop-out. I do have a better understanding of why I feel the way I do sometimes. It's a lonely place to be as a child. It's a lonely place to be now.
When Hunter was 7 years old, Joe married English teacher Jill Jacobs. They had a daughter, Ashley. Hunter describes an idyllic childhood, palling around with his older brother and best friend Beau. But texts and emails on his laptop suggest a more complicated relationship. Hunter describes himself as
The loser brother, always following along behind a superstar brother, picking up the crumbs he left on the floor. All of my friends have always thought of me as a joke, and the clown that Beau took care of.
And Hunter underscored a crucial trait that separated him from Beau.
The biggest difference between us, I drank and Beau didn't. The first drink I ever took knowing what I was doing, more accurately, knowing what I shouldn't be doing, was in the summer between 8th and 9th grades. The troubling thing, looking back, getting blasted and sick as a dog didn't scare me or turn me off one bit. Instead, I thought it was kind of cool.
Meantime, his father won re-election in 1978 and 1984 with a lot of help from his family.
Joe Biden, in all his political campaigns, always emphasizes the fact that it's a family affair, that, his sister is his campaign manager, that his brother is involved in fundraising. And that sounds like a great story, but the flip side of it is individuals are getting paid. Valerie Biden, his sister, who's run his campaign, has taken in millions of dollars in fees serving as his campaign manager. And let's just be clear, Joe Biden's re-election in Delaware is never really in doubt. So the simple fact is the Biden family became enriched through this arrangement that Joe Biden set up, spending campaign dollars and giving it to members of his own family.
As today, I announce my candidacy for President of the United States of America.
The 1988 presidential election approached, and Joe, now 45 years old, was ready to reach for the brass ring.
I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship.
It did not go well.
I won the international moot court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees.
He got caught lying about his academic achievements.
And I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
He also got busted for plagiarizing a speech from UK politician Neil Kinnock.
My ancestors who worked in the coal mines in northeast Pennsylvania and would come up after 12 hours and play football for 4 hours.
Was it because they were weak? Those people who could work 8 hours underground and then come up and play football.
He had to apologize as well for stealing a speech from Robert Kennedy, word for word.
It doesn't measure the beauty of our poetry, the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate, the integrity of our public official.
Now to the tough part, my record in law school.
It was next revealed he almost got kicked out of law school.
I found that in his required paper in the course on legal methods, Mr. Biden used 5 pages of published law review article, of a published law review article without quotation or citation. That's precisely right.
Hunter says it was, quote, awful to watch his father become a national laughingstock.
There'll be other opportunities for me to campaign for president.
After Joe dropped out, a devastated Hunter even tried to punch out hecklers at a football game who taunted his father. That kicked off a rough high school senior year for Hunter. He went from, quote, drinking in earnest to using coke to being arrested for the drug on the Jersey Shore after graduation.
He had a cocaine bust when he was still in high school at the age of 18. That record was expunged.
This scrape with the law didn't scare the senator's son straight. He continued to use cocaine through college at Georgetown University. Senior year, he met Bicycles, a homeless DC crack dealer.
It was at the height of the crack epidemic in the early 1990s, and with the fledgling addict's wrong-headed sense of misadventure, I decided to see what all the hubbub was about. Bicycles then sold me what little crack she had on her and told me to get the hell out.
As you'll see, years later, when Joe Biden was vice president, Hunter sought out the still homeless Bicycles, and they moved in together. But back in 1992, after graduating from college, Hunter met Kathleen Buell at a Jesuit volunteer program. She got pregnant. After 3 months of dating, they wed in 93 before Maisie, their first daughter, was born. Meanwhile, Hunter eyed law school.
Hunter Biden wanted to go to Yale,
but perhaps not as much as his father. Senate Judiciary Chairman, Joe presided over the confirmation of judges who hailed largely from the Harvards, Yales, and Columbias. Author Ben Kramer reports Biden is saying there's a river of power that flows through this country, and it flows from the Ivy League. Yale rejected Hunter, so he went to Georgetown, but got into Yale the next year, thanks, he claims, to a most improbable credential, his brilliance as a poet.
I applied to Yale again and included with my application a poem I wrote, something everyone discouraged. Yale's acceptance letter noted that my success and dedication during my first year of law school at Georgetown more than qualified me, but that my poem was unlike anything they'd ever received and earned me my spot there.
We tried to confirm this story with Yale, but they were unable to answer. Miranda Devine thinks there's a much more obvious explanation.
Assisted by his father's contacts, obviously, as with everything else in his life, to get into Yale Law School, and he didn't have the marks for it.
After law school, Hunter went back to Wilmington and scored a $100,000 a year VP gig with a big Delaware bank. That was a lot of money back then, even for a Yale law grad.
He took a job with MBNA, which is a massive bank in Delaware. They hired Hunter as a finance executive. He didn't have background in finance.
But MBNA was one of the largest donors to his father's 1990 Senate run, in which Hunter served as deputy campaign manager.
Hunter Biden's life has really been laid out for him by his father, who assigned Hunter the role in the family of being the bag man, the money maker. He was given these jobs with enormous salaries, well beyond his credentials.
You really can't find a case of any business venture Hunter Biden is involved in that does not revolve around his father's political power.
But you can find on Hunter's laptop evidence that through the years, Joe demanded a substantial cut of every gig his son got, and Hunter was at times resentful. For instance, this group text from 2019.
I hope you all can do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard. But don't worry. Unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary.
And in a email to his aunt, Hunter complained he had to pay off his brother's student loans.
Dad never paid one dime.
In 1998, Hunter moved to the Commerce Department in Washington. Then 3 years later, started a D.C. lobbying firm where he pocketed hundreds of thousands in consulting fees from MBNA while his father pushed legislation that would make it harder for consumers to file bankruptcy.
In retrospect, wasn't it inappropriate for someone like you in the middle of all this to have your son collecting money from this big credit card company while you were on the floor protecting your interests?
Look, the fact of the matter is that I have had an entire career that no one has ever questioned whether or not anybody has influenced me.
He became a lobbyist in a special area, which was getting sort of budget line favors for specific entities in the state of Delaware, where his father was the senior senator. So again, why is Hunter Biden in that position? I would argue because his father was the one who was going to make the decisions on who was going to get those carve-outs in pieces of legislation.
One thing that's not up for debate. Hunter, by then a father of 3 daughters, was also an alcoholic, though a functioning one, he insists.
I was a functional alcoholic. I always could drink 5 times more than anyone else, but now I was staying overnight, not making it home in time to take the kids to school in the morning.
He moved his family from Delaware to Washington in 2003, but kept drinking until he landed in rehab.
I admitted myself into the Crossroads Center, a residential rehab program in Antigua, founded 5 years earlier by Eric Clapton. I stayed there for a month. It worked.
Meantime, Joe became chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and his family's business went international.
The Biden family ambitions go from Delaware and some of these other deals to this massive global enterprise that incorporates the far corners of the planet.
In 2006, while Hunter was still heading his lobbying firm, he also joined forces with Joe's brother Jim to purchase a New York hedge fund called Paradigm Global.
Why people believe that Hunter Biden with no background in finance and James Biden with little background in finance could run a hedge fund, who knows?
Whether K Street lobbyist or Wall Street money manager, the pitch was the same. They were selling Joe. Charles Provini, who James and Hunter recruited to serve as the fund's president, said both repeatedly cited Joe's political ties. Don't worry about investors. Jim Biden reportedly bragged to another executive. We've got people all around the world who want to invest in Joe Biden.
And that's, I think, a further indication that so much of the family's wealth is tied up with the political fortunes of Joe Biden.
For better or worse, it seems, Hunter and Jim's hedge fund turned out to be a flop. So did Joe Biden's next run for president in 2008, which infamously began with a cringe-inducing compliment to the new kid in the race, Senator Barack Obama.
I mean, you got the first sort of mainstream African American who was articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook.
Biden finished with less than 1% in the Iowa caucuses and dropped out. Obama, upon winning the nomination, tapped Joe as his running mate.
The next Vice President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
What is this? Why?
The Obama administration was on board for Joe, with one exception.
When Joe Biden is chosen to be Barack Obama's running mate, the Obama team lets it be known that they do not think it's good that Hunter Biden is a lobbyist.
The biggest issue that they had with Joe was these sort of grace and favor jobs that Joe had organized for Hunter and Hunter's lobbying and how he was influence peddling in Washington. And they wanted to, go into office or win an election as a squeaky clean team. So Hunter was asked to step away from lobbying.
Hunter quickly found a new career path. And with his father officially vice president, he was seeing money like never before.
Hunter Biden gets together with a couple of old college friends, Devin Archer and Chris Hines, who happens to be the stepson of Senator John Kerry. And they decide they want to start a new financial firm that's going to specialize in private equity.
The three of them together started a company called Rosemont Seneca. The fact that they are the sons or stepsons of people in the administration, powerful Democrats in Washington, certainly was the basis of their business. The sorts of doors were open to him that Goldman Sachs would kill for.
Hunter and Hines exchanged emails in which they fancied themselves a real-life James Bond, Jason Bourne duo sitting down with foreign oligarchs. Robert Davi is the director of My Son Hunter.
Ignored the amount of deal making with a variety of nefarious people.
Every famous, infamous, international person who came to Washington, D.C. and met with his father, Hunter generally got an introduction.
Foreign oligarchs and foreign governments are currying favor and getting favors from the most powerful family in America, which is the Bidens.
In his memoir, Hunter Biden claims he stayed sober from his first rehab stint in 2003 until his father's second year as vice president in 2010. By that time, Hunter was trotting the globe and tempting fate.
You find yourself flying home from a business trip in Madrid on the red eye, overworked, sleep deprived, no exercise in 3 months. You're grateful when a flight attendant stops by your seat and asks, as she has asked everyone around you, if you'd like a drink. Without hesitation, without really even thinking, you answer, as I answered, I'll have a Bloody Mary. You're off to the races.
Hunter would be off to the races for most of his father's career. In our next episode, the Ukrainians are in, the Secret Service is out, and the son of the vice president descends into a debauched world of crack cocaine, parades of prostitutes, and stink to high heaven financial deals with odious oligarchs.
Is there another part? I don't know. No.
Wow.
Up next to is Hunter Biden in 3, 2, 1. It's coming.
You're about to hear a story that would be hard to believe if it didn't come straight from Hunter Biden himself. Texts, emails, raunchy photos, and rambling voice memos. You can't sink this low and not have any repercussions without a lot of help. And Hunter Biden got plenty of it from people who had a lot to gain through knowing his father. If his relapse started with booze, it quickly escalated to include extended crack binges and sex marathons with multiple prostitutes, many of which he memorialized on pictures and videos on the laptop, which, as you'll see, a number of investigators have concluded is genuine. The Bidens haven't denied it is, and Hunter himself has conceded there is a possibility it could be his.
Honestly, babe, the problem is you have too many girls there. I understand you like a lot of girls, but that's fine to do one at a time. At the tops, too.
Hunter's debauchery would last years and be funded by foreign oligarchs who calculated the vice president's junkie son had plenty to offer them. But the cash pouring in wasn't enough to meet the needs of the rest of the Biden family, who sent Hunter invoices to pay big and small. For instance, an email titled JRB Bills detailed Hunter was paying hefty tabs to keep up his father's Delaware mansion. In one payment cycle, $1,239 to the builder, $1,475 to the painter, $2,600 to the contractor, and $475 for shutters. Fortunately for the Bidens, Hunter's raging drug and alcohol addiction didn't scare away powerful business suitors. Just the opposite, it seems.
They latch on very quickly to China. Everybody knows that to do business in China, it's based on political connections, not just connections in Beijing, but the connections you have in your own country. It's about having what they call guanxi, which is sort of, are you juiced in? And it's hard to find a small firm that is more juiced in than Rosemont Seneca Partners. In 2010 and 2011, Hunter Biden starts taking trips to Beijing, China.
After one trip, Hunter enthusiastically emailed his Chinese host.
You are the best. Just give me my marching orders.
They're not meeting with low-ranking people. They are meeting with the sort of top tier of Chinese finance. This is a small sort of rinky-dink financial firm that's only been in business for 18 months. And yet these doors magically open.
The magic word was Biden, as Hunter confirmed in an email to his business partner, Devon Archer.
It has nothing to do with me and everything to do with my last name.
In May 2013, Vice President Joe Biden pulled strings to get his 43-year-old addict son an unlikely commission in the Navy.
One of the most curious stories about Hunter Biden that we know of is that he actually tried to enter the Naval Reserves at a fairly old age. He got an exemption in order to be able to enter, got another exemption because he had had a drug issue in his past. But connections help, and with Joe Biden, his father, being vice president, he's able to get in.
We have a lot of bad judgment in my family. My son, who's over 40, just joined the United States Navy, is about to be sworn in as an officer. Hunter Biden.
Like Hunter's Yale law degree, his military service was a credential his father was quick to boast about. Too quick, it turns out.
Hunter doesn't even make it through his first weekend in the Naval Reserve. He's caught in a drug test with cocaine in his blood. He makes up a cock and bull story about how he was outside a bar the night before and someone handed him a cigarette. It must have been laced with cocaine.
But a never-released statement drafted on his laptop presumably is closer to the truth.
After 10 years of sobriety, I relapsed at possibly the most inopportune time. The guilt and shame I have felt over letting my family down was indescribable. I sought an age waiver at 42 years old to serve in the U.S. Navy. I dishonored that great privilege, and for that, I am deeply ashamed. But I also know that I cannot allow one moment in time to define me.
Hunter's brother Bo, a vet who served in Afghanistan and then became Delaware's Attorney General, brought him home from the base. Bo was seen as a future Senate candidate. Joe believed he was presidential timber. But dreams of Biden political dynasty dashed 2 months later when Bo received a death sentence diagnosis: brain cancer. The Bidens prayed for a miracle, but also got back to business. In December 2013, Hunter flew to Beijing on Air Force Two after his father was picked to be President Obama's point man on China.
It's not just Joe Biden bringing his son along because he likes him and he wants to chat to him on the plane. This is American power come to do business. Hunter Biden is recognized as a princeling. And this is a unique creature in China. Instead of giving the money directly to the minister, to the person in charge, you give it to their son, their grandson, their wife, a relative. Hunter Biden was brought there openly as Joe Biden's representative.
We do know that during this visit that Hunter Biden introduced his father to one of his Chinese business partners. And then within 10 days of them returning to the United States on Air Force Two, one of the big deals for Hunter Biden gets closed. It's called Boei Harvest. It's $1.5 billion private equity deal.
Peter Schweitzer believes China got its quid pro quo when Joe Biden pushed questionable policies favored by Hunter's business partners.
In that December 2013 trip, they're pressing him to take a very hard line on the South China Sea, on trade issues, on human rights. He's decidedly not hardline. He's very soft. And I would argue that aligns very, very nicely with the fact that his son is trying to finalize this deal in Beijing with an entity that is connected to the Chinese government itself.
Around that time, Hunter forwarded Devon Archer a New York Times article titled, "Biden may take on expanded role in foreign policy in second term," and added the comment,
"If we can't figure this out, we should be shot."
7 months later, in July 2014, Hunter returned to rehab, this time in Tijuana, Mexico, where he was treated with toad venom. He claims it kept him sober for a year. Around that time, he gave up Secret Service protection, though it is unclear how many of Hunter's foreign escapades Secret Service did attend, as the agency has redacted records about Hunter's travels to countries like Russia, China, and Kazakhstan. Regardless, the international man of mystery forged ahead and found another source for big bucks, thanks to a lucrative energy deal in Ukraine.
The spring of 2014, Hunter Biden strikes up this relationship with Burisma, which is this corrupt Ukrainian energy company that involves Ukrainian government officials and very corrupt oligarchs. They want a relationship in Washington, D.C., and they look to Hunter Biden.
It just so happens the vice president was also overseeing foreign policy in Ukraine.
Joe Biden is kind of the administration's point person. And then within a 1 month period of time in 2014, Joe Biden meeting with Hunter's business partner, Devon Archer, in the White House, going to Ukraine. Within a week or so, all of a sudden, Devon's on the board, Hunter's on the board.
Chris Hines had no interest in being involved with Burisma. And I think it's evidence of the fact that the son of a powerful political figure, John Kerry, realized how far gone Hunter Biden was prepared to go, and it was too much even for Chris Hines.
We reached out to Chris Hines for a statement. He claims he left Rosemont Seneca after being alarmed by his colleagues' quote, lack of judgment. Emails from Hunter's other business associates suggest they were aware of the relationship's liability.
Stress reputational risk. Stress zero policy on using names that are not ours in direct reference. Explain less overt role you will play relative to me, front man, particularly elections.
Burisma, even among a bunch of companies that have reputations for corruption, it really has a reputation for that. So getting these Rosemont Seneca guys on their board was a huge coup for them.
Burisma was quick to tout its new relationship.
Hey guys, there's apparently a photo of Devin and the VP on Burisma's website. Mitra, VP Counsel, called and asked that we tell Burisma they need to take it down. Legally, they aren't comfortable with the VP's picture being up on the site as what seems like an endorsement.
It was politically risky for the son of a vice president, but the money was good.
Joe Biden knows exactly what's going on. He wants plausible deniability, but he also knows this is a way for his family to become fabulously wealthy.
American studies have shown that you might expect to get about $55,000 to $60,000 a year if you are serving on a board of a company about Burisma's size. By contrast, the Burisma board pay was $80,000 a month.
To hear Hunter tell it, all that cash was less a blessing than a curse.
Burisma turned into a major enabler during my steepest skid into addiction. The board fee had morphed into a wicked sort of funny money. It hounded me to spend recklessly, dangerously, destructively, humiliatingly. So I did.
He spent it on crack, expensive sports cars, hotel suites, room service, prostitutes, and various hangers-on who ran up his credit cards. To see the images and videos, to read the emails and texts, and to gravely doubt Hunter Biden was in any condition to legitimately earn the money from Burisma. He's someone who couldn't even answer his own emails, couldn't even hold down a job at McDonald's, and yet he was traveling around the world having these sort of high-powered meetings and having deals thrust in his lap. So this was the life that he had while his father was vice president, and Joe Biden was assisting at every stage. Assisting Hunter and Hunter's business partners. Burisma's owner, a guy called Nikolai Zlochevsky, who was in a lot of trouble internationally. There were various inquiries into the theft of billions of dollars from the Ukrainian treasury. His assets had been frozen. Now, he needed protection, and Hunter Biden was his protection. In an email on the laptop, a Burisma board advisor asked Hunter to use his influence to stop prosecutions.
We urgently need your advice on how we can use your influence to convey a message, signal, etc., to stop what we consider to be politically motivated action.
Lo and behold, when the chief prosecutor of Ukraine, a man called Viktor Shokin, started to investigate the corruption at Burisma and seized all the property of the owner of Burisma, Zlochevsky, all his mansions, his Rolls-Royce Phantom car, and so on. Shortly after that raid, Joe Biden became really insistent that the government of Ukraine had to sack Viktor Shokin, the chief prosecutor, or he would withhold $1 billion of aid.
Joe Biden would later brag about what he did in classic Biden fashion.
The president said, I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid.
But at the time, the Obama State Department found the whole episode highly problematic.
We had testimony from the State Department, George Kent.
That's our friend.
Just the appearance of a conflict of interest. And it was a conflict of interest. It was very awkward for U.S. policymakers whose primary goal was to help Ukraine rid itself of the legacy of corruption.
There were many people sounding the alarm about Hunter Biden serving on this board while Joe Biden was the point man on Ukraine corruption. So the idea that Joe Biden would be the one person in Washington, D.C. who didn't know that this was a concern really doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
The money kept pouring in, as the laptop confirms.
In 2014, your taxes reported $847,328 in income. It amended at $1,247,328. In 2015, your taxes reported $2,487,208 in income.
It fueled Hunter's drug benders, captured by ever raunchier sex tapes and selfies. A different kind of snapshot was prized by his business associates in far-flung locales. One with the Vice President of the United States could confer legitimacy on a corrupt oligarch or other shadowy character, while Hunter occasionally brought clients to the West Wing and the Vice President's residence, an off-site meet was a safer bet. Case in point, a 2015 dinner at Cafe Milano, a DC power scene. Joe's appearance was strictly hush-hush.
Dad will be there, but keep that between us for now.
He had people including a Burisma executive and his father, Vice President Joe Biden. There's photographic evidence. There were emails sent from the people who were at the dinner thanking Hunter for arranging it, thanking him for allowing them to meet with Vice President Biden and how helpful that was.
A month after this dinner, Beau Biden lost his battle to cancer. On the way home from the funeral, Hunter mused to his wife Kathleen that maybe it was his time to run for office. Dumbfounded, she shot back, "Are you kidding?"
But I underestimated how much the wreckage of my past and all that I put my family through still weighed on Kathleen. We didn't say another word to each other for the rest of the ride. Or really, ever again.
But Kathleen would call him out in emails on the laptop.
"You're not okay. My gut is you've been using this entire time. You're still projecting on me, denying what's really going on. And so far as I can see, not working on sustained sobriety."
With his marriage unraveling and a brother who had just died, Hunter did something that appalled the entire Biden family.
He then embarked fairly shortly after the funeral on an affair with his sister-in-law, Hallie Biden. His wife, Kathleen, at the time suspected something because he was spending all his time in Hallie's house, the house of his now deceased brother, looking after, he said, her children and helping her in Wilmington, Delaware.
Kathleen soon learned Hallie wasn't the only one. Her husband's philandering had apparently been going on for years.
His name was leaked in a hack of the Ashley Madison sort of adultery site. And he lied again about that and said, no, it wasn't him. And he said, well, I was hacked by the Russians.
Kathleen emailed Hunter she wanted out.
"I'm leaving you because you're having an affair. And you've been emotionally abusive. You say you were surprised by my asking for a separation and needed time to process it? I was surprised when I found your bottles of Viagra and Cialis. I was surprised when I found airline purchases and jewelry purchases. I have woken to my reality. No one should be treated the way you've treated me. I won't take it anymore."
Despite that, in another email, she also told Hunter,
"You are a better father than your dad. I know you love your dad, and I do too, but he wasn't perfect. You were better in every way.
Being a dutiful daughter-in-law, Kathleen offered to delay the divorce until Joe decided whether he'd try to succeed Barack Obama as president.
Bo was our inspiration. Unfortunately, I believe we're out of time, the time necessary to mount a winning campaign for the nomination.
In October 2015, Joe announced he wouldn't run. Hunter spent the last year of his father's vice presidency on a nonstop cross-country booze, crack, and sex marathon that left him and his family scrambling for money. Would the cash run out? And what would happen when it did? That's coming up in Who is Hunter Biden, Episode 3.
I mean, like, what is he doing? Cracked out. You sure he ain't pulling a Jeffrey Tubin? I'm thinking more of a J-Rock.
When Joe Biden announced he would not run for president in 2016, everyone assumed his long political career had come to an end. The question for Hunter Biden, who relied on leveraging his father's positions, was how would he fund his family obligations, high-flying lifestyle, and relentless addiction? As his father embarked on his last year as vice president, Hunter holed up in his D.C. apartment. He was an utter basket case. He spent extravagantly on strip clubs, adult video sites, and prostitutes. Like a low-rent porn star, he frequently filmed his wild sex life and uploaded the footage to his Pornhub account. But he claims he cleaned himself up whenever business called.
At the moment, you can do crack around the clock every day and still make your meetings sometimes, still return your calls sometimes, still pay your bills sometimes. It just is astounding. He's eating meetings every 10, 15 minutes, smoking crack or doing some snorting coke or something in the middle of negotiating some of these deals.
One only wonders if influence seekers plied him with drugs. Hunter writes of trying to keep it together at a May 2016 Burisma board meeting in Monte Carlo, only to be offered cocaine in a nightclub bathroom he couldn't resist. Upon his return to D.C., he sought his old crack dealer, Bicycles, from his Georgetown days. She moved in and taught him the finer point of crack paraphernalia, a rose pipe, and chore boy steel wool. She stayed 5 months. They spent their days on the couch, smoking, quote, a ton of crack.
For endless hours, day after day, it was the same numbing ritual, over and over and over. Pipe, chore boy, crack, light, pipe, chore boy, crack, light.
In October 2016, Hunter resolved to fly to Arizona for rehab. But after missing 4 flights, smoking crack, he decided to drive.
I drove through the night, finally stopping in Nashville a few hours after sunrise. I checked into a hotel and smoked away the rest of the day. By nightfall, I realized I was already running low on drugs. I rummaged through my car seats and floor mats for crumbs, then drove off sometime around midnight to score more. By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
After 4 days of smoking crack in his Tennessee hotel room, he finally boarded a flight to Phoenix. He made it as far as his layover in LA, but again skipped his connecting flight to smoke crack. That binge lasted 6 days. At 4 a.m. on October 27th, the sitting vice president's son finally headed out to Arizona in a rented Lincoln Town car. He almost didn't live to tell about it.
I nodded off behind the wheel. Waking up an instant later, I found myself in midair, the car having jumped a soft curve on the passing lane and soaring at 80 miles an hour into a cloudless blue sky, heading into the gulch that divided I-10.
He somehow made it to a nearby Hertz and got another car to drive the rest of the way.
He left a rental car that had drug residue in it, his brother Beau's attorney general badge on the dash, credit cards, identification. Nothing happens to him, though. He has close associates in the Secret Service who help take care of some of these issues.
Some of those close associates, Hunter once told a friend, were agents who owed a debt to his father.
Guy said he got their daughter into the Naval Academy, that he had to the VP residence and let them use his apartment to stay and cost the White House. Guys he paid their health insurance premiums for anonymously. All those guys, they were made aware I was around. They were supposed to look out for me.
Rattled by his near-death experience, he summoned his brother's widow, Hallie, to be by his side. He tried to keep their relationship out of the papers, but the New York Post now had the story. Biden family affair, the headline said, but the relationship was far more sordid than that. The romance consisted of taking drugs, filming themselves having sex, then posting the videos to Hunter's online porn account.
Hunter would film their sex sessions and upload them to amateur porn sites such as Pornhub and give them titles such as Lonely Widow. There was a lot of love and, I guess, passion and lust there as well that they talked about, but it really was disastrous for everybody involved.
Texts capture the horror the family felt. In November 2016, Hunter's sister Ashley scolded Hallie in a family group chat that included Joe and Jill.
You will pay for sitting around while watching my other brother kill himself. Everyone is talking about Hunter making scenes at restaurants. People are worried. You are the problem. This isn't love. This is my brother. Hi.
You want me to come home because you want to use together? And not because you want me to come home. I want to use her regardless, but I would rather use with you.
It was viewed with horror by people even within the family.
Nevertheless, Hunter asked his father to come out in support of the couple.
Hunter pleads with them to put out a statement saying that they approve of it so that it doesn't look worse than it already is.
Dad, I told him, if people find out but they think you're not approving of this, it makes it seem wrong. The kids have to know that there's nothing wrong with this. And the one person who can tell them that is you.
A reluctant Joe complied.
We're all lucky that Hunter and Hallie found each other as they were putting their lives together again after such sadness. They have mine and Jill's full and complete support, and we are happy for them.
In time, the relationship grew nasty.
I think we should schedule a visit, and we'll talk with the therapist. I'm not going to continue to argue, and I don't want to talk and make things worse.
Hunter writes that Hallie told him his brother Beau didn't think highly of him and laughed behind his back. While Hunter's private life was running wild, his bank account was running low. Burisma cut his compensation in half.
Please find the new direction agreement for execution. The only thing was amended is the compensation rate. I'm sure you'll find it both fair and reasonable.
Reasonable for most, but not for Hunter. He scrambled for more cash.
Once Joe Biden leaves the vice presidency and he's a private citizen, Hunter Biden continues with the deals in China. One of them involves this entity called CEFC, where Hunter Biden's going to get an ownership stake.
Hunter wasn't the only family member expecting his own slice of the pie.
Very interestingly, as the laptop reveals, 10% of the ownership of this entity is going to be reserved for the big guy, which is Joe Biden. So you have this circumstance where Joe Biden, recently leaving the White House, is going to be getting an ownership stake in a company that is controlled by a Chinese oligarch who's close to the intelligence services, who's close to the national security state in China. And it's an indication that Hunter Biden was really the stalking horse for the Biden family when it came to these deals in China. Once Joe was out of public service, out of the White House, now he could get a cut of these deals himself too.
Under the deal, Hunter would get $850,000, but that was not enough.
I will need a hell of a lot more than $850 per year on a monthly basis. And this is my own personal problem, but I'll make it yours also, I'm sure. $2 million to me means $1 million before taxes. The other half goes to her, Kathleen. $850 to me means $100K to me. She has a $750 floor. That does not include all the debt I assumed, and not one dime for the girls. 2 Ivy League school living expenses and the most expensive high school in DC.
The laptop records show that an avalanche of people constantly asked for money. His ex-wife Kathleen turned up the heat on him.
Our credit is a mess because of you. You have completely ruined your own credit and mine. You. Also, are you ever going to pay your bills? Pay my parents back, the lawyer, the accountant? You're a joke. You can't stop talking to the girls about money. How you're broke because you gave me all the money. Laughable.
Eventually, Hunter cut a deal with the Chinese. For introductions alone, they would pay him $10 million a year for a minimum of 3 years and a 3-carat diamond ring to boot.
You've been given this diamond in exchange for forming this relationship with these Chinese communists.
Hunter immediately went on a spending spree. According to credit card statements, nearly $22,000 for menswear, $3,000 per night hotel suites, and $12,000 at Larry Flint's Hustler Club. By this point, the once handsome Hunter was looking the part of a crack addict, rotting teeth and all. They'd cost him nearly $70,000 to fix. But dealing with corrupt foreigners had its risks.
The deal is about to come down, then a senior official at CEFC named Patrick Ho gets arrested on bribery charges in New York. And it blows up the entire deal because CEFC is now in the crosshairs of the FBI.
The payday vanished as his bills piled up, including $57,000 for Hallie's rehab in Malibu in late 2017. Around this time, he was fooling around with a DC stripper who called herself Dallas. This relationship would complicate his life further, though few were paying attention to Hunter's affairs, sexual or financial.
When my book first came out in 2018, I had reporters tell me, oh, this is very interesting stuff, but, Joe Biden's not in office anymore, so it's no big deal.
Joe Biden, however, was thinking of running again, and the family worried Hunter might spoil the 76-year-old's last chance. He and Hallie were now living in a $5 million waterfront rental home in Annapolis, and according to this February 2018 text from Ashley to Hallie's sister Liz, openly and notoriously using drugs.
This is all getting out of control. Just came from meeting with police chiefs, and dealers are known in community. Not a good look for the widow of Attorney General. Enough is enough. I was down at the beach, and I can promise no one was getting healthy. They left all their drug crap out. She is the Attorney General's widow, and he is the Vice President's son. If you think that people don't already know everywhere that they are addicted to crack, etc., you are naive. When you deal with drug dealers, the likelihood of plates being run is high. My dad may run for president, and if you think this shit is going to fly, shit will hit the fan. The whole town knows, as do many others. They aren't very discreet, and people are mean. And let me tell you, they are beyond messy. They left all their drug paraphernalia for my parents to see.
Ashley apparently didn't know Hunter's relationship with Liz had also turned sexual. He paid her rent, bought her panties, and sent this steamy text.
We should shower together by FaceTime every morning or night when we're up at 3. Stress relief. I'll teach you how to masturbate.
By 2018, Hunter Biden is just off the rails. All his Chinese deals have started to fall apart. So he heads off to LA to Chateau Marmont for just a non-stop bender.
The Chateau Marmont has a storied history. Comedian John Belushi died of an overdose in Bungalow 3. Hunter was also up to no good in his $850 a night room.
He had guys that would cook the crack for him, and then he learned how to do it himself because it was more efficient.
He also toyed around with the idea of writing a book. In June, he jotted down some possible titles.
A Crackhead's Guide to Hotel Etiquette, or Why Crack Cocaine is Better for You Than Vodka, Not as Fun as Crack and Vodka, or Why Crack Cocaine and Air Travel Are Easy, from the Delta Shuttle to Air Force One.
At least it seemed like Easy Street. As Hunter waited for his Porsche 911 to arrive from D.C., he rented a $650 per day Lamborghini, spent $1,000 on the sex cam site Streamray. He partied like there was no tomorrow, then started again the next morning.
I'd get down on my hands and knees and scan the floor and comb through the rug with my fingers. Half the time, I had no idea what I was picking up. Is this a flake of Parmesan from the cheese platter we ordered last night? The crack, it didn't matter. I smoked it.
But it couldn't last. His bank kept alerting him that he topped his $65,000 credit limit, and he apparently paid an escort with his father's card.
He was in the Chateau Marmont with a professional lady, shall we say. At the end of their little adventure, Hunter Biden owed this lady an additional $8,000, more than the cash that he had already paid her. He handed her a debit card. She swiped it. It appeared not to go through. So he said, here's another one, try this. They went through 5 of those, $8,000 each time, didn't work. Finally, on the 6th one, it went through. A couple of hours later, while she's at home, bing, 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 bing. Her computer.
Okay, I don't know what went down. It looked like maybe the timing got off. From all the filth, when I come back, I'm going to show you the nightmare scenario, the things that happened as a result of, this laptop. Hunter Biden is a wreck, and I really feel sorry for him. When I come back, we're going to jump right into it. This is the Monday mega stream Real Greg Kelly show. I will be right back. Sit tight. This is going to be one hell of a ride. Okay, so y'all saw the life of Hunter Biden. Truly tragic. Truly tragic. If you have a heart, I know somebody, say a prayer for the brother. Woo, unbelievable. Just handed raw deal after raw deal after raw deal. Millions of dollars being funneled in from foreign entities that are America's enemies, coming into the Biden family's back pockets This should give you some insight about what's going down in Ukraine. I'm gonna be quiet about it. I want you to use your mind and see, America, that we're being lied to, man. And it's at this point, it's just ridiculous. Okay, it's just flipping ridiculous. But I want you to check out what happened. Well, what's happening? We all know about the January 6th committee. We're gonna get into that. But I want you guys to see Matt Gaetz in rare form, man, about this laptop. Watch him grill these people about this laptop. We should know by now that the laptop was called Russian disinformation, Russian misinformation. Why the hell does everything have to include Russia? Oh, we tired of it yet, America? Damn, can we blame somebody else, man? Russia? How the hell did Russia get? I ain't going there. I want y'all to check out Matt Gaetz. Check this out. Check out Matt Gaetz. Check this out. Y'all know my finger's slipping. I'm hitting music. Check out Matt Gaetz. Here we go.
So where is it? The laptop.
Sir, I'm not here to talk about the FBI cyber program.
You are the assistant director of FBI cyber. I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is. Where is it?
Sir, I don't know that answer.
That is astonishing to me. Has FBI cyber assessed whether or not Hunter Biden's laptop could be a point of vulnerability, allowing America's enemies to hurt our country?
Sir, the FBI cyber program is based off of what's codified in Title 18, or Title 18, Section 1030, a code which talks about computer intrusions, right? Using nefarious intent.
But you've talked about passwords here. I mean, Hunter Biden's password on his laptop was Hunter02. He drops it off at a repair store. I'm holding the receipt from Max Computer Repair, where in December 2019, they turned over this laptop to the FBI. And what now you're telling me right here is that as the assistant director of FBI cyber, you don't know where this is after it was turned over to you 3 years ago.
Yes, sir, that's an accurate statement.
How are Americans supposed to trust that you can protect us from the next colonial pipeline if it seems that you can't locate a laptop that was given to you 3 years ago from the first family, potentially creating vulnerabilities for our country?
Sir, it's not in the purview of my investigative responsibilities.
But that is shocking that you wouldn't, as the assistant director of cyber, know whether or not there are international business deals, kickbacks, shakedowns that are on this laptop that would make the first family suspect to some sort of compromise. Mr. Assistant Director, have you assessed whether or not the first family is compromised as a result of the Hunter Biden laptop?
Sir, as a representative of the FBI cyber program, it is not in the realm of my responsibilities to deal with the questions that you're asking me.
Has anyone at FBI cyber been asked to make assessments whether or not the laptop creates a point of vulnerability?
Sir, we have multiple lines of investigative responsibility in the FBI. They're all available in public source.
Well, I would think you'd know this one. I mean, I would think that if the president's son, who does international business deals, referencing the now president with the Chinese, with Ukrainians, I mean, have you assessed whether or not the Hunter Biden laptop gives Russia the ability to harm our country?
Sir, again, we can do this back and forth for the next couple of minutes. I don't have any information about the Hunter Biden laptop or the
But should you? I mean, you're the assistant director of FBI cyber.
By the block and line chart, no, sir, I should not.
Who should we put in that chair to ask questions about this laptop that FBI has had for 3 years?
Sir, I'm not in a position to make a recommendation who should say.
So you don't have it. You don't know who has it. You don't know where it is. You're the assistant director. You know, earlier you talked about whether or not you were the Grant Hill or the Christian Laettner. It sounds like you're the Chris Webber trying to call a timeout when you don't have one. So I mean, who is it? Do you even know who has it? Do you know who we should put in that chair to ask these questions to?
No, sir, I don't know who has it.
Well, could you find out and tell us? You're going to have to give us briefings, thanks to Mr. Lou and Mr. Massey's question about whether or not the FBI was taking a $5 million test drive on the could you find out and tell us? You're going to have to give us briefings on thanks to Mr. Lou and Mr. Massey. Government, people in the media, people in American life. Question about whether or not the FBI was taking a $5 million of FBI cyber as to where the laptop is, whether or not it's a point of vulnerability, whether or not the American people should wonder whether or not the first family is compromised?
Sir, I'd be happy to take your request back to our office.
Gosh, I mean, will you advocate for that briefing? You will?
I will be happy to take your request back to FBI headquarters.
Well, do you believe that that is a briefing that the Congress is worthy of having, I guess?
Sir, I'm not going to answer that question. Right? I'm here to talk. The
It says
invitation,
time
sir,
out.
the invitation says oversight of the FBI's cyber division. It does not say anything.
Well,
about
right,
the
but I mean,
top
this is a cyber asset. This
It's
is a
not a
point of
cyber
vulnerability. If there are passwords, if there are business deals, if there are references to things that could harm our country, like you can't even sit here right now and say that you know that there's not a point of vulnerability. Maybe there are other.
Taylor asked a really good question. Why is it that the American people, and people that do documentaries, by the way, how is it that these ordinary Americans, these people that, you know, they're not sitting in high ranking positions of the federal government or of any government for that matter, how do they know and how do we know more than the people that actually have the laptop? They don't know where it is. They won't say what's on it. And people have already seen what's on it. And the assistant director of the FBI has zero answers. Can somebody please answer that question for me? Anybody? Anybody got any answers for that? How do we know more than what the federal government knows? Like, this is unbelievable. Wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think? You are watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I want anybody that has any comment about the Hunter Biden doc that we saw. I apologize that I had to turn it off. It seems like it was so much filth that the traction kind of started spinning and it balled the tires. It was so hot. Man, put your comments. Please comment. Please talk about it. We're going to be moving on in the next segment. In the next segment, we're going to be looking at the January 6th fiasco. We're going to get into more current events also. But before we do anything else, I want to give my condolences to the Russell family. Bill Russell passed away at 88 years old. Truly an icon of leadership. I didn't agree with all of his civil rights perspectives, but nevertheless, one of the most influential human beings to ever walk this planet. I don't care what color he is. I pay more attention to the work that he did. 11-time champion as an NBA player. Again, a towering giant, civil rights, just a very impactful person. If you don't know his story, please read his autobiography. He was just an amazing person. Just an amazing person. Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody participating. Thank you for being here. You all watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I do want to get into January 6th, but I also want to leave room for people to share what they want to share. I will be more than glad to have you come up on the show if you want to. I can put the link down in the chat. I'm going to get Sugar Baby to give me the call-in number because I keep forgetting it. I keep forgetting my own call-in number. I probably need to get another one, something that's more memorable, perhaps, or I need to just get better at doing this. But we're going to take a quick look at the January 6th fiasco because it's the fiasco. I mean, let's just be real, okay? Let's just be real, America. Just one of the statements that Camel Toe had, I mean, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm being disrespectful. Our vice president, the Honorable Camel Toe. I don't know why I keep saying camel toe, but y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, she just said some ridiculous crap. I'm not going to play that back. I'm just going to remind the American people that this woman said that January 6th was worse than Pearl Harbor. It was worse than 9/11, and it needs to be etched into the minds of the American people. This is absolute buffoonery. Okay? Absolute buffoonery. But you heard it here first. I want to give a shout out to my man, Ethan. Back in the family, man. Family is important. My man E is back in the area. Shout out E. Love you, brother. Can't wait to see you. Coming to see you soon. Warrior Z. That's the whole. I got to put that on the screen. I have got to put that on the screen. Bam. I didn't say it. Y'all know who said it. The warrior herself. Salute. She's in a better position to say that than I am. Y'all see the EJ. I'm out here relaxing on a Sunday, making sure everybody get these facts. We're going to move on. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. It is Monday. See, I get it all mixed up. I work too much. Anyway, let's get into this. Okay? And then we're going to jump back into Matt Gaetz because he been firing on him and Jim Jordan. They some bad brothers, man. Y'all watching the Real Greg Kelly Show? Please stay tuned. You are going to want to see this. All right, here we go.
American Providence is careening off the rails as it is diverted by a spineless tax money pit salesman from California known as Adam Schiff.
You might think it's okay that the president is reported to have helped dictate that lie. You might think that's okay. I don't.
As the Washington Times reported, Representative Adam Schiff wants a defense policy bill to include language blocking Congress from oversight of the military and National Guard in some cases of domestic deployment. The exemption from congressional oversight is narrowly focused on the domestic deployment of troops, but Mr. Schiff's free pass for the Pentagon could impact a range of oversight from border security to the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol.
The U.S. military is not allowed to be involved in any way, even in the most minor way, involved in domestic politics. So this suggests the U.S. military under Joe Biden is involved in domestic politics.
Well, we also know, Tucker, from reporting by Newsweek that said that military assets were involved in January 6th, even leading up to the events of January 6th. What was the military doing? And we know that the military was fully hostile to Donald Trump. His own military leaders, including Mark Milley, were completely hostile to the president at that point.
Ray Epps, not Jacob Chansley or Joe Biggs, should be the poster boy for the supposed insurrection on January 6th.
All right, I got to say this. Pardon the interruption. I'm not even going to show my face. Where the F is Ray Epps? Where is Ray Epps? America, where is Ray Epps? Can we get a subpoena, a warrant, or something? We need to see Ray Epps. And we need to see him now. Damn it.
As Revolver News reported, Ray Epps has turned out to be perhaps the only person nailed dead to rights confessing on camera to plotting a pre-planned attack on the Capitol on both January 5th and January 6th. Epps announced multiple times at multiple locations his upcoming plot to breach the U.S. Capitol.
We need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. Peacefully. Fed. Tomorrow.
He then spent
I don't even like
hours attempting to recruit hundreds of others to join him. On top of it all, Epps was seen leading key people and managing key aspects of the initial breach of the Capitol grounds himself.
Far. It's that direction. Please spread the word.
All right, noted. But one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
Yeah, you don't need to get
Did
shot.
you arrest us all?
During the fog of war of the events following January 6th, Ray Epps and the actors surrounding him were hunted by the FBI and the New York Times. Now Epps isn't even mentioned during Schiff's January 6th committee hearings, and now the New York Times has painted Epps as a victim of conspiracy theory, creating its own conspiracy theory.
The piece describes Ray Epps as a disappointed Trump supporter. Well, here's the only thing. Ray Epps, as far as we know, did not go to the speech. Here is the alleged Trump supporter, Ray Epps, who traveled all the way from Arizona to Washington, D.C., and doesn't even attend the speech.
Meanwhile, 69-year-old grandmother Pam Hemphill from Idaho, who suffers from breast cancer and has no criminal history, just began her 60-day sentence.
Mom, what do you have to say to the American people as your last words before you go in?
Keep your faith that no matter what's going on in your life, God's with us, no matter what's happening to us. Do what's right and help make this country better again.
Your government wants you to know it hates you as they cover up further evidence. According to The Intercept, the Secret Service erased text messages from January 5th and January 6th, 2021, though the Secret Service maintains that the text messages were lost as a result of a device replacement program. The letter to The Intercept says the erasure took place shortly after oversight officials requested the agency's electronic communications. The United States wasn't forged by bug-eyed corporate prostitutes. The revolutionary fortitude of the invigorating human spirit imbued in the Declaration of Independence are alien concepts to those who would twist the very character of our nation to fulfill the half-baked whims of their foreign globalist masters and their dwindling party. John Bound reporting.
PrepareWithAlex.com hyperlinks to PrepareToday.com, which is run by our great Verbal Foods distributor, the great folks over there, and they.
Well, what do you think, America? Like, what's really going on? I vowed not to do a whole lot of talking today. I was going to let all of the material do all the talking on this super Monday mega stream from the Real Greg Kelly Show. I want the material to do the talking because I do a lot of talking. I don't want y'all to take my perspective. I don't want y'all to get, caught up in my angle. I want you to see it for yourself. Like, where the hell is Ray Epps at? We got grandmamas doing time, but Ray Epps is on camera saying, we're going to go into the Capitol, peacefully. We're going to go into the Capitol. And if you don't go into the Capitol,
I'm going to spank that ass.
Where's Ray Epps, y'all? Come on. We need to get that man back on the FBI's most wanted list for questioning. I promised to give you this doozy from Matt Gaetz in relationship to the January 6th fiasco. Again, I'm going to be quiet. Kind of, sort of. I want y'all to see this. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I want you to hear Matt Gaetz go in. Check this out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Feldman wrote articles entitled "Trump's Wiretap Tweets Raise Risk of Impeachment." He then wrote, "Mar-a-Lago ad belongs in impeachment file." And then Mr. Jake Flanagan wrote in Quartz, "A Harvard law professor thinks Trump could be impeached over fake news accusations." My question, Professor Feldman, is since you seem to believe that the basis for impeachment is even broader than the basis that my Democrat colleagues have laid forward, do you believe you're outside of the political mainstream on the question of impeachment?
I believe that impeachment is warranted whenever the president abuses his power for personal benefit or to corrupt the democratic process.
Did you write an article entitled "It's Hard to Take Impeachment Seriously Now"?
Yes, I did write that
And in that article,
Back
did you write, hold on, I'm limited on time, sir.
I wrote
Did you
that
write,
article.
since the
like let me answer
2018
the question,
midterm
sir?
election, House Democrats have made it painfully clear that discussing impeachment is primarily or even exclusively a tool to weaken.
All right, I'm gonna back this up. Do y'all see Noah Feldman's face? Why? I mean, he is. He know he's about to be exposed. I'm gonna back this up just a little bit, America. Look, I just want you to look at the posture. Look at his face. Oh my God, this is epic. Here we go again. Look at his face, man.
Democrats have made it painfully clear that discussing impeachment is primarily.
Oh, hold on. Let me go back a little bit further. Oh my God. This is epic. Look at this guy's face, man. Check this out, y'all.
Did you write, hold on, I'm limited on time, sir.
I wrote
Did you
that
write,
article.
since the
like let me
2018
answer the question,
midterm
sir?
election, House Democrats have made it
Wait
painfully
for it.
clear
There it is.
that
Look at that.
discussing impeachment is primarily or even exclusively a tool to weaken President Trump's chances in 2020. Did you write those words?
Until this call in July 25th, I was an impeachment skeptic. The
Very
call
well.
changed my mind, sir, and for
Thank
good
you. I
reason.
appreciate it. So let's see if we can get into the facts. To all of the witnesses, if you have personal knowledge of a single material fact in the Schiff report, please raise your hand. And let the record reflect no personal knowledge of a single fact. And you know what? That continues on the tradition that we saw from Madam Schiff, where Ambassador Taylor could not identify an impeachable offense. Mr. Kent never met with the president. Fiona Hill never heard the president reference anything regarding military aid. Mr. Hale was unaware of any nefarious activity with aid. Colonel Vindman even rejected the new Democrat talking point that bribery was invoked here. Ambassador Volker denied that there was a quid pro quo, and Mr. Morrison said there was nothing wrong on the call. The only direct evidence came from Gordon Sondland, who spoke to the President of the United States, and the President said, "I want nothing, no quid pro quo." And you know what? If wiretapping a political opponent's an impeachable offense, I look forward to reading that Inspector General's report, because maybe it's a different president we should be impeaching.
Maybe there's a different president that we need to be trying to impeach. Boo! Booyah! Hold on, let me go into the lab and grab one of these. Boom! Shots fired. Maybe there's another president that we should be trying to impeach. I mean, what a devastating comment. Devastating comment. Most of the world didn't get to see this. Most of the world. Because, again, this is top secret information, apparently, that not one witness had any credible evidence of any criminal activity in the Trump administration, but day after day, news show after news show, night after night, day after day, month after month. I mean, for an entire 3 years and some change, all we heard was lies. America, we have been lied to. We've been lied to. This is the stuff they don't want you to see. I have the honor and privilege of risking my YouTube career, which is not really big, by the way. AC, absolutely, brother. More than welcome. I'm going to put the link in the... Matter of fact, the link is in the family chat. You know what that is. It's in there. And feel free to bring yourself up here. We've been lied to about a lot of things. And again, I'm up here willing to risk my YouTube career to tell you the truth. We've been lied to. But anyway, who am I, right? I'm just the guy. I'm just a guy. I'm nobody. I'm some guy. I'm some guy. I'm an ice cream guy. I got my brother back here backstage. I'm about to bring him up. Before I do, I just want y'all to know I'm an ice cream guy. All right. Y'all watching the Real Greg Kelly Show.
Greg, you're not right, brother. You're not right. But I got something I want to show everybody. Since you're going on this little rant about January 6th, let's just say, and this is from the reason I bring the Daily Beast up. I don't like them. They are a left-leaning outfit, but this is what they said.
Oh, yeah? They said something? Oh, I got to hear this. You want me to share that?
Go, share it.
All right, let's get it.
FBI has found no evidence Trump or allies organized Capitol riot, says report. This is coming from the Daily Beast.
Wow.
So please, January 6th committee, please show us the facts. The FBI has already came out and said they have not found any evidence. Why do you think Merrick Garland will not come out and say he's going to prosecute Donald J. Trump, president of the 45th president of the United States of America? Why is that? Could that be the reason right there?
Y'all heard it here first. AC, exclusive. AC, let me go ahead and get a brother a round of applause. Thank you for sharing that. And
that came out last year. And they still haven't found any evidence whatsoever.
They're still trying to convince us that there's plenty of evidence, but there's none. The evidence that we need is a man named Ray Epps. Where's Ray, everybody?
Where is Ray? Where is the man? But because I've had this on standby, I've had this since August 21st of 2021. Every time someone brings up January 6th that's a leftist, guess what I show them? I bring that up and they just shut the hell up. So please, people,
shut the hell up.
That and Greg, I will put this in the private chat. Give this to everybody. Give this to Facebook. Give this to Twitter. And not Twitter, but YouTube. So they know they can have that information just for themselves. So when a leftist actually comes up and says, we want Donald Trump prosecuted for January 6th. Well, needless to say, the FBI, their heroes, have come out and said they have found no evidence. And there's not a report out there saying, a news report saying that anything's been different. But when I show them that article, they get quiet all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Well, it's hard to make any comment when the facts don't support what you're saying. So you kind of got to be quiet, or you run the risk of looking like a dumbass. Nobody wants to look like a dumbass, if you know what I mean.
I don't think liberals really care if they look like a dumbass. They just,
because they've been looking like dumbasses for quite some time now. Quite some time they've been looking like dumbasses.
What have we in 2020 before the election? How many people did you tell that Biden was corrupt? That he had dirty dealings with different countries around the world?
A ton of folks told him that.
And now we're coming to find out everything we said in 2020 and what the 45th president of the United States also said is actually coming true. What? How did we know? How did we know these things? Because we know the record. We know the track record of the man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see if I can remove this here. There we go. Thank you. All right, y'all. Are y'all having fun? I tell you what, if you're not having fun yet, I'm about to show you something that should make you laugh. Okay? It should make you laugh. You should like this. All right, here we go. AOC trying to get out of the handcuffs after she got arrested. You hear that, AC? AOC trying to get out of the handcuffs when she got arrested. Check this out, y'all. Y'all are watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. This right here is epic.
0719 NATO. Yeah, keep trying, big boy. You ain't gonna get out of them. Do it. Try. I'll cover you for 5. I say no.
Come on, cops.
Oh my God. That's one of my favorites right there, man. That is one of my favorites right there, brother. She was trying to get out of them cuffs. They taking bets. She got free, and guess who tased her?
The man of the hour, Mr. Trump.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Okay. I hope you enjoyed that one. That's one of my favorites right there. But here go the deal. I got a whole lot more to come. I'm just chilling. I got my main man with me. And he always brings something to the table. That was a devastating article, just so you know. And the reason why it's so devastating is because people lie so damn much.
Mm-hmm.
They just lie so damn much. And then they think that we don't know they're lying. It's unbelievable. Okay, unbelievable.
Well, what do you expect? I'm gonna say this as nicely as I can. The political establishment, the Joe Bidens, the Nancy Pelosi, the Chuck Schumers, the Mitch McConnells, the Lindsey Grahams, all of them that are part of that ilk, they are scared because they are seeing a new wave of national pride among Hispanics, among blacks, among whites, among everybody in this country. The minority actually is the ones that want the political establishment to stay in power. And in all actuality, none of them really have power. None of them really have power for one simple fact. We are a constitutional republic. We elect our representatives and our senators. Right. So in other words, they're really not in power because every 2 years for the House of Representatives, every 6 years for the members of the Senate can be voted out. Right. And they are seeing this wave that started with Trump, but won't end with Trump. Because I think the movement is bigger than that, just that one man. It's because people, in my honest opinion, and I've noticed this since I've started my channel, when I started the parallels between Nazi Germany and the United States, people started waking up back then. And I've been doing it almost a year now. Almost a year that I started doing my live streams about Nazi Germany and the United States. People are waking up. People are tired of the political establishment saying rules for thee, but not for me. So all of them can go and just
bite a pair of balls.
Yes, because they do not realize that America first started with Trump, but we have more people than just Trump.
Oh yeah, I mean we're pretty much building a team of people that really are going to be impactful. If you want to call into the show, this is the RGKS hotline number 562-542-3185. I want to hear what you have to say. I
wish Greg, I wish the last four were a certain number Nana has.
Oh yeah, that would be really nice.
That would be nice. I would like to have it where it would be that number, but just saying.
Yeah, if we could pull that off, that would actually be pretty good. I might look into that though. I might get a chance to see that. Yeah, I might get a chance to make that happen. But there's a number, folks. If you want to come and give us what you want to, just give us a little something. Definitely always want to hear what you have to say. Now, the next segment, I wanted to do the next segment on how Vladimir Putin is just whooping NATO's ass. I do. We're going to get to that. But before we do, AC, we can take a back seat on this one because I'm going to play something that I really wasn't going to play today. But since it's the Monday mega stream, I feel like it's only right that we show pay some homage to why America really wants to see, people like Trump, DeSantis, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Gates. Why we want to see people like that get in positions of power. I want you to understand why who we are as Americans and what we stand for. So I'm going to actually play a clip that I've got to find. I think I lost it in the backdrop here. I want
Why
you
ain't I surprised you lose? You'd lose your head if it wasn't attached.
I would, man. I'm and it's crazy because I'm actually working on I got it. I found it. All right. I'm actually working on a stream deck. So I shouldn't lose anything. However, I still do. I still lose stuff on the stream deck, which makes no sense whatsoever. Like, how the hell do you lose something on the stream deck? But anyway, call in 562-542-3185. The hotline is open. I'm more than glad to take your calls. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. And I got ice cold AC with me. All right. Without further ado, we're going to jump right into this long clip. So feel free to take a breather, AC. This is going to be a ride. But this right here is what America is all about. I want to thank AC for being here with me. Always a pleasure to have you on as a guest, bro. And you're welcome anytime. Hopefully we'll have Taylor with us real soon. She's going to share with us some things that's on her mind. It may be coming now, maybe coming later. Hopefully it's sooner than later. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. This is our homage. We salute you, Donald. We appreciate you, brother. RGKS.
Got a little spray. Give me a little spray. You're not allowed to use hairspray anymore because it affects the ozone. You know that, right? I said, you mean to tell me, because hairspray is not like it used to be. It used to be real good. When I put on that helmet, and by the way, look, it really is mine, right? Look at me, right? My hair. Give me a mirror. But no, in the old days, you put the hairspray on, it was good. Today, you put the hairspray on, it's good for 12 minutes, right? But, they say that you can't. I said, wait a minute. So if I take hairspray, and if I spray it in my apartment, which is all sealed, and you're telling me that affects the ozone layer? Yes. I say, so much winning if I get elected that you may get bored with winning. Believe me.
Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, is truly unlike any president who has come before him.
Trump or Hillary?
America has finally witnessed a commander-in-chief who doesn't just go off script. Sometimes he just goes off.
Who is Uma married to? One of the great sleazebags of our time. Anthony Weiner. Did you know that?
She's married to Anthony Weiner. You know, the little bing, 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 bum, bum. I love you very much.
I just learned that Crooked Hillary, along with her friend, you know, she's got this goofy friend named Elizabeth Warren. She's on a Twitter ad. She's a goofus. She is a goofus. So, Elizabeth, you ever see her? I mean, this woman, she's a basket case.
And while he skewers the press, the establishment, and even himself, almost all of America is laughing out loud.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
You should not have called Mayor Koch a moron. That was not good public relations.
Hey, what can I do?
Well, doesn't it? Aren't you a little? Don't you want to
I don't think it's bad public relations. No, I don't take it back. When it comes to running the city, he's about as bad as anybody I've seen. Ed Koch has been a disaster for New York. People that live in New York understand it. Taxes have gone through the roof. Everything's gone through. You have, whether it's a Wallman rink or a subway system, whether it's a school that comes in and takes 8 or 9
but
years.
you're out with your folks at City Hall getting your picture taken. Was it good old days?
Well, I guess you liked me in those days.
Americans' trust in President Trump is rising because their faith in politicians and the big media has fallen to new lows.
Let me just tell you something, and it's very interesting. You're not bringing up anything new. You know, you're acting like you're the great reporter, blah, blah, blah. Hillary Clinton was the worst Secretary of State in the history of the United States. Hillary was the worst. In the history of the United States, there's never been a Secretary of State so bad as Hillary. The world blew up around us. Is Trump a good speaker? She's talking about he uses a language that, you know how easy, remember I used to tell how easy it is to be presidential? But you'd all be out of here right now. But you'd be so bored because I could stand up, right? I could stand up. Yeah. I'm very presidential. And then you go, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. That's easy. See, that's easy. That's much easier than doing what I have to do.
Trump's casual and often caustic style is not only refreshing, it touches a nerve with heartland Americans disconnected from Washington and the elites in New York and Hollywood.
Don't worry about that baby. I love babies. So I love babies. I hear that baby crying. I like. Actually, I was only kidding. You can get the baby out of here. Or if I don't run, they're out of business. Who's going to cover? They're going to cover Bernie? Hey, they're going to cover like Sleepy Joe Biden? They're going to cover Pocahontas? Who was? Think of it. But I just hate gutless people.
Trump is like the new Don Rickles and Rodney Dangerfield combined.
Donald, you don't really mean we're going to build a wall, do you? I say, absolutely we're going to build a wall, 100%.
Hold it. Why build? You're better off leasing at $1.25, $1.50 a square foot. Take your down payment and put it into CDs or something else you can roll over every couple of months.
Okay, you ready? Who's going to pay for the wall? Who?
Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff.
Whatever.
First of all, you're going to have to grease local politicians for the sudden zoning problems that always come up.
Who cares?
I don't know if you are familiar with who runs that business, but I assure you it's not the Boy Scouts.
They said to me, what is your comment? I said, the wall just got 10 feet higher.
Are you kidding? The Japs will kill us on a labor cost.
We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a real wall. See that ceiling up there? I mean, this is a wall that if you get up there, you're not coming down.
Fantasy land.
Thank you.
He really seems to care about what I have no idea.
Where's your daddy? And your mommy, right? Do you want to go back? you want to go back to them or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
Donald Trump is not a politician. He is a billionaire businessman who isn't looking for anything and not afraid to speak his mind.
How stupid are our leaders? How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen? How stupid are they?
Rosie O'Donnell's show is a disaster. He said, "Sir, I've been in politics for 25 years. I've been a senator for many years. I really know what I'm doing." I said, "Sir, I've been in politics for 2.5 years, and I'm the president of the United States."
This dais is the perfect metaphor for where America stands today. Look at our economy, barely moving, gasping for air, and desperately clinging to life. Very much like Larry King.
Whether you agree with him or not, he tells it like it is, or at least as he sees it.
Do you think a businessman like Trump has a chance to be president? Do you think he has any shot at all? Do you think this is real?
No, just because no one would work with him. Like Republicans and Democrats would be babies and they would pout because they're like bought and owned. And it's like, how come this guy's free?
Right.
And gets to say whatever he wants. I mean, I don't know. I've enjoyed the hell out of him. Just all the stuff the guy's been saying. I hope more politicians are just at least just say what they're thinking.
Right.
I love when they were going like, yeah, you said all this sexist stuff about women. You said this about women. You said that about women. You said this. And he goes, no, I said that about Rosie O'Donnell. And then they laughed and then they, no, you said it about other women too. And he goes, yeah, you're probably right. And then it was just over. That's all you got to do is just admit, that's what I do, you know?
America's first citizen president, Donald Trump never apologizes and never pulls punches.
And people are worried about my tone. You heard the other night at debate, they asked Ted Cruz, serious question, well, what do you think of waterboarding? Is it okay? And honestly, I thought he'd say absolutely, and he didn't. He said, well, he's concerned about the answer because some people, she just said a terrible thing. You know what she said? Shout it out because I don't want to. Okay, you're not allowed to say, and I never expect to hear that from you again. She said, I never expect to hear that from you again. She said he's a. That's terrible. Terrible. We met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post.
President Trump knows he's not going to get a fair shake from the press, so he calls them out every time.
Okay, just for the media, the fake news back there. They took very good care of him. They were very gentle. He was very obnoxious. It was only one person. So we have thousands of people here. So listen, tomorrow the headline will be protesters disturb the Trump. One person, folks.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question?
Go ahead.
No, Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
President-elect,
Go ahead.
Since you are attacking
No,
our news
not you.
organization,
Not you.
Can you give us a chance?
Your organization
You
is
are attacking
terrible.
our news organization.
Your organization
Can you give
is
us a
terrible.
chance
Let's
to ask
go.
a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir,
Quiet.
can you
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Can you state
She's asking a
categorically-
question.
Mr.
Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you
No, I'm
give
not
us a
going to give you a
question?
question.
Can
I'm
you-
not going to give you a
can you state-
question.
can you state
You are
categorically-
fake news.
Sir,
Go ahead.
And with 55 million Twitter followers, he just goes around the press, always making sure he has the last laugh.
I don't know. Let me ask you, should I keep the Twitter going or not? Keep it going? I think so. You know,
the enemies keep saying, oh, that's terrible. But, you know, it's a way of bypassing dishonest media, right? You go, wow.
The President of the United States retweeting a video on Twitter that shows him hitting a golf ball and then the golf ball striking Hillary Clinton and knocking her down. You see it there.
At real Donald Trump, Mitt Romney had his chance and blew it. That's true, actually. I lost. You may not have noticed. Let's see. Who are you anyway? And by the way, where do you buy the shoe polish you wear in your hair? At Trump 2016. I buy it at Costco in bulk.
They don't want to get a nasty tweet from Donald Trump. Do you believe that?
The media dare not ignore the president. The late-night TV hosts pretend to hate him, but they love the high ratings the president always brings.
The President of the United States has personally come after me and my show. And there's only one thing to say. Don't you know I've been trying for a year to get you to say my name?
Do you know Donald Trump? Is he somebody that you've come across in your many appearances?
What are you, cop? He said, this would be great for you and Barbara. With this kitchen overlooking the sea, overlooking the ocean, overlooking the town, overlooking the park. And what is that? There's $1.7 billion. And this is $1.8 billion. And this is $9.6 billion. And this is $8.9 billion. And I looked at it and I threw $1 on the floor and says, leave me alone.
Americans yearned for a president to say what's been on their minds, and now their wish has been fulfilled with Donald J. Trump.
Sit down. Sit down.
Just because of the attack, the fake news, and attacking our network, I just want to ask you, sir.
I'm changing it from fake news, though.
Doesn't that undermine?
Very fake news.
I know, but aren't you?
I want to see an honest press. I mean, I started off today by saying that it's so important to the public to get an honest press. The public doesn't believe you people anymore.
I never want to live in a world where Donald Trump isn't running for president. Yeah.
It's clear to friends and foes, you either get on board the Trump train or you might just get run over.
I'm beating him awfully badly in the polls.
But you're not beating Hillary.
So
You're not beating Hillary.
Well, then if I can't beat her, you're really going to get killed, aren't you?
Would you ever?
Probably not. But I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't.
Americans know our 45th president as the real estate mogul and television star who turned to politics when he saw the country he loves going down the wrong path. Born June 14, 1946, in the rough and tumble borough of Queens, New York, Donald J. Trump was just in his 30s when he started constructing some of Manhattan's largest and most expensive buildings. Soon, he became the city's best-known developer. Not content with being a billionaire mogul, in 2004, Trump began starring in the reality TV show The Apprentice. It became an instant hit, a prime-time phenomenon that lasted an unheard of 14 seasons.
You're fired.
But Trump was not done winning by a long shot.
Hey, look at this! Donald Trump! Oh, my God! The hostile takeover of Donald Trump!
In June of 2015, with his stunning wife Melania and family by his side, the Donald set out to conquer the world of politics and announced his candidacy for President of the United States of America.
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
And I want you to know that also, I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Unlike President Ronald Reagan, whose self-deprecating humor was usually not intended to belittle opponents, Trump's jabs often go directly for the jugular.
I think his response, his visceral response to attack people on their appearance, short, tall, fat, ugly. My goodness, that happened in junior high. Are we not way above that? Would we not all be worried to have someone like that in charge of the nuclear arsenal?
Mr. Trump.
I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there.
The 2016 presidential debates entertained and sometimes shocked Americans.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee it.
Bottom line, ratings went through the roof as millions tuned in to see Trump break all the rules and stomp on his opponents.
Now you look at Kasich. I don't think he knows what, did you see him? He has a news conference all the time when he's eating. I have never seen a human being eat in such a disgusting fashion. I'm always telling my young son, Barron, I'm saying, and I always with my kids, all of them, I'd say, children, small little bites, small. This guy takes a pancake and he's shoving in his mouth. It's disgusting. Do you want that for your president? I don't think so.
After winning the Republican primary, Trump set his sights on the big showdown with Democrat Hillary Clinton. It was not pretty, but it was pretty fun.
Such a nasty woman. She's a world-class liar. Just look at her pathetic email server statements. You do have experience. I'd say the one thing you have over me is experience, but it's bad experience. She should not be president under any circumstances.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Hillary, for her part, had second thoughts about her lame responses.
It's another thing to be in front of, 50, 60, 70 million people and having him scowling and leering and moving up on me. And it was so discombobulating. Women and so children, while I'm answering questions, my mind is going, okay, do I keep my composure? Do I act like a president? What he said was extremely unwise. Or do I wheel around and say, get out of my space, back up, you creep?
I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
Nearly everyone said it could not be done.
I think Hillary Clinton's ahead. I think actually she'll win by more than Barack Obama won by in 2012, less than he won by in 2008.
There's not going to be a President Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank. Okay. I guarantee it.
I'd wager $1 million Canadian that it will be Hillary Clinton.
He's just not going to win the general election in this mode. Not even close.
A man who will never be president of the United States.
He will never be president.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Donald J. Trump defied his critics, the press, and the pundits by winning the 2016 election, being sworn into office as president on January 17th, 2017.
Well, I got a call.
I talk about.
Woo!
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir.
I think their plan in 2016 backfired on them.
Oh yeah, There's no question. There's no question. They didn't see this coming. I hope everybody saw what you needed to see. We're celebrating, just the masterful run of Trump, just for all that it was, all the joy and all the excitement, all the energy that it brought to this country. And I can't wait for round two.
That one video about the guy getting escorted out of a Trump rally, is this the one? Is this what Donald?
Hold on. She don't know it, but it's about to happen. Hold on. We got our first caller. Thank you.
Warrior Z.
Oh, yeah.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Wow. She hung up on me. We had our
Warrior
first,
Z, come on.
first caller, man. We had our first caller, man. Oh, maybe,
Is this where-
maybe she'll call back. We hope so.
Hey, Greg, is this what he said about that young man?
Go home to mommy. Go home. Bye. Go home to mommy.
Bye.
Go home to mommy.
Bye. Bye. Yeah. Yeah, go home to mommy. She better not be sending me no messages either. You can call back up in here. Playing with me. Hello, Greg. It's me, little sister or older sister trying to call. All right. Maybe next note. Call. Hey, Warrior, call back.
Yeah, Sister Z.
I might just call her. Let me see. I might just call her back. Call Warrior. Yeah, let me call. Let's see if we can get Warrior on the line.
This should be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, this is the real Greg Kelly. I'm trying to reach Warrior Z.
Well, I have to go look for her because she does identify as a black male.
Oh my
So
God.
I have to go look for her.
Oh my God. What's up, Warrior? What's up, girl?
No. Hey, well, you said to call in, so I'm calling in.
Yes.
And
yes.
I need you to answer a question for me. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. You answer me a question. If, let's say I were to threat the White House or anything, would I get arrested?
If you were to threaten
If I were to,
the White House.
if I were to do yes.
I have to be honest. If you threaten the White House, it's a building. As long as no one's in there, you should be okay.
But what I'm getting to is, didn't a lot of these celebrities say they wanted to blow the White House up and all this stuff when President Trump was there?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They actually they actually threatened the president, Warrior.
But didn't Mr.
So is it because of their celebrity status? Like, let's just say, like one album hit Madonna, who threatened, and on camera and everything, the president, she's walking around freely. You got all these people that are walking around that have threatened the president walking around freely. And yet you have this elderly warrior, as Cindy D put, a woman who has cancer, who's going to do months in jail, then be on probation for 3 years. I don't have the words. I'm trying to say, like, oh my God, it's just upsetting. I'm trying to keep it PG. It's just upsetting and disgusting. Why aren't these people, these celebrities, in jail? Is it because they sold their soul to the devil and that's who they're being protected by, or what?
I think really, what I've seen is, and I spoke with a young lady yesterday. And again, I want to thank you for calling. I spoke with a young lady yesterday who was just simply saying, "Hey, I'll vote for anybody other than Donald Trump." And I think the left and those that support the left and those who really hate this country but yet have benefited from this country, I think they get a free pass. They can say whatever they want to say. They're not being censored whatsoever, and it's because they've signed on, to the Great Reset. They've signed on to the to the new globalist agenda. AC, what are your thoughts on that?
I honestly think it, like you're saying, it is very much in their nature to say these things for one simple fact: they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Because I pulled a clip up. of Mr. Depp saying something. And this is from ABC. There's a reason why I'm doing these liberal media outlets. There's a reason behind it. Now listen to what it said.
The beginning of a statement igniting controversy overnight.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Holy whoa. Whoa.
And this was shortly after President Trump was elected.
So what are your thoughts on that, Warrior? I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? This guy can actually say,
yeah.
I feel your pain.
But if we say something like that,
you end up in a gulag.
Exactly.
End up in the gulag.
And then, but do you realize, Greg, and AC, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of those individuals that hate everything about the United States and then, but they're the first ones to go wherever they know there's a free handout.
Absolutely.
They're the first ones to stretch their hand out.
Yep.
And, and then they're the first ones to be barking up free, bitching about everything. Ooh, sorry, that one escaped. I'm trying to keep it PG so we don't get in trouble on the Real Great Kelly. Oh, she said, like and share, please. And I sound like a man, I'm sorry. But, this is just really disgusting. And there's just so much that's upsetting and so much that's irritating me. I don't want to go off on a tangent. But, yes, thank you for answering my question. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for being you. Thank you for combing your hair. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
Thanks for calling in, Warrior. Love you, girl.
Okay. I love you too. Bye, AC.
All right, yeah. That's Warrior Z, y'all. Thanks for the call. Any other callers?
and I didn't even see the. I haven't been watching the chat. Taylor even said Johnny Depp said, "When was the last time a actor did that?" I'm like, but if one of us said something like that, we'd be in prison with the January 6th folks.
Yeah, you be in DT with no bond, no lawyer, no access to a lawyer, no phone, in the dungeon, 23-1, locked down for 23 hours, get 1 hour rec per day. That is the gulag, America. That's the gulag. All right. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah. See? You see that love chat, best adult date? I don't know where that comes from at all.
Good job, Taylor! Woo!
Taylor, what the hell did you do, man? Like, what is it? Like, I saw that. What is that?
And Brookford has had to say that they love that you brushed your hair.
Hey, I take it out. I take this joint off right now and fly the bush. I'll fly the peacock right now. I don't want that, but I will. I'll fly the peacock.
Hey, I don't. At least I got mine cut. I feel like a human being again.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, yeah, you look mighty good, man. I was about to say something about that. We got distracted. But yeah, it's like, we keep getting this love chat, this adult dating stuff. Like, what the hell is that? It's all good though. I I love the trolls. They don't rub me the wrong way at all. I invite them in because I already know I know how y'all built. Y'all built upside down. You see what I'm saying? Y'all ain't built right. Anyway, y'all just do y'all little thing on YouTube. But y'all know what to do if you really want that smoke. Anyway, so look, we're going to get into our next segment. We're going to take a 2-minute pause for the calls. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I got Ice Cold with me. Later on, we are going to have Sugar Baby 1010 on the set. We are going to have Taylor Made. She's going to not be in studio, but she's going to be live with us. And y'all already know we got Ice Cold. Hopefully we'll have somebody call in. The hotline number's up. The RGKS hotline 562-542-3185. Call in, man. We want to know what your thoughts are about what you've seen so far. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I want y'all to feast on this commercial And we're going to take a 2-minute break after this fun-loving commercial right here. We're going to take a couple-minute break. AC, you got anything you want to say before we go to break?
Hit us up. Hit that like button. Share this out. And subscribe to this brother because he will bring a lot of great content. He is a funny human being. And if you don't know why me and Greg get along so much with the trolls, it's because of a stream he did over a year ago that made me fall in love with the brother. Just saying. Go check it out. Shaking the family tree. Go watch it. Have a laugh. If you know the characters in it, you might actually agree with it. Just saying.
Yep. All right, y'all sit back. This one right here. Let me see. This is how to ride a bike like Joe Biden. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show.
What the?
Come on. Come on. You can shake it. Just go, wait. Stop. I changed my mind. I'm scared. You're rubbing the underwear. What is that? Why are you doing that? Yeah, well, I shit in my pants. All right. And I had to walk all the way home alone with shit in my pants. Come on. Okay. Push. I got you. I'm not good at it. All right. It's balance. It's just balance. You got this, kid. You're an athlete. Get ready, pal. You got it. Go, it's in you, buddy. I got you. I ain't gonna let you fall. Don't let me go. I won't let you fall. Don't let go. I'm still with you.
I know you're trying to goad me.
I'm not letting you go. I'm with you, my boy. I'm with you, my boy. Yeah.
This man cannot remain power.
Oh, let's go, Brandon.
Did you watch that? Look, come on, man.
Oh, are you?
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
We'll be back in 120 seconds. We love you, the Real Greg Kelly Show. Woo! What's up, AC? This shit funny as hell to me, man.
It is. Oh, for crying out loud. Only in America, people. Only in America can we have fun like this at our government's expense.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, my God. I killed myself, boy. Oh, my Lord, that's funny as hell. Hey, thanks for being up here, man. I appreciate you.
I love being up here. It's fun to just sit back and relax and let you do what you do.
Hey, thanks for hooking that Odyssey situation up for me, too. I was struggling. I had so much going on. I had a meeting this morning at 8. I got up at 4:30. I was trying to set this whole thing up. It took a while. And so you actually doing the Odyssey thing just took a load off, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, that's what we're here for, brother.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate it. Nick, I see you, girl. We're going to work on that. I see you. I can't wait to see Sugar Baby up here, boy. That's going to be dope. Woo, my woman up here. Lord have mercy. They give me goosebumps. Ah.
Well, Nick, what we're going to do is as soon as he gets this done, I'm going to show him how to download videos to Odyssey.
CoastToCoastMixtapes.com.
All right, we about to come back now, y'all. I just want to shake a tail feather. I'm twerking, but y'all can't see me. Woo! This the intermission. Go ahead, get you something to drink, get you something to eat. Shake something while you're walking to the kitchen. Don't let nobody see. Woo! If y'all from the city, y'all know a little something about this house music. Come on, don't be scared. Show me what you got. All right, everybody. We back in the house. Had to take a brief intermission. Had to go potty. Had to go potty. Had to go potty. But anyway, I promise y'all, AC is one of the best people I know, man. I ain't even gonna tell y'all the story, but I got mad love for the brother. Love having him on set. Sugar Baby 1010 will be in the building. I'm gonna get with Taylor May. She will be live on the set. Right now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna touch this setup from Joe Biden and the globalists, who actually thought that they could fool the American people into believing that gas prices went through the roof because of Vladimir Putin. I'm going to give you the breakdown. I'm going to show you what's happening right now. I'm going to show you what's the result of all the nonsense they told us. I'm going to show you the results. You're going to see it. I'm not going to narrate it. I do have AC with me. I can clearly tell you that this is something you want to speak on. AC, what you got? What you got?
The global elites, I have to give them credit. I have to do something for Mr. Biden. This is just for Mr. Biden trying to cover up the corruption and the political establishment around the world. the man deserves a round of applause for showing us what kind of man he actually is. All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But the thing about it, he made and the press won't say it, he said in one of his speeches that the liberal order is getting stronger because of everything happening. The thing about it, me and you have talked about this, Greg, and I honestly believe you. Russia and a certain other country that is threatening the United States are stopping something from happening right now. They are stopping something from happening worldwide. Because there is proof of it. I won't say what I'm actually... And yeah, they're asking for a sugar baby.
Yeah, I put that up there so Sugar Baby can see it on the screen. Look at it. Y'all will get some Sugar Baby today, I promise. I know y'all get sick of seeing me and my ugly behind. I get sick of seeing me too. So don't feel bad. It's okay. So look, let's go into this. We're going to go back right when the sanctions began. We're going to revisit that, and then we're going to go forward. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I got Ice Cold AC on set. You are going, what you got? You want to say something?
I'm going to say something else.
Yes,
Not too long ago, Mr. Greg did some streams about what is actually happening over in Western and Eastern Europe. Please go check them out because there is a lot of information on them, and they would be a good place to start. If you're listening to us today, you'll actually get a recap of things that we know. Just saying. Go and help support this brother because he brings a lot of good information. But
Make sure you
thank
call
you,
in.
Berkey.
Make sure you call in. Oh yes, I gotta put that up. We love ice cold, man. Don't nobody love ice cold AC into the heat of the summer. You love ice cold AC. A whole lot of y'all love ice cold AC and don't even know it. You don't even know. You don't even know. But anyway, we're going into this. Gonna take you back. Want you to see exactly what these sanctions have done that Joe Biden instituted. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show.
JP Morgan can't do business now by law because we've sanctioned commercial banks, and probably JP Morgan's correspondents around the world will not do business with Russian central banks. They have avoided all of the energy-related banks. Okay,
yeah, that was my next question.
That's kind of a glitch.
Is that because there's too much, that Vladimir Putin has too much leverage and they just don't want to go there yet? I mean, that's the bulk of their economy. If you really want to make it hurt, you hit him at energy.
Yeah, the late John McCain put it very well. It was one of his finest moments. He was a friend of mine. He said, Russia's an old gas station masquerading as a country. All they do is oil and gas. That's it. They have some raw materials too. So the way to get at them is to open the spigots wide. Okay, drill, pipeline, get the world oil price down. This is where Biden has made an enormous mistake and has handed Putin, on a silver platter, a lot of financial power. I'll give you a little bit of history real fast. When oil prices got to $150 a barrel in 2008, Putin took Georgia. Okay. Then oil prices simmered down. Then oil prices in 2014 got back to $100 a barrel. Putin took Crimea. Then with the fracking revolution, which started under Obama, even though he opposed it, and then continued under Trump with energy independence, oil prices were low, $25, $40, $45, maybe $50. You never heard from Putin. The past year, oil prices have jumped from $50 to $100. Wow. Putin made about $85 billion in profits from that, and he's using that money to finance his war on Ukraine. So the moral of the story is open the spigots. Biden is doing exactly the reverse. At his press conference Thursday, Biden attacked the oil and gas companies.
He did.
Said, don't take advantage of
he
those. Jennifer Granholm, right now, the energy secretary, has a hold on 6 LNG export projects. She won't put it through. The Interior Department has stopped all new federal leasing for new projects, whether it's oil and gas or LNG exports. They are doing everything to help Putin rather than to hurt him. So, Pete, I'm for sanctions. We need to go further on that. We need to sanction the central bank. We need to sanction all the commercial banks. That will hurt a lot. But ultimately, pour it on. We could produce 15 million barrels a day. We're only at 11.5 now. You do that, gasoline prices come down, the world crude price comes down, Putin loses money. So like Ukraine, he's stuck in Ukraine. It's going to cost him a lot more money than he thought. That's the way to go after him. Reinstate the Keystone Pipeline. Reinstate the drilling in Alaska. So simple. All the above energy policy. I'm not against renewables. I'm saying don't close down our principal source because we're handing Putin profits and he uses those profits to exercise, his whatever demonic. He wants to break up NATO, take the U.S. down. Just drill.
All right. So, AC, this is what they were doing. Oh, we're going to sanction Russia. Oh, we're going to make sure Putin is not able to make money off gasoline. Oh, this is what they made a mistake. Oh, Russia is... One second. Russia is just a gas station masquerading as a country. You were wrong. What you got, AC? What you got?
Why is it the 4 years President Trump when he talked to Putin, when he talked to Xi Jinping of China, when he talked to the guy in North Korea, Kim Jong-un, when he talked to those three guys, why is it nothing was really done? They didn't go after Ukraine or Taiwan or South Korea. Why is it you didn't really hear anything after that first year?
If you guys want to get a hot date, if you want a hot date, the link is in the chat. If you want a hot book, you want the free booty, they give it to you, courtesy of AC, courtesy of Ice Cold AC. I have nothing to do with this.
I'm innocent here. I'm innocent here. I'm not doing it.
I have nothing to do. I didn't know. I know that. All right. So what we just looked at, America, is these were, these experts talking about the sanctions and how it would just crush Russia. Well, I think it backfired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you an article, not an article, but a video, a report from Gravitas that's going to break it down, this first clip, and then I'm going to actually show you a very long clip, a very long report. You want to watch this. You want to share this. Don't share the links for the free dating. I got to get into who's doing that. Moderators, if you can, find out where that crap's coming from. I think it's AC. All right. I think it's that guy.
How can I do that when I'm on here with you?
Yeah, him right there. That guy. I think it's him.
No, it's this guy right here. It's the guy over here.
I can't do it right. But anyway, watch this report from Gravitas and give me your thoughts. The number's on the screen. Call in. We will take your calls today. Thank you for watching the Monday Mega Stream. Thank you guys for all the love. And I got Ice Cold with me. We're going to have Brooke, Sugar Baby, will be with us coming here soon in the next couple of segments. Gravitas report on the gas war between, Europe and Russia. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show.
Europe is under attack. Russia is waging an economic war. Russian gas supplies to Europe are down by 80%. Russia could single-handedly push Europe into recession. This gas war threatens governments and leaders in the EU, and Europe has virtually no defense. Today, Russia announced more supply cuts. The Europeans saw this coming, but that does not make their situation any better. Earlier this month, Russia shut off the Nord Stream pipeline. They said it was for maintenance. Europe feared the supplies will not resume. They did. But now Russia has struck another blow. It has cut supplies further. In fact, these cuts began last month. Quick primer. Russia supplies gas to Europe through Nord Stream 1. It's a gas pipeline. It is operated by Russia's state-owned company, Gazprom. Until yesterday, Nord Stream 1 was operating at just 40% of its capacity. Today, Russia has reduced it by half, meaning this pipeline is now operating at just 20% of its capacities. Let me repeat that. From 100% before the war, it went down to 40%, and now it has fallen to 20%. So Europe has now lost 80% of its supply from Russia. And this is bad news, whichever way you look at it. Russia made up more than 40% of Europe's natural gas needs. That's what Russia supplied. Now it accounts for just 15%. The Nord Stream is Russia's biggest pipeline. Last year, it delivered more than a third of European gas imports, but now the supply from Russia is as good as gone. The question is, why has Moscow taken the step? To build pressure, to strike a blow. Russia says it is not getting the parts it needs for the pipeline to function. And for that, it blames Western sanctions. So the message is clear. If you want Russian gas, lift the sanctions.
Russia is not interested in stopping gas supplies to Europe. Russia is a responsible supplier of gas, and whoever says what be in the European Commission, European capital cities, United States of America, Russia was, is, and remains a country that in no small way guarantees Europe's energy security, and not just verbally, but de facto. On the other hand, if Europe continues to move along this path of recklessly introducing limitations and sanctions, which hit right back at themselves, then the situation here would be a different one.
That statement / threat from the Kremlin came yesterday. Today, Russia has walked the talk. Who is hurt the most? Germany. They're the ones feeling the biggest impact. Germany still depends on Russia for around a third of its supplies, but now they'll have to do with less Russian gas. Who else is affected? Poland, Bulgaria, Finland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Italy, France, Austria, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic. All of these countries have either suffered partial cuts or completely lost Russian gas supply. What will be the economic impact of these cuts? In one word, dire. Leading European economies could be pushed into recession. If Russia completely stops supply, Hungary's economic output will decline by 6.5%. Italy will lose 5.7%. Austria and Germany almost 3% each. And that's why the Russian cuts are worrying. They could plunge Europe into a deep recession. Germany has launched a fierce attack on Russia. It says there is no technical reason for Russia to cut supplies. This is what the German economy minister said.
To draw a line, I think it's an important, very important next step. It shows that Europe stays united, that Europe is able to find unity and giving a strong signal also in the day where the flows of gas in Nord Stream 1 are reduced to another 20% to Putin and to Russia. You won't split us.
You won't split us, he says. So Berlin is banking on European unity, and it doesn't look like a very bright idea, and I'll tell you why. Today, an important meeting took place in Brussels. Energy ministers from European Union states met. They reached a deal to ration gas. Remember, we told you about this proposal. The EU has proposed cuts on gas consumption. All countries will reduce consumption. They proposed what is now called the 15% rule, 15%. That's how much they proposed to cut. European countries were asked to reduce their gas usage by 15%. For now, these cuts will be voluntary. But if push comes to shove, Brussels wanted the power to enforce these cuts. The EU leadership did not get the deal they wanted. Their proposals have been substantially watered down. They've had to exempt a large number of industries. Plus, they've given some countries a backdoor. Under certain circumstances, these countries can be exempted from the 15% rule. So the EU's plan is not really binding. And that's because a number of countries were opposed to rationing. Spain and Portugal, for example, they don't really depend on Russian gas, so they don't want to ration gas and hurt their economies. Then we have Poland. It was opposed to the 15% plan because its storage is almost full. Poland has a good reserve supply. It says the EU's proposal to ration gas is, quote unquote, totally against the idea of energy security and democracy. Greece, Cyprus, Malta, and Ireland have also rejected mandatory rationing. Hungary is on a different trajectory altogether. It wants to buy more Russian gas. Recently, the Hungarian foreign minister was in Moscow. He was trying to secure another 1 billion cubic meters of Russian natural gas. So long story short, Europe is divided and Russia is hitting it where it hurts the most. Russia is cutting gas supplies and European nations don't want to cut consumption. Ukraine is calling it a gas war. Listen to what President Volodymyr Zelensky said.
Today we saw new gas threats to Europe. Despite the Nord Stream turbine concession, Russia is not planning to resume gas supply to European countries as it is obliged to do under a contract. This is all done by Russia on purpose to make it as difficult as possible for Europeans to prepare for winter. And this is an open gas war that Russia is waging against a united Europe. This is.
I just want to say something, y'all. So here's this guy talking about Russia waging a gas war when the sanctions were nothing more than war against Russia, trying to isolate Russia and get people to not buy Russian gas. and it blew up. So like what? Like who is this guy and how does he get to say, oh, this is nothing more than a purposeful move? Like, do you not know, Zelensky, what you and your country and all the dirt scumbag money that's been funneled through this hellhole that you call Ukraine and the crisis that is created in America, and there you crying about the shit blowing up in your face? Shut up. I'm sorry, I had a meltdown. Let's continue. It's almost over here.
Precisely how it should be perceived.
Війна, яку Росія веде проти об'єднаної Європи. Саме так.
There's no doubt Russia is waging an economic war on Europe. It is weaponizing gas supplies. But remember, Europe too targeted Russia with sanctions. And this is war. When you attack, you must prepare for a counterattack. So what has Europe done to save itself? Does it have alternatives? Can it get gas from elsewhere? Well, it does have some options. Option number one is the United States. Europe could buy gas from the US, but American supplies are going to be expensive. Transportation is the big challenge. There is no gas pipeline between America and Europe. So the gas needs to be transported in liquid form via ships, and that ends up being more expensive. Option number two is Norway and Azerbaijan. They could supply gas. Europe already has agreements in place, but do Norway and Azerbaijan have enough supply? Experts say they don't, not immediately at least. They won't be able to fill the gap left behind by Russia. And that's why Europe is stuck. It needs alternatives to Russian gas. Its options are limited and less than ideal. And it is running out of time. A cold winter and a deep recession are around the corner. WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
Okay, so that's strike one. Okay, that's strike one. You sanction Russia. You want to get, I mean, at least on paper, it looks like we want to keep Russia from, making money off oil and gas. When that's pretty much what they make their money off of. And as a result, some other things have sparked off that nobody's talking about in the news. Nobody. Like when I tell you that NATO is getting its behind kicked, and it's almost like NATO was depending on Joe Biden. This is what's so funny. They were depending on Joe Biden to have their backs once they turned their backs on Russia. And see, what we're not going to talk about is that Russia in this conflict, it was not the aggressor. It was actually NATO that was being the aggressor. But our mainstream media, they're going to tell us, oh, Russia wants to restore the former glory of the Soviet Union. Well, it doesn't look that way anymore, does it? I mean, not to me. It don't look that way no more. What you got, bro?
It's just surprising the mainstream media here in America will not talk about the corruption in that family. The head of that household is a resident at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah.
That's how corrupt. But Greg, we've talked about this. The reason it's happening is because of 3 operations that at some point we're going to start doing streams on in the near future. Just saying. And if people want to look into these, Operation Paperclip. There's a reason why we're starting with Paperclip. Operation Mockingbird. And Operation Lockstep. There's a reason these 3 operations need to be taught to a degree where people can understand them. Because Paperclip, and this is just a brief synopsis of each one. Paperclip, it's when we brought all the German scientists over here to the United States.
Yeah.
Operation Mockingbird was the operation that had the Associated Press, the AP, people from CNN, MSNBC, because at the time, Fox wasn't a part of it for one simple fact. Fox wasn't actually built until after Operation Mockingbird started. So that's why I'm not. But all the mainstream media, and I'm thinking that Fox is a part of it now. Operation Mockingbird gave all these news outlets a way of saying the same exact things as the politicians. If you've ever noticed, the mainstream media, when Nancy Pelosi comes out and says something, how many of the people on those channels say the exact same thing over and over? Because the perfect example, Russia.
Yes.
Everything that was said by Adam Schiff, all the pundits said the exact same thing over and over for 2.5 years. That's all we heard was that it, and Operation Lockstep, it's where we're actually seeing it right now. Operation Lockstep is where the media just parrots what politicians are saying, and there's a reason behind this.
That it is. All
And
right. So, as far as I'm concerned, that whole, debacle with, Russia, Ukraine, and, America, Russia has won and is still winning. So this next clip has got some length on it. And again, I'm not going to interrupt and give any type of commentary on this. I just want you to see it for yourselves. And again, this is another report from Gravitas. This is very thorough. It's got some length on it. And I'm hoping after this, we'll get the chance to see Sugar Baby. We'll have an opportunity to get Taylor Made in studio. Well, she won't be in studio, but get her on set. But you want to see the result. And what I'm about to show you is Russia and its strategy to combat NATO sanctions and American sanctions. You want to see this because it's important that you know exactly what America was attempting to do with NATO. They wanted to isolate Russia from the energy sector, and it backfired. And now Europe is on the outskirts scraping for crumbs. Literally scraping for crumbs.
Hey, Greg, was Biden to push too hard to have all these pipelines, all these things? And we can talk about this after the fact because I've actually seen this video. But was Biden too hesitant or shared all of his cards when he made all the pipelines go away? Because in that one report that was on Fox, the one thing, even if we start up all the pipeline and all the drilling here in the U.S., it's going to be 6 months to a year before we even see anything that would benefit the American people. It would take that long to get them back open and making sure there's no leaks, no nothing. So was Biden, because he knew Putin was going to do this. I actually think he knew Putin was about to do this, but he thought it wouldn't take as long as it has for them to shut down Russia. I think he jumped his guns, but that's my opinion. Let's watch this clip, and you guys think about that. Was Biden just too early with the gun on the pipelines?
Was Biden too early? That's on the poll. Was he too early? Give us your answers when we come back. You're watching The Real Greg Kelly Show.
Good evening and welcome to Gravitas. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. Let's get started.
Yes, I mean,
We've said this before about war. It is not just about winning territory. It is also about political victories, about serving a political purpose. Look at the war in Ukraine. The West wanted to isolate Putin, bring him down. Russia wanted to stop NATO's expansion and assert its claim on Ukraine. Neither has won, but Russia is certainly ahead. Putin has weaponized oil and gas supplies, so much so that the West is diluting its own sanctions. Putin has also defeated Biden in West Asia. He has struck important partnerships. Saudi Arabia now backs Russia. Iran too backs Russia. Iran has signed a $40 billion oil deal with Russia. It may also sell drones to Russia. Putin's visit to Tehran was a success. Compare that to Biden's recent visit to the region. It was a flop. What does this mean for the region and for Russia's role in it? On Gravitas tonight, we'll decode Putin's power play in West Asia. West Asia has had a busy week. First, Joe Biden landed with a to-do list. He made a mess of it and returned empty-handed. Then Vladimir Putin went to Iran. He played his cards better than Biden, and he's returning with some big wins to Moscow. Putin secured a strategic partnership plus an energy deal. And that's something that Biden too came for, remember. He wanted an oil deal, but the Saudis refused. Putin, on the other hand, landed a $40 billion oil deal. And the big picture does not look good for Washington, D.C. Russia is far from being isolated, let alone being defeated. It is forging new partnerships. With Iran, Putin is creating a new anti-America axis. How will this help Russia? What impact will this have on West Asia and the world? And what role will Turkey play in this new game? We'll discuss all of this in the next few minutes. Starting with what Putin got from his visit to Iran. He made some significant breakthroughs. Let's tell you about the two big announcements that were made. Number one, Iran has backed Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Unlike China, Iran is not being cautious. It is not mincing its words. It has offered its full support to Putin. Let me tell you what Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, told Putin, and I'm quoting, "War is a violent and difficult issue, and the Islamic Republic is in no way happy that civilians get caught up in it. But concerning Ukraine, had you not taken the initiative, the other side would have taken the initiative and caused the war." The other side here being the NATO. So what Iran is saying is this: if Russia had not started the war, the NATO would have. And this is not surprising. Both Iran and Russia consider the West as their enemy. Both face tough Western sanctions. And in geopolitics, common enemies make great friends. The West has isolated both Iran and Russia. So Iran and Russia are now natural allies. Iran is supporting Russia's war on Ukraine. It has also struck a major oil deal with Russia, a deal worth $40 billion. It was signed during Putin's visit. What does the deal entail? Russia will help Iran set up more oil fields and gas projects. And this is significant given their history. Remember, Russia once colonized parts of northern Iran. Today, they've become strategic partners with an oil deal and possibly an arms deal too. The US says Russia wants to buy Iranian drones. The leaders did not mention it yesterday, but reports say Russia is seriously pursuing this deal, the drone deal with Iran. There is talk of a treaty on strategic cooperation. Tehran and Moscow want to further their relationship on three levels: regional affairs, security, and economics. Moving away from the use of the dollar is a priority for both sides. Russia and Iran could build their own banking mechanisms. So Putin has a lot to look forward to when it comes to Iran. We cannot say the same for Turkey, though. Why Turkey? Because their president was also in Tehran. We told you about the tripartite meeting yesterday. Erdogan also separately met the leaders of Russia and Iran. Putin's meeting with Erdogan was frosty, to say the least. Take a look at these images. This video is going viral. Erdogan made Vladimir Putin wait, and that's making quite a statement because it is Putin who has a reputation of making world leaders wait. Erdogan turned the tables on him. He made Putin wait for 50 seconds, which does not sound like very much. The world can't stop talking about it, also because Putin himself looks so uncomfortable waiting. He was not prepared for this. Look at him. Journalists from around the world were in this room as Putin waited for Erdogan. He stood in front of the chairs awkwardly, shifting his weight and fidgeting. Putin's face, in fact, said it all. The cameras caught every bit of it. The journalists there zoomed in when Putin twitched his mouth. The impatience was evident. Now look at what happened when Erdogan turned up.
Hello.
A cold reception. What about the meeting? It yielded mixed results. Turkey has been mediating between Russia and Ukraine. Erdogan is trying to lift the blockade on Ukrainian wheat exports. There is some progress on that front, and Putin thanked Erdogan for that.
I would like to thank you for your mediation efforts, for providing a platform for negotiations on food issues, on issues of grain transportation over the Black Sea. We have moved forward thanks to your mediation. Not all the issues are resolved, but there is a movement forward, and that is good.
So there seems to be some broad agreement about Ukraine, but when Syria came up for discussion, tensions were once again on display. Russia supports the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad. Turkey is preparing to launch an attack. Later, Putin and Erdogan joined Iranian President Raisi for a trilateral meeting. And like I said, Turkey is planning a new military offensive in Syria. Erdogan wants an incursion into northern Syria. He wants to drive away Kurdish fighters from there. Russia and Iran do not like that plan. They warned Erdogan against it.
We emphasize that Syria's fate should be decided by its own people through internal dialogue and without foreign intervention.
I'm confident that our countries will continue to practically reinforce the cooperation on complete liquidation of remaining hotbeds of international terrorism at the Syrian territory. It is necessary to end forever the presence of ISIS and other extremist groups in Syria.
What about Erdogan? The Turkish president is not backing down. He wants both Iran and Russia to support his offensive in Syria.
We see that the YPG terrorist organization is taking steps to consolidate the division in Syria with the foreign support it is receiving. It is impossible to expect Turkey to remain inactive, irresponsible, as this terrorist organization continues its separatist agenda. I hear from you, my dear friends, that you understand Turkey's legitimate security concerns. I'm thankful for this, but words alone are not a cure for wounds.
Erdogan is talking about Turkey's legitimate concerns. Iran and Russia are also united in their concerns. They're creating a new axis, a new power center, which makes the chessboard in West Asia very interesting. Now listen to this carefully. Israel and Saudi Arabia are coming closer, but Israel and Iran are sworn enemies. Saudi Arabia and Iran have been enemies, but they're beginning to talk. Russia and Saudi Arabia are partners. And now Russia and Iran are also partners. It's like those logical reasoning questions you get in exams, and this is West Asia for you. Now, Iran is backing Russia and Ukraine. Saudi Arabia, too, is backing Russia. The Saudi foreign minister has spoken out. He has said that Russia is, quote unquote, an integral part of OPEC+. That's the global alliance of major oil exporters, OPEC+. Riyadh says that without Russia, it would be impossible to ensure a steady oil supply. Where does that leave the US? Isolated, at least in this region. Biden wanted to make Putin a pariah, but in this part of the world, he seems to have lost both Saudi Arabia and Iran. Putin has won this round. And Putin's policy in Iran was unambiguous. He wants a stable, long-term relationship. But with Europe, it's the very opposite. Vladimir Putin wants to keep his Western neighbors guessing. How? By leveraging Russian energy. His comments in Tehran have triggered speculation. Putin did not threaten a complete shutdown, but he hinted at a reduction in supply. Listen to this.
Now 2 turbines are working, pumping 60 million cubic meters of gas a day. If one turbine comes, very well. There will be 2 turbines working. If it doesn't come, only one will be working. There will be only 30 million cubic meters a day. One should count how much can be pumped during the remaining half a year.
Now that sounds very technical. 1 turbine, 2 turbines, a lot of numbers, but beneath all of this is a threat. A subtle warning from the Russian president. He is talking about the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. It is the biggest subsea pipeline in the world. Its total capacity is almost 55 billion cubic meters per year. Now, last week, Nord Stream was closed for repair works. Russia said it will be reopened on Thursday. Europe fears that Russia is bluffing, that the pipeline will not be reopened. So what does Putin do? He adds fuel to the fire. On the one hand, Putin is threatening a supply cut. At the same time, his officials say something very different. Take a look at this report. It says Gazprom will resume pumping gas on Thursday. The company has not said so publicly, but their officials have confirmed it off the record. Now, here's the question. Can Europe rely on these unconfirmed reports? We are talking about gas supplies for millions of Europeans. Their food, their fuel, all of it depends on the Nord Stream pipeline. So Europe cannot take a chance here. They must prepare irrespective of what Russia does. Earlier today, the European Commission unveiled a plan. It's called Save Gas for a Safe Winter. Full marks for the name. Pretty much explains itself. Save gas for a safe winter. Europe's plan is to build up gas reserves before winter comes, to create a buffer stock. And how will they do that? By reducing gas usage.
Russia is blackmailing us. Russia is using energy as a weapon. And therefore, in any event, whether it's a partial major cutoff of Russian gas or a total cutoff of Russian gas, Europe needs to be ready.
The Commission's proposal has two parts. One is a voluntary cut. European countries must reduce gas usage by 15%. This will in fact not be legally enforced. It depends on what the member states decide. Part two is a mandatory cut. And this would apply only if there is a gas emergency. For example, if the Nord Stream does not reopen, or if the energy stocks fall to dangerous levels. In that case, Brussels will get extra powers. It can legally enforce the gas cuts. That is the EU's plan. How long would this rationing last? From August 2022 to March 2023, which means throughout the winter. It's a desperate intervention by the European Commission. But right now, it's just a proposal. On the 26th of July, Europe's energy ministers will be holding an emergency meeting. If they approve this proposal, the gas cuts will go ahead. If not, Europe will remain at Russia's mercy. Which brings us to their permanent problem. Will the member states agree to these cuts? Some of them will. For example, Hungary's gas storage is only 47% full, so they need to conserve gas. But Poland's storage is 98% full. So why would Poland implement gas cuts when they have enough gas? Why would their citizens agree to rationing? And this will be a big problem for Europe. To survive the winter, they need to act in solidarity. They need to share the burden. Else, they must get off the high horse, tweak their sanctions to keep using Russian energy. And that's nothing new for the West. They've consistently undermined their own sanctions as and when it suits them. I'll give you two examples. You just heard Putin talking about 2 turbines of the Nord Stream pipeline. He said one of them may not come. Why is that? Because that turbine was in Canada. It was being repaired in a Canadian factory. Now, technically, Russia should not get this turbine back because turbines are part of Western sanctions. And going by those sanctions, Canada cannot return the turbine to Russia. But Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada is doing it anyway. This Sunday, he sent the turbine back to Russia. It's on its way. And it's a clear violation of Canada's own sanctions. But you see, nobody is lecturing Canada for violating the sanctions. Now, the second example, the European Union is unfreezing the assets of top Russian banks, not the whole thing, but certain parts of their assets. And what is their justification? Europe says this move could ease the food and fertilizer bottlenecks, basically boost the supply chains. So yet again, sanctions are being diluted because Europe wants it, because Europe is feeling the pinch. Just think about it. Look at the contrast. African nations raised the alarm back in the month of May. They complained against the rising food and fuel prices. They had no luck. Last month in June, they asked Europe to reconsider the sanctions to make food payments to Russia easier. Again, no luck. But now Brussels has finally woken up. Why do you think that is? Because their own food and fuel prices are out of control now. Inflation has topped 8.6% in the bloc. So what does Europe do? They dilute their own sanctions. Same with the United States. In April this year, the G20 finance ministers held a meeting in Washington, D.C. The U.S. was represented by Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She led a Western boycott of Russia. She walked out when the Russian officials started speaking. Cut to July. Things have changed. G20 finance minister met again in Bali. This time, Yellen did not walk out. Neither did any of the European finance ministers. What does all of this tell you? The West was fine with sanctions as long as they were insulated, as long as their economies were not being punished. But once the crisis hit home, their attitude changed. Putin was counting on this when he invaded Ukraine, and from the looks of it, he was right. Russia's war on Ukraine has spooked Europe. 5 months and counting, the Russian war machine is still rolling on. The ruble remains strong. Russia has found new partners to do business with, but Europe has not been able to find enough alternatives to source energy. So now they're preparing for the worst case scenario, the war spilling over. Europe is arming itself. The European Union has made a proposal. It talks about a joint weapon purchase plan. Basically, they want to buy weapons as a group, as a union. The proposal is worth more than $500 million. This money will be drawn from the EU budget. The European Union has a small budget. It was close to about $150 billion in 2019. And this is barely 2% of the combined national budgets of member countries. So they will draw money from this pool, from this budget. And with this money, they'll buy ammunition, like light and heavy artillery, anti-aircraft weapons, armored vehicles, anti-tank defense systems, all sorts of things. The EU foreign policy chief says this is required because the war in Ukraine is going to continue.
The war will continue, we'll continue supporting, and that's why I have proposed the next tranche of the European Peace Facility, allocating 500 million more. It has been a political agreement on supporting this proposal, and the decision will be taken on the next days, but today the ministers agreed on that.
What kind of military shortages are European nations facing? EU officials have declined to answer that question. They say they cannot due to security reasons. But here's what the EU foreign policy chief was quoted as saying. And let me repeat that. Since the Euro crisis in 2008, Europe has gone through a kind of silent process of disarmament. We've been stripping ourselves of arms without saying it. We've reduced our military assets between 2008 and 2014 in a very shocking way. The war, in fact, has exposed Europe. It is not ready to face a military conflict. Weapon stockpiles are running low. They've struggled to source tanks, rocket launchers, and artillery. Russia's invasion prompted them to boost defense spending. EU states have announced an increase of close to $200 billion, and this figure looks big. But it comes after years of cost cutting on defense. In the last 20 years, the European Union's combined defense spending rose by just 20%. Compare that with the US, a rise of 66%. Russia, a rise of 292%, and China, 592%. So Europe's figures fall woefully short. They tried to make up in the last few years. Just before the Russian war, the war on Ukraine, Europe saw the biggest growth in arms imports globally. This report is based on a study by the Stockholm Institute. Between 2017 and 2021, arms imports to European states grew by 19%. These states accounted for 13% of the global arms transfers. One of the biggest shifts has been seen in Germany. It announced a €100 billion military modernization fund. Germany's first big purchase as part of this plan was the American-made F-35 fighter jet. It is capable of carrying nuclear weapons. In fact, this is expected to be the trend. Europe is looking at the world's biggest arms supplier to replenish stocks. Reports say American defense manufacturers stand to gain the most. And almost in tandem, the US State Department is said to have approved a $1.5 billion plan for weapons sales. These weapons will be sold to NATO allies, which includes most of Europe. Now, it's not clear if these weapons will be bought by member states or by the European Union jointly. And that's another area where Europe needs to work, this joint defense policy. The European Union has a defense budget. it was supposed to spend 35% of this budget on joint projects. In 2022, only 11% was spent jointly. What explains this gap? Politics. Member states in Europe want to control their defense policy. They don't want to surrender it to Brussels. Though on paper, they do have a common policy and they're committed to that common policy. In fact, the EU launched such a policy back in the 1990s. The likes of Emmanuel Macron have been pushing for a European army, but none of it has seen progress. Perhaps Russia's war in Ukraine will prove to be the impetus for change. And that's the nature of politics. It's not about logic. It's a lot about circumstances. Being at the right place at the right time. The best example is Sri Lanka's new president, Ranil Wickremesinghe. The parliament has elected him to replace Gotabaya Rajapaksa. He will remain president till 2024. Not an acting president, not a caretaker, a full-fledged executive president of Sri Lanka. The eighth one. 134 out of Sri Lanka's 225 lawmakers voted for Ranil Wickremesinghe. His nearest rival got 82 votes. Wickremesinghe addressed the parliament soon after the vote. He asked the country to unite and talk. Listen in.
Now our divisions are over. We had 48 hours to be divided, and we were divided. Now I ask all of you to unite, and let's talk. I'm happy to start these talks with all of you from tomorrow.
It's a fairy tale for Wickremesinghe. Absolutely no one saw this coming. In the 2020 elections, remember, Wickremesinghe actually lost his seat. He had to enter parliament as a nationalist MP. So what does that mean? You see, Sri Lanka's parliament has two kinds of lawmakers. 196 MPs are elected directly by the people and 29 nationalist MPs are nominated. Wickremesinghe belonged to the second group, the national list members. He lost the elections, so he was pushed through the back door. 2 years later, he's the president of Sri Lanka. Like I said, it's all about timing. When Gotabaya Rajapaksa was looking for a prime minister, Wickremesinghe fit the bill. He was non-controversial, politically powerless, and reform-minded. The perfect choice. When Gotabaya was toppled, Wickremesinghe also promised to quit. He seemed genuine about stepping aside. But the presidency was too big to pass up. Wickremesinghe did what politicians around the world do. He saw an opportunity and he pounced on it. The next question is, what happens next? The mood on the ground is somber. The protesters were expecting major changes. Instead, they got Wickremesinghe, a man who, according to some, sums up Sri Lanka's problematic establishment. You see, he's a 6-time prime minister. He's considered close to the Rajapaksas now. He's backed by the ruling SLPP party and he's tough on protesters. Just think about it. This is a man who lost a parliament election. His own constituents did not elect him, but now he's representing the whole country. So naturally, the protesters are not happy. They're planning to continue the demonstrations in Colombo.
We won't back down. We won't let this be. We won't settle for any less. Because at the same time, this is exactly what we're fighting for. We're fighting to not settle for any less, and to not be comfortable in the uncomfortable, but fight for what we deserve. And the people deserve to get their basic necessities.
Wickremesinghe's next moves will be crucial. As acting president, he declared an emergency. He called the protesters fascists. That kind of attitude could lead to more backlash, more protests against him. So Wickremesinghe needs to focus on two things: political reconciliation and economic revival. And the second one will take time, economic revival. Sri Lanka's talks with the IMF are nearing conclusion. Once a bailout agreement is reached, things will improve. They're expected to improve. Sri Lanka can begin its long and painful recovery. But what about the political reconciliation? That's the big worry for Wickremesinghe. Most of his support came from SLPP lawmakers, from the party of the Rajapaksas. We all know why they voted for him. You could call it a revenge strategy. Let me explain. The protesters toppled the Rajapaksas and their cabinet. The opposition is sympathetic to them, the protesters, but Wickremesinghe is not. He's promising to crack down on them. So naturally, the SLPP MPs voted for Wickremesinghe. And the reaction is on your screen. Demonstrations outside the presidential mansion. Last time this happened, the president had to flee the country. In fact, he's still on the run. How can Ranil Wickremesinghe avoid a repeat? By implementing political reform. He may have been elected by the Rajapaksa's party, in fact, but he needs to rise above politics. First, convene an all-party government. Second, begin work on curbing the president's powers. And finally, announce fresh elections, not today or tomorrow, maybe once the IMF bailout is here. Only a new mandate can diffuse tensions in Sri Lanka, it seems. Because right now, the people have been left out. They've had no say in this presidential election. Wickremesinghe has proven himself to be a great politician. He went from election defeat to president in 2 years straight. But can he be a great statesman? That will determine Sri Lanka's future. And talking about leaders, the British Conservative Party is looking for one. They're looking for a leader. They have to pick their next prime minister. Today, they narrowed down their search to two candidates, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. They will be facing off against each other in the final runoff. Sunak has led the race so far, but an opinion poll now claims that he could lose the final vote. Our next report has the details.
It was Boris Johnson's last chance to take questions in Parliament as Prime Minister. After the usual sparring with the opposition, he wrapped up with some advice for his successor.
I want to use the last few seconds, Mr. Speaker, to give some words of advice to my successor, whoever he or she may be. Number one, stay close to the Americans, stick up for the Ukrainians, stick up for freedom and democracy everywhere. Cut taxes and deregulate wherever you can to make this the greatest place to live and invest, which it is. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody here and hasta la vista, baby. Thank you.
Here's the man hoping to replace him, Rishi Sunak, Johnson's former Secretary of Treasury. Sunak launched his bid with much fanfare. In his initial pitch, Sunak promised a better future for all Brits.
Do we confront this moment with honesty, seriousness, and determination? Or do we tell ourselves comforting fairy tales?
And when it came to facing his rivals, Sunak didn't pull his punches.
Let's be clear, we have inflation because of our monetary policy, that we haven't been tough enough on the monetary supply. That's the way I would address that issue. Okay. But it is wrong.
Interest rates up, mortgages nightmare.
It is.
Liz, we have to be honest. We have to be honest. But borrowing your way out of inflation isn't a plan, it's a fairy tale.
Sunak's message is working. He has led the leadership race so far.
Sunak, 118 votes.
Conservative MPs have been voting to pick the final contenders. The race started with 8 candidates. Just 2 of them will make it to the ballot. Sunak is guaranteed a place in the final runoff, but his victory is far from certain. A poll has predicted that Sunak will lose the runoff. In the final round, all members of the Conservative Party will vote, and Sunak doesn't seem to be their favorite. Against all other candidates, he stands to lose big time. Kemi Badenoch, Liz Truss and Penny Mordaunt, they all poll better than Rishi Sunak. These 3 leaders can secure more than 50% of the votes. Less than 40% of the voters want Rishi Sunak as the next Prime Minister. Can Sunak turn his fortunes around? Conservative Party members will cast their votes over the summer. The results will be declared in September. So Sunak has the time for one final push. But he has a mountain to climb if he wants to win the Conservative Party election.
Let's turn our attention to China now. Xi Jinping faces a leadership contest later this year, but that election will be a farce. President Xi is guaranteed a record 3rd term. What could spoil his party is the Wuhan virus. China has still not been able to contain its worst outbreak yet. Lockdowns are still in place in several areas. I have some numbers from last week. At least 30 million people still cannot move around in China. They remain under some form of pandemic restrictions. Beijing has refused to give up zero COVID. Chinese officials have been asked to crush new infections completely. They're now resorting to more draconian measures. Look at these images. What do you think this is? Chinese officials call them electronic monitoring wristbands. The Chinese citizens call them electronic handcuffs. Those under home quarantine in Beijing are being forced to wear this band. And these are not patients of the Wuhan virus. These are healthy individuals. They are being kept under watch because that's the favorite hobby of the Chinese state, keeping tabs. They want to monitor everyone, so everyone must wear a wristband. What will these bands do? Monitor a person's body temperature 24/7. That's how paranoid the Chinese state is. It wants to know if someone has a fever in real time. Now, some Chinese citizens have written about their experience on Weibo. It's a Chinese social media platform, Weibo, and these citizens have been protesting against these electronic handcuffs. I have one account from Beijing. This is what a resident of Beijing has shared on social media. And let me read it out for you. This is what it says. Last week, I went on a work trip to Guangzhou, and before I returned to Beijing, I did the nucleic acid tests in time. I also reported my home isolation to authorities and received the antigen tests. In the middle of the night, I then received a notification from my community that they're giving me an electric bracelet to wear. If they need to monitor my health, I'll cooperate with temperature checks and nucleic acid tests at the door, but I cannot accept this so-called 24-hour electronic monitoring. We do hope this person is safe after having said what he did. Now, what happens if someone is indeed infected by the Wuhan virus in a community? Well, they face the worst. Chinese officials resort to violent measures sometimes. They break into homes. I'm not making this up. This happened in China's Guangzhou city. Officials broke into 84 homes. You heard that right, 84 homes. These homes were of people who were taken to a quarantine hotel. After they left, Chinese officials broke in. What for? To check if there was any quote-unquote close contact left behind. These officials wanted to make sure no one was hiding or trying to escape quarantine. It seems like they did not find anyone, so they disinfected the homes and left. But this action has drawn a sharp response, as it should. Officials in Guangzhou faced a strong backlash. They were criticized for breaking into homes. How is the Chinese state responding? They're now installing new locks at these homes. Not sure if that helps. The pattern is clear and punishing. In order to push zero COVID, China has turned homes into jails and patients into criminals. Rich Chinese citizens have had enough. Nearly 10,000 of them are looking to leave. Do you know their combined net worth? A whopping $48 billion. They want to go, but they can't. What's stopping them? The Chinese government. There is no official ban on immigration, but Beijing is making it harder for people to leave. Passport processing times have increased in China. The process to get a passport has become more difficult. Officials demand more documents. Even moving money is tough. Chinese citizens with a high net worth now have few avenues to move cash outside the mainland. And every transaction they make is carefully watched by Beijing. What does all of this tell you? In China, if you have money, you're under watch. If you have the virus, you're under watch. If you run a temperature, you're under watch. If you've traveled, you're under watch, and you cannot run or hide. Let's turn to Europe now. It is in the grip of a climate emergency. Temperatures are breaking records. Heat waves are claiming lives. Wildfires are scorching thousands of hectares of land, and the death toll is humongous. In Spain, 510 people have died due to the heat. In Portugal, more than 1,000 lives have been lost. Now, the crisis may be unfolding in Europe, but the effects are being felt across the world, including in the US, where Joe Biden is now under pressure from his senators to declare a climate emergency. Here's a report.
Europe is in the grip of a climate emergency. Temperatures are soaring, wildfires are spreading, people are dying. In Spain, the temperature has reached as high as 45 degrees Celsius. Wildfires have spread to residential areas. Trains were seen traveling through a raging blaze. Firefighters were seen risking their lives. The death toll is rising. At least 510 people have died due to heat-related issues. The Spanish government has declared the situation a real environmental tragedy.
The urgency these days is the drama of seeing the countryside burn, of seeing the forest burn. This is a real environmental tragedy. But above all, when there are human losses, this is a tragedy that is irreparable.
In France, things are no better. Wildfires have engulfed 11,000 hectares of land and forced over 37,000 people to run for their lives. The highways are filled with fire trucks. The skies are lined with fire planes, but the forests are still in flame. French President Macron says this could be the worst tragedy in recent history.
We are currently experiencing a one-of-a-kind season in terms of difficulty. We have already seen thrice the amount of forests that have burned compared to 2020.
In Italy, the situation is equally dire. There's a scorching heat wave and the worst drought in 70 years. It has only aggravated wildfires. Last week, the temperature in Sicily rose to 48.8 degrees. This is believed to be a new European record. Authorities say the worst is yet to come. In Portugal, the situation is even worse. Wildfires have spilled over to roads. Temperatures have soared to 47 degrees, and over 1,000 people have died in the heat wave.
It's a shock to the system, but nature has a way of coming back. I'm sure it'll all return, but I will cut back these dead trees and shrubs and everything.
In the United Kingdom, the heat wave is melting train tracks and tarmacs. Fire incidents are being reported even in London. On Wednesday, they left a residential area in flames. The London Fire Brigade says Tuesday was its busiest day since World War II.
Some of the fires today have required more than 30 fire engines. Some have required 20 fire engines. Some have required 15 fire engines. It's simply not possible for the London Fire Brigade to respond to all of these fires if they continue at this pace.
Given the scale of the crisis, most European nations have declared a state of emergency. Thousands of miles away in Washington, D.C., Joe Biden is under pressure to do something similar. On Monday, Senate Democrats urged Biden to declare a climate emergency and ramp up production of renewable energy products. They want America to be on the offensive and take aggressive steps against climate change. Is their president prepared to take the lead? If yes, he may be the first American president to launch a good war. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
The 1960s. It was an exciting time around the world, a decade of revolution, a decade of the Beatles. But here in India, the mood was very different. India fought two major wars in that decade. Famines were being reported across the country. It was nervous times for the young Asian democracy. Remember, this is the 1960s we're talking about, just the third decade of India's independence. It was also a decade in which India lost some of its tallest figures. Tonight, we are focusing on two of them, Lal Bahadur Shastri and Homi J. Bhabha. Neither of them need any introduction. Shastri was India's second prime minister, the man who led India to victory in the 1965 war against Pakistan. Everyone knows his famous slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Homi J. Bhabha was the father of India's nuclear program. He dreamt of creating a nuclear bomb for India. They were radically different men. Shastri was more conservative, a salt-of-the-earth kind of person, while Bhabha was more flamboyant, a proper man of science. Do you know what both men had in common? An untimely death. Lal Bahadur Shastri died on January 11, 1966. He was in Tashkent, signing a peace treaty with Pakistan. Homi Bhabha died on January 24, 1966. He was the victim of a plane crash near the Alps. Their deaths were separated by just 13 days. And theories have surrounded both incidents, conspiracy theories. And guess what's common in all of them? A foreign hand. A new book has given those theories a new lease of life. It's called Conversations with the Crow, written by journalist Gregory Douglas. What does this book say? It is basically a compilation of interviews with Robert T. Crowley. He was the second in command of the CIA's Directorate of Operations. We're talking about the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, America's foreign espionage wing. Back in the 1960s, the CIA was running operations everywhere in the world. Remember, it was the height of the Cold War, and India was a non-aligned country. In this book, Crowley admits the CIA's role in Shastri and Baba's death. This is very significant. I'll read out some of the excerpts for you. This is what he said. We could have blown it up over Vienna, but we decided the high mountains were much better for the bits and pieces to come down on. Blown up what? Crowley was asked about Baba's plane crash. That's when he gave this incriminating answer. In fact, the full conversation is unbearably heartless. Listen to this. The journalist asked, how many people went down with Baba? And this is Crowley's reply. Who knows? And frankly, who cares? This is the second in command in the CIA. He also admitted something similar about Shastri. Let me quote again. We nailed Shastri as well. Believe me, they were close to getting the bomb. And so what if they nuked their deadly Paki enemies? Maybe they could nuke the Panama Canal or Los Angeles. Nailed Shastri, he said. That's what the CIA's Robert Crowley said. Now, officially, the US government denies any responsibility. These are just claims of one man. Having said that, they raise important questions. For example, the timing. 3 months before his death, Homi Baba made a radio address. He said he could make the bomb in 18 months. All he needed was a go-ahead from the government. Did Shastri support him? Public records say he did not. Lal Bahadur Shastri was a staunch Gandhian. He was opposed to the idea of nuclear destruction. Yet, the times were changing around him. India had fought 2 wars in 4 years. The one against China had ended in defeat. And in 1964, China went one step ahead. They conducted their first nuclear weapon test. India was being surrounded by nuclear and hostile states, so people were warming up to the idea of nukes. Could this have prompted the CIA to retaliate? Perhaps assassinate Shastri and Baba? It fits with the CIA's modus operandi. They have a history of neutralizing political opponents. They tried to kill Cuba's Fidel Castro, Libya's Muammar Gaddafi, Serbia's Slobodan Milosevic, and Iraq's Saddam Hussein. So it is certainly possible. But so far, there is no evidence. Multiple government investigations have found no proof of foul play, yet this book changes the equation and changes it significantly. Perhaps they're the mindless ramblings of a retired American spy, but they're surely worth investigating. Our last story tonight is for space buffs. In September this year, NASA will execute an exciting mission, dangerous but exciting. It will try to change an asteroid's orbit, deflect it through kinetic impact. The name of this mission is DART, short for the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, DART. This test will help NASA develop the world's first planetary defense system, a system to prevent the Earth or save the Earth from a catastrophic event. Here's more.
66 million years ago, a giant asteroid's impact is said to have caused the mass extinction of dinosaurs. Today, there is no potential harm from an asteroid to Earth, but it's still important to keep our defense system ready in order to prevent another catastrophic event. With this aim in mind, NASA has launched a new mission called DART, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, the world's first planetary defense test mission. This mission will demonstrate asteroid deflection, changing an asteroid's motion through kinetic impact. In simple words, it will collide with an asteroid and deflect it from its orbit. This will provide scientists valuable information for developing a planetary defense system. Here's how the mission will play out. In September this year, DART will collide with Dimorphos, an asteroid measuring 160 meters in diameter and located 11 million kilometers from Earth. This asteroid is basically a moon orbiting a larger asteroid. The mission will change its trajectory to avoid a potential collision. It will hit Dimorphos at a speed of 24,000 kilometers per hour. Since neither its composition nor shape is known, the effects of the impact will be observed by a small satellite, which will be deployed a few days before. The question is, does this asteroid really pose a threat? Not really. Scientists say none of the 27,500 asteroids near Earth pose a threat. However, they are only aware of 40% of the asteroids around Earth. There could be millions more. So NASA hopes this mission will prepare it for the day when an undiscovered asteroid poses a threat to our planet. That said, this mission also runs certain risks. It may help change an asteroid's orbit, but it could also fragment it into smaller craters, the consequences of which could be disastrous. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
That is a wrap. We're leaving you with Gravitas Images. Thanks very much for watching.
Di qua.
Hi, everyone. I was not expecting to jump in the middle of this, but here I am. So I hope that you enjoyed the video. I hope that I do not have myself muted. I know I hit the unmute button. So hoping everything works out. Please let me know if I am muted in the chat. So yeah, again, I hope that you all enjoyed the video. Hope you got some information from it. They are a wonderful network. I enjoy getting information from them. Now, I will be coming up later on tonight. Again, like I said, I was not prepared at all to come up here. So I am going to show you a few videos that has to do with the ATF, and I'm sure that some of you all are familiar with the ATF going from door to door and asking to see if your guns that you purchased, I believe they are rifles, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2, or maybe handguns as well. I don't remember right off the top of my head. Bear with me because I'm a little nervous. But yeah, I want to show you two different times that the ATF has showed up in the United States at people's doors wanting to know, can we see your guns that you just purchased? So, yeah, I thought it was a little funny. I think it's really sad that the ATF is showing up on our doorsteps asking to see our firearms if you purchased over 2. It's absolutely ridiculous to me. However, I hope that you will enjoy the videos and the time talking about them. So Greg should be back in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, I see that everyone in the chat, Brooke, AC, Joanne, I think that Z was in here earlier. I see that our friends from the Love Chat adult site are back. That's fantastic. Taylor, Nick, I think that you were watching from work. Independent, Many United. So yeah, hi everybody. I hope that you're enjoying the show and what's being shared today. I hope that you share it, that you enjoy the content. Absolutely hope you learned something new, because I learned something new even after I watched these videos a few times. So spread the word. Take a second to like and subscribe to the channel. I believe that everything is on Facebook. It's on Twitter and Rumble. And of course, the wonderful, fantastic YouTube. We love you so much every day, all day. You guys have the truest videos on the internet. So all of them are true. We know that everything is true that you put out. So thanks for letting us, have a show to talk to our people and say hello and then spread some more good news to them. So yeah, we really love you, YouTube, a lot. I didn't get a chance to watch a lot of the news today as to some of the things that are going on, up to date, current, maybe some breaking news or something. I do know that our former Vice President Joe Biden tested positive for COVID, supposedly again, on Saturday, I believe that it was, after he was in a room with, I don't remember the number of, I think, CEOs having whatever. They were probably having an ice cream eating contest, because I can't imagine him telling them, something worth listening to other than that. Free ice cream is always good. Probably be fun to eat it at the White House. I don't know. But yeah, he contracted COVID again after his 4 boosters that absolutely 100% definitely, they work too. When you get the vaccine and all that. So, but unfortunately he is down with the COVID again, but he's, going strong, working through it. Oh Lord, help our, former Vice President Joe Biden. Let him get through this COVID as quickly as possible, just like the last time. Even though I think that was just a little vacation, because he got his behind kicked over there, fist bumping the Saudis. So he needed a break from that. Let's see. Yeah, other than that, I don't have anything off of the top of my head at this moment. But again, I hope that you're enjoying the content. I know Mega Monday is today's first day, Mega Monday. Hopefully we could do this every Monday and have a whole lot of information to share with you, keep you up to date. So yeah, that's all that I got for the moment. I got plenty more. I just need something to come to me. But again, I appreciate everyone being here. Everyone that has came on the show, AC, Warrior Z for calling in. It's always wonderful to talk to you guys and have your perspective and see what everyone else thinks. I thoroughly enjoy that. So it's been a time with you all, because I love family. So, but again, warm wishes to former Vice President Joe Biden, because he's got the COVID again, twice a week. It's amazing. And so we are going to pause for the cause for the moment. And I'm sure that I have some wonderful, wonderful content to show you guys, but please give me just one moment. One moment. All right, everyone, just one more moment, please, and your host will be with you shortly. It's the Real Greg Kelly Show.
All right, everybody, I'm back in the building. Woo, had to make a quick run. Oh, yeah, I got to turn my camera back on. That might actually help. All right. Where are we? 3 hours and 52 minutes strong. Where's my camera? All right, here we go. There we go. Yeah, y'all scared Sugar Baby to damn death. She over here hyperventilating, y'all. Hey, look, straight up, tell me what you thought about the naked people. Are you naked HD XYZ Warrior? Get your people, girl. I don't know what kind of stuff you got going on down there in California, but you need to get your people. Okay, get your people right. All right, AC back. The air condition man. Oh shit. The air condition man is back in the building.
That is
I'm just fooling, man.
Greg,
Huh?
I love you, brother, but you're not right. You're not right.
Oh wow. So look, all right, I got a quick commercial to play for y'all. This is about Jill Biden. And y'all know what she said. I ain't gotta tell you what she said. Y'all know what she said. And matter of fact, after that, I'm gonna show you the results of what we saw in sanctions. We see, Putin making these deals with Iran, Iraq, and Turkey, and them establishing a serious coalition in Eastern Asia, and what that has turned into. You got to put this stuff together. Give a shout out to Sugar Baby, man, for taking the reins for me while I had to go run a quick errand. I am back. I look forward to having her on set. She'll be on set after we do this commercial and go through our last segment on this war in Ukraine and how, Russia pretty much just outplayed his cards. He's a chess master. He's outmaneuvering NATO, and NATO is officially in trouble.
But Alice makes a good point. I will say this right now. Alice makes a hell of a point.
Okay. Let's see.
If you want,
Alice, you're supposed to call me, man. I was trying to get you on this stream, girl. I sent my number, was like, hey, give me a call. I see you. I saw all your shorts. I watched them all. I actually wanted to get you on the stream. Hey, what's up? I hope you're doing good.
But she makes an excellent point. What hasn't she said? Oh, yeah, something that actually makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very astute person.
Yes.
But
yes,
Greg, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna let one of my clips say it, but I got a question for you.
Okay.
On today's episode of How Fucked Up Is Fucked Up. That's fucked up.
At least once every Monday when you do the mega stream, what I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play that because it's gonna be like, how fucked up is fucked up?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good damn question. That's a good damn question. So I mean, just how fucked up is super fucked up. I'm sorry, I cursed y'all. Y'all know I'm working on that. Doing good, been busy.
Hey, did you hear what happened over the weekend? Biden's gonna announce something tonight. I want to show you this headline.
I think they launched a secret so-called counterterrorism strike over in Iraq. And
Yep.
that's supposed to be the big deal, going forward. And I think they're trying to interrupt, the oil and energy deal between Russia and Iraq, which I don't think they're going to be able to do.
But the actual headline, and I will share this down below. I will share this with everyone. It was Afghanistan. It wasn't actually Iraq.
Oh, yeah.
Iran.
Afghanistan. Yeah.
Top Al-Qaeda leader. Biden to speak Monday night.
Interesting. 7:30, I believe. Yeah.
So here in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, here we go. Commercial. Then we're going to go to part 3 of this war between Russia, America, and NATO. Hopefully, it'll put it all in perspective. Y'all know y'all watching The Real Greg Kelly Show. And again, I appreciate all of you watching The Real Greg Kelly Show. I thank you for tuning in today. It's going to be epic. I do believe it's going to be epic. Love you. Thank you for watching. We're actually going to bring this up next. I like that sound. I really do. Y'all sit back and watch this commercial here, and we will be back. If I can find the damn thing. I always seem to lose stuff. Hey, Cease, help me stop losing stuff.
I can't do that, Greg.
Bogotas of the Bronx.
You realize how many people have read this? I'm up to 2,000 followers since last night.
You're trending, bro.
As beautiful as the blossoms of Miami. And as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
Can I have a taco?
We can't get those things on our own.
Hello, Mexican Americans. Like to answer telephones and say hello to whoever's on the other end. Hey, what's up, bro? Can I have a taco? Oh, well, yeah. Come by anytime. I'll just be here. Mexican Americans don't like to get up early in the morning. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's like a protest too, man. Yeah, I dig that, man.
And now the US has turned to another theater of conflict, the South China Sea. America has sent an aircraft carrier to the region. China responded with a military exercise. At the center of the saber rattling is Taiwan. What makes it worse is a proposed visit. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wants to go to Taiwan. China is mighty upset. It is threatening military retaliation. And amid this confrontation, Joe Biden, the US president, dialed Xi Jinping, the Chinese president. That conversation happened today. How long was the conversation? What did they discuss? And have they been able to dial down the tensions? Here's the report.
The 15th of November, 2021, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping held their first meeting. A face-to-face virtual summit which lasted 3 hours. The aim was to engage better, also to stop their rivalry from turning into conflict.
As I've said before, it seems to me our responsibility as leaders of China and the United States to ensure that the competition between our countries does not veer into conflict.
7 months later, the exact opposite has happened. Bilateral ties have worsened, tensions are at an all-time high, and there's a looming risk of conflict. A potential visit by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has further amplified the animosity. Beijing is threatening a strong retaliation if the visit goes ahead. They say they won't shy away from a military response. The threat is clear. Amid this face-off, Joe Biden dialed Xi Jinping on Thursday. It's their 5th conversation in 2 years. What did the two leaders talk about? The White House is yet to say, but a range of topics are likely to have been discussed. Starting with the looming threat of conflict, Beijing has become more aggressive in the South China Sea. It has expanded its maritime claims and reportedly even driven away U.S. warships. Washington fears that without open lines of communication with Beijing, there could be more such encounters, which may eventually spiral into an unintended conflict.
Maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait isn't just a U.S. interest.
It's a matter of international concern. So let me be clear. We do not seek confrontation or conflict, and we do not seek a new Cold War, an Asian NATO, or a region split into hostile blocs. We will defend our interests without flinching.
Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan is adding to the worries. Pelosi is the second in line to the U.S. presidency. She would be the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Taiwan since 1997. Naturally, China is not too excited about the visit. It has threatened a resolute and strong response, even military action.
The Ministry of National Defense of China has said that if America remains on this course, the Chinese military will not sit idly. It will take strong measures to stop any attempts to interfere or split Taiwan from China. We Chinese do what we say.
What are the chances of China executing this threat? It helps to look at history. In 1995, when Taiwan's President Lee Teng-hui visited Washington, China launched military exercises and fired missiles into waters near Taiwan. Since then, Beijing's military capabilities have advanced significantly, and so have its stakes and the ambitions of its leadership. Just 24 hours back, an American aircraft carrier entered the South China Sea, the USS Ronald Reagan, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered vessel. In response, the PLA accelerated its military exercises, signaling how America is crossing the red line. These developments have spooked markets. Investors are already assessing the risks of conflict. Will China and the US go to war? Will Nancy Pelosi go ahead with her visit? Will the US back down and lose face, or risk another war? A lot depends on how Biden's phone call with Xi Jinping went, and his record of resolving tension by conversation is not inspiring. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
Well. Now that Russia has a coalition in Eastern Asia, all of a sudden, America got a damn strike group deployed out of Japan in the South China Sea. Boy, you can't make this shit up. You can't.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. I mean, they are creating every crisis possible to keep the American people distracted from this midterm election, to further and further crush our economy, to further destabilize foreign policy, foreign relationships. It's just unbelievable, man.
But Greg, what do you expect? They are going to do this because they are scared the American people are waking up to their dirty game.
Oh, look at what Joanne said. China has dirt on Joe. Yes, they do. They got dirt on Joe. They got dirt on Hunter. But one thing about it, you're not going to be able to hide that laptop for so long. All right? You're not going to be able to hide it. All right, so Sugar Baby was supposed to come on after this segment. Maybe it'll come on later. I don't know. But what I want y'all to do, what I do want you guys to know is just based on what we just saw, right? I want you to know something. Remember, it was Joe Biden that said, China's our friend. Remember this? China's not our enemy. Donald Trump said that China was the number one threat to American sovereignty. Joe Biden said, nah. China's our friend. So why is there a strike group in the South China Sea? You see, they lie, America. They lie. I'm just exposing the lies. That's all I'm doing. I don't want to do nothing else but expose the lies. That's it. That's all I got for you guys. I'm going to do a quick segment here of about 3 just straight clown show commercials. We're going to take a break from the real world, and we're going to get into the crazed world. I want you guys to have a good laugh here before we get into this, this
Hey, Greg.
ridiculous agenda that these globalists have for us. So we're going to kick back and see what they're looking at after I ask AC, what's up?
I got a question for you. I'm about to share something with you. I'm going to share an article. Could this be why?
All right, let's see what we got here. Ooh.
Could that be the reason why the Democrats are having that force out there?
Well, that could have something to do with it. It could have something to do with the fact that China straight up bullied Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
It could all be, a collective effort. And, because there's been threats that China might actually shoot down Nancy Pelosi's airplane if she goes to Taiwan. I mean, it's been said. It's been said. And as much as I don't like the lady, I wouldn't want her to go out like that. Just being honest. I wouldn't want her to go out like that. But anyway, you are tuned in to the Real Greg Kelly Show. I am going to go on a little rant here. A video rant, not a verbal rant.
As distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx.
As distinct
how many people have read
as
it?
the Bogotas in the Bronx, as distinct as they are, I'm even more distinct. Thanks for watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I got a series of clips here that should tickle your tummy. We'll be right back. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. I do want you to get a good laugh. I don't want y'all to stay up here and just, look at me and AC the whole time. Check this out, though. This should be funny.
Well, I'm not sure you should assume I'm not corrupt, but I'm thank you for that, though. I wish I could be there with you in person to thank you and to congratulate Cedric Richmond. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act.
Are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
I meant to do that. I'm a joker. Their idea. I'm a lot happier.
Go to sleep, go to sleep.
Comfortably numb. Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way, are you in Oregon? Now we look at 2022. I want to tell my Republican friends, get ready, pal. You're going in for a problem. Careless whispers. They're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential this week. Crazy! I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. Why the hell would I take a test? Is there anybody in there?
They went in twice to take the top of my head off as they couldn't find the brain the first time.
It's called, I call it the ultra-magnet plan. The ultra-magnet under my predecessor.
Oh my God. Couldn't find the brain.
Democrats, if I ran, would vote for me.
I can't help it.
All right. Okay. Hey, Warrior, Boogie is laid back in the cut. He's asleep right now. But when he wake up, I'm going to bring him into the game for you. I know you want to see him. Woo! They couldn't find the brain the first time. They had to go in there another time.
I don't think he actually has one.
I don't either. I don't either. I swear I don't. Well, I had to go in there and finally next, they couldn't get brain straight, so we had to go in there again. All right, so here's another clip that'll tickle your tummy. Donald Trump flying his own plane while they hold Joe Biden hostage.
And I'm 5, 6, 7 minutes. And then I hear the speaker. It's from a computer, the voice of a computer. Only a pilot would know. It goes 1,000. That means 1,000 feet. Then it goes 900, 800, 700. And I'm saying, hey, Captain, I don't see any airport in front of us. We're coming in at like 400 miles an hour. We're going very fast. So I say, Captain, where's the airport? Sir, no problem.
Excuse me, Captain. I know this may sound silly, but can you fly?
I'm not going to tell you. Why would I tell you? You got to be silly.
End of quote. Repeat the line.
You're under an axe under pressure.
Come on, man.
My Build Back Better agenda.
That we're going to have to probably break it up.
We're probably gonna have to break the plan up, y'all. We're gonna probably have to break that up. It ain't going too good. It ain't looking too good for the home team. Thanks for tuning in to the Real Greg Kelly Show. I hope y'all like these videos, man. It's a lot of fun for me. I got one more for you. This right here is called Slow Joe. Slow Joe.
I'm Dr. Kill Patient from the Board of Health.
Disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit.
Come on, man. I know you're trying to goad me.
Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
I wrote the bill on the environment. What's happening? Well, let you all make the judgment whether they're correct.
Don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here. And that is if you keep.
Why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness?
Why the hell would I take a test? From the time I got to the Senate 180 years ago.
What's 2 times 2? 4. 3 times 3.
I have no idea. Yes, sir.
Look, the people out there in the audience.
It's a right for people to have bad health care.
The lady there with the long ears.
Is this real?
And the guy back there in the 17th row with a cute tomato.
Let's not kid ourselves. Joe is shot, okay?
He's getting all fuzzy. Yeah, they've got it. Everybody out there's got
True international under pressure.
A good memory because I'm cognitively there. Now, Joe should take that test.
What am I doing here?
Something's going on. And I say this with respect. I mean, it's going to probably happen to all of us.
Yeah.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
Stupid. I mean, stupid. It's stupid. Just flat out stupid.
I had to do it. I had to do that. That's what he is to a lot of us. His own words that he used against Peter Ducey of Fox News when he's been asking him questions he doesn't like. That's what he calls people. So, or here's one. I need to find it. I know I have the clip.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Yeah. So we're going to we're going to see how this flows here. You're watching, the Monday mega stream. It kind of starts at like 2:30, 3 o'clock. So we've been going for about 4 hours and 15 minutes. Like America, this is what freedom is about. Like I get an opportunity to share what I want to share. I'm not worried about being censored, even though I am, but all of us should be free to just share what we want to share. And I'm just sharing. And then I got one of my favorite people up here sharing with me. I got, I think one of the grandest opportunities that there is to be able to have free, open dialogue about the world and the direction it's going in as it relates to, this weird president that we have who claims to be, the president that gained more votes than any other president before him, which just not really sure that happened. Won't go into that. But I hope y'all enjoying the stream, man. I know it's been long. I mean, I'm sure some people have left, come back, or left and didn't come back. But I hope that you are really enjoying this. I really do. It's fun. It's informative. It's friends. It's family. Other than the fact that everywhere Xandra goes, all the weird sex things that find her amazingly attractive are trying to.
You blamed earlier. You blamed it on me for crying out loud. Which one is it now?
It's both of y'all.
I think it's your fault. I think it's your fault. Damn it!
It's both of y'all. I know you got beautiful warrior and you got handsome AC, and not to mention when I throw in the ice cold, it just get a girl's goosebumps.
You are fake news.
It's like, oh my God, that AC guy, he's so hot. Oh, that AC. Oh, that AC. Oh, that AC. Woo. Okay. All right. So okay, I am. I'm gonna just hold on. I'm gonna be quiet. Just give me a second here. All right. So I do want to share where the sick, twisted minded World Economic Forum and the United Nations, the global elite, I want to share with you what they have in store for you. Again, it's just a collective bargaining agreement, right? And what I mean by that is they collect all the people and then they try to bargain with them. If you take this shot, we'll give you this. And then we're going to actually give you something you didn't bargain for. But it's collective. It's everybody. It's not just you. So everybody's going to be involved. And I know it sounds sick. It sounds twisted. But America, the words are coming from the horse's mouth. I'm not making this up. What you're about to see, what you will not see, is me in it, which means it's not my truth. They're telling you what they're doing. They're telling us what they're doing, what they want to do. So it's not like, we got the crystal ball, right? And we just, we summon the demons and then we go look into it and we know it. They're telling you what they're going to do. And listen, once somebody tell you what's up, you better believe them now. You better believe what they're saying. Listen to what they're saying. Be alarmed. You should be alarmed, not afraid. Alarm means you're going to be aware and you're going to be prepared. Afraid, that's a whole different ball game. All right, so here we go. This is a clip of a pastor, one of the few pastors that are willing to actually speak openly about what's really happening in the world in his congregation, which we should be ecstatic about that because so many of them have, latched on to the New World Order titty, started sucking. So here's a pastor here that's actually on point, telling the world, telling his people exactly what's going on, and they understand it. But I want you to see it for yourself. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Sit back, buckle your seatbelt. This is going to be epic right here. All right. And remember, we're not making this up. This is what they are saying. Check it out.
Why are you so intense? And that's kind of how I met you, because you're one of the few pastors that I found on the planet willing to sound the alarm. How alarmed should we be, sir?
Oh, we should be scared to death. I mean, in one hand, we know that in the end, God sits on the throne and he has the final say. In another hand, you got to look and realize that this is a clear repetition of history. And because it's a repetition of history, many people are going to die. You should be greatly concerned because many, I'm talking about millions of people are going to perish. They're already perishing because of the implementation of this plan. Eugenics at the highest levels, the sterilization of people at the highest level, elimination of the elderly and disabled people at the highest level. Hitler did it, Stalin did it, now they're doing it globally as well. Monkeypox, well, I always said the moment this whole thing started, it's a monkey business. Every time I would look at the population masked with the Pampers walking around, I would say, look, it feels like the movie The Planet of the Apes all over again, except those people are willfully turning into apes. So I knew it's a monkey business, and I knew some kind of a craziness will come. And it's very interesting. On a Netflix, and if you still have Netflix, I'll encourage everyone that's watching this to watch a documentary which is fascinating called How to Become a Tyrant. There is a code, a gentleman's code, if you will, with the globalists to tell the populations, to tell the people what is the plan.
The COVID-19 crisis could be a really watershed moment, a moment of significant change in the history of surveillance, because surveillance is being revolutionized, transformed from over-the-skin surveillance to under-the-skin surveillance.
And the WHO needs the power to be on the site with whatever teams need to be deployed. It needs to be able to publish the information it has rather than beg countries for permission to do it. It's got to be able to take a precautionary approach in running up a flag, and it's got to be able to declare an emergency without being kneecapped by an emergency committee.
Again, I think that the biggest question maybe in economics and politics of the coming decades will be what to do with all these useless people.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
We will shut you down. We will cite you. And if we need to, we will arrest you and we will take you to jail. Period.
I wasn't thinking of the Bill of Rights when we did this.
But no amendment to the Constitution is absolute.
God actually spoke to me. He spoke about sacredness. He said to me, Kim, what I place in many, many people is sacred. And if anybody touches what is sacred to me, then it is the end for them. So what I've done in the United States of America is sacred. And there are people on every side that are trying to destroy what I deem sacred. And it's not going to happen.
This is the definition of criminal conspiracy, racketeering, and collusion. This is not a theory. This is evidence.
Because I have upheld this country to spread the light to the rest of the world. When you choose to go against the sacred thing that God puts into the very heart and the soil of this nation, this was sacred to God. This is exactly why I need some action from my people.
Hello, everybody. It's an honor to be with you. My boy is he's a great boy.
Okay, America, that is part of the sick, twisted agenda right there. And again, the sad part is that the powers that be and the people that are in power right now, they want you to ignore all of that. They want to call it all conspiracy theory. However, we have the evidence that proves that it's not conspiracy theory. And the evidence is them saying it. They're saying it. I'm not going to hold this up. I'm going to keep right on rolling. This next clip is called Tech Slaves because this is what they're trying to create. A slave race with AI as the slave master. You're watching The Real Greg Kelly Show, and you need to watch this clip.
The recent technological advancements are wild things that have given us a lot of opportunities to learn and connect. At least that's what we've been told. Or has it? A close introspection will clearly reveal that the only purpose that the technological revolution has served is disrupting the minds of the masses, turning them into a flock of sheep that are easy to mislead, cheat, and rule. George Orwell, in his 1949 book, 1984, presented a vivid dystopian imagery of a future totalitarian state of Oceania. In that book, the ruling English Socialist Party created a new and harshly controlled language of newspeak to meet their ideological requirements in Oceania. This language involved simplified grammar and restricted vocabulary to eliminate subversive concepts such as personal identity, self-expression, and free will. This may seem like a hyper-exaggerated situation, but this dystopia has become real now more than ever. This new restricted language is of the internet, social media, and mainstream news, and the ones in control are the big tech and billionaires belonging to the top 1% of the population, with more accumulated resources than 90% of people. This techno-savvy world of online interactions and digital ecosystems, which was introduced as a promise for a better life, is now being shoved down your throat by big tech to extract as much information about you as possible. But the question arises, how? How can you be persuaded by something non-physical? How can someone take away your free will? Actually, what happens is far beyond just the physical aspects. It is psychological suggestion. Andrew Lewis, known as Blue Beetle on Metafiler, once posted, "If you are not paying for it, you're not the customer. You're the product being sold." This grabbed the attention of the internet worldwide and effectively surmises every free product of technology. The seemingly free apps and social media that you use on the internet are not at all free. The reason you don't pay for it is because you're not the consumers. Rather, you're the product being offered. In their confrontations with Congress, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Google CEO Sundar Pichai clearly stated that their revenue-making strategy is through running advertisements. They're actually selling your personalized attention to anyone who wants it and is ready to pay for it. Everywhere you see, from planning an outing or buying a product, all your decisions are heavily influenced by the new restricted language. It is just like your free will and personal choice are non-existent and clearly non-influential for your own decisions. Now, some of you may ask, how can someone make me do something that I don't want to do? The answer is simple. Show a lie enough times and everyone will start believing it to be true. The tech industry itself isn't as rosy as it looks from the outside. It has its own share of internalized politics, company rivalry, and intellectual property thefts. Who can forget the era of rivalry between Apple and Microsoft during the most iconic corporate battle of Macintosh versus Windows? Each of these companies was constantly trying to overpower the other and wasn't reluctant to take any extreme measures to do it. Apple even put several allegations on Microsoft of stealing internal plans and secrets. Mark Zuckerberg has also been accused by his ex-colleagues of stealing the concept behind Facebook, not to mention the serious data theft and leaking scandals it was involved in and has been penalized for in several countries. Google has repetitively enshrouded their biased search engine result algorithm under the cover of secret algorithms. It has also been subduing small tech enterprises, making their already tough entry into the tech business next to impossible. How can someone trust the convoluted and disrupted vision presented by these so-called tech giants when they have shown time and again that they cannot be loyal to their own community? As said by Cheryl Hughes, when people cheat in any arena, they diminish themselves. They threaten their own self-esteem and their relationships with others by undermining the trust they have in their ability to succeed and their ability to be true. The flag bearers of the digital age who promise to usher in an era of elevated human cognizance and convenience have actually turned out to be its pallbearers. The idea of a free society guided by intellectual freedom to think and make decisions of their own is constantly being rubbed under the boots of the manipulative ecosystem that we constantly surround ourselves with. Bob Dylan said, "Steal a little and they put you in jail. Steal a lot, they make you a king." As far as big tech and media is concerned, this is a bigger reality now more than ever. Ask yourself, when was the last time you didn't buy a specific product because it was suggested to you several times by a so-called Instagram influencer? When was the last time you did not believe in the narrative that mainstream media is showing and dug to find the deep buried truth? When was the last time you didn't believe everything the government told you and contacted an actual expert? Ask the right questions and you will see the truth unfurling right in front of your eyes. The reality is that our minds have been polluted and our free thought has been disrupted. The influential people, companies, politicians, and media have purposefully caused these disruptions with the sole intention of making our vision short-sighted, vocabulary restricted, and our voice muted. The world we are living in is no less than George Orwell's Oceana, and the language of newspeak is slowly being injected in our lifestyle with more pronounced effects generation after generation. So what is the way to exit this dystopia? How can we get rid of this psychological oppression and stop being treated like a product? This raises the call for a society guided by reason and critical thinking, instead of just swallowing every piece of information that we see on our digital screens. We need to open our minds and start analyzing every bit of information to arrive at our own decisions regarding its credibility and usefulness. Don't just believe something because you see a lot of people iterating the same thing at a lot of places. Always try to use your own intellect to exercise your own personal thoughts and free will, and break free from the vagaries being put in your way by those sitting in their high chairs. We can break away from the purposeful disruptions and turn down the English Socialist Party of Oceana only when we start questioning everything before believing anything. Have the courage to lift your head, to see where you're being led to, instead of following a trail shown by others with your gaze fixed downward on the road. After all, Bryce Courtney must have surely looked into the future when he said, "Pride is holding your head up when everyone around you has theirs bowed. Courage is what makes you do it."
Remember this. If it's free, it's not the product. You're the product. Profound statement. Also very, very true. Very, very true. And what this leads to is a type of human experience that is really unnatural. And again, I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to let the powers that be tell you what they have in store. I've got just a few more clips here. I do want you to see them. Still waiting on Taylor and Sugar Baby to show up. We're going to see what happens with that. This is the Monday Mega Stream. And I want you to understand, this is an intentionally long stream. I want the stream to be long because it's a mega stream. And I want everybody to get the information. So when you hear the term transhumanism, it's not a conspiracy theory. Again, I just want you to hear what the people who are pushing this agenda have to say. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Please pay attention to this. Here we go.
Human chimeras living among us. It's only science fiction for right now. Yesterday, the Senate passed the Endless Frontier Act, a bill that commits nearly $250 billion to promote emerging technologies so that America can keep pace with Chinese innovation. Back in May, Democrats shot down an important amendment outlawing U.S. participation in research that would create human-animal hybrids, also known as chimeras. China's already doing it. announcing in April that an international team successfully grew human monkey embryos and sustained them for 20 days in a lab. The only question is, what will they do next? Currently, the National Institutes of Health has banned U.S. funding for chimeric research, but that ban could very well be lifted. And who's to say that these agencies will play by the rules anyway? Remember, President Obama banned funding for gain-of-function research back in 2014, but New York AD found a way around it. And they laundered, it's the NIAID group, and they laundered hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Wuhan Institute of Virology through a nonprofit group called the Eco Health Alliance. The rest is history. Chimeric research is a Pandora's box, that's obviously from hell, that should not be opened.
With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, you sure you can control the demon? Didn't work out.
But the new thing is that there is a kind of alien presence on Earth. A new alien intelligence has invaded our life, not from a distant planet, but from the laboratories, artificial intelligence. And this is something new. It's a game changer, because unlike all previous information technology, it can make decisions on its own. It can analyze us. It can hack us. The printing press couldn't do it. The radio couldn't do it. But the new technology can do it. And for the first time in history, it is becoming possible to hack human beings and therefore also to manipulate human beings on an unprecedented scale. Long term, we should try to reimagine a different system, a different set of values, because at least traditional capitalism has brought us so far, and we now see its limitations and the problem it's creating. For the first time in history, it is now possible, or almost possible, to follow everybody all the time. This was, of course, a dream of tyrants and dictators from ancient times until the 20th century. It was never possible. Now it's possible, and it's a complete game changer.
In Genesis 1:27, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Yet in the year 2022, men possessed by demonic entities are telling you that you're nothing more than a hackable animal.
I think the most important thing to know about living in the 21st century is that humans are now hackable animals. To hack a human being means to understand that human better than he or she understand themselves, which was never possible in history before on a massive scale. Homo sapiens is now acquiring technologies that can either destroy us or upgrade us, but will not leave us as we are. Authority will gradually shift from us to these corporate or government algorithms that will increasingly decide almost everything about our life.
What that man is uttering through his mouth is inspired by Satan and his fallen angels. You're seeing an earthly human speaking, not an animal, an earthly human that needs to repent or he will perish in hell. Yet what has possessed this man is a spirit. It's an entity described in Ephesians 6:12, where we wrestle not against flesh and blood. But listen to this man speak of the fact that according to him and many other scientists and technology advancements around the world, Earth will be dominated by entities. Earth will be dominated by entities.
When Yuval Noah Harari published his first book, Sapiens, in 2014, about the history of the human species, it became a global bestseller and turned the little-known Israeli history professor into one of the most popular writers and thinkers on the planet. But when we met with Harari in Tel Aviv this summer, it wasn't our species' past that concerned him. It was our future. Harari believes we may be on the brink of creating not just a new enhanced species of human, but an entirely new kind of being, one that's far more intelligent than we are. It sounds like science fiction, but Yuval Noah Harari says it's actually much more dangerous than that.
You said we are one of the last generations of Homo sapiens. Within a century or two, Earth will be dominated by entities that are more different from us than we are different from chimpanzees.
Yeah.
By entities that are more different from us than we are different from chimpanzees.
Yeah.
That freaked me out.
You know, we'll soon have the power to re-engineer our bodies and brains, whether it is with genetic engineering or by directly connecting brains to computers, or by creating completely non-organic entities, artificial intelligence, which is not based at all on the organic body and the organic brain. And these technologies are developing at breakneck speed.
If that is true, then it creates a whole other species.
This is something which is way beyond just another species.
Yuval Noah Harari is talking about the race to develop artificial intelligence, as well as other technologies like gene editing that could one day enable parents to create smarter or more attractive children, and brain-computer interfaces that could result in human-machine hybrids.
I am not making these things up. This is what they're blatantly telling you, but most people are asleep. You know, it's no wonder Isaiah 14:14, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. It's no surprise that Satan wants to be like God. It's no surprise that Satan understands that his time is short and he's at a point that he's convinced humans that we're nothing more than animals. We didn't arrive here just in 2022. This started in our educational system in schools when the theory of evolution was introduced. We're in a day and age where you turn on the news and all you see is chaos, where humans do not regard the other life of humans. But what happens to these people as they're indoctrinated in the public school system? They're told consistently that they're nothing more than an accident. They're told consistently that they're nothing more than a monkey, that they evolved from a monkey. Yet if that's the case, why is China making hybrid monkeys? If that's the case, why is China taking human and monkey DNA, merging them together and creating mutants?
Human chimeras living among us, it's only science fiction for right now. Yesterday, the Senate passed the Endless Frontier Act, a bill that commits nearly $250 billion to promote emerging technologies so that America can keep pace with Chinese innovation. Back in May, Democrats shot down an important amendment outlawing U.S. participation in research that would create human-animal hybrids, also known as chimeras. China's already doing it, announcing in April that an international team successfully grew human monkey embryos and sustained them for 20 days in a lab. The only question is, what will they do next? Currently, the National Institutes of Health has banned U.S. funding for chimeric research, but that ban could very well be lifted. And who's to say that these agencies will play by the rules anyway? Remember, President Obama banned funding for gain-of-function research back in 2014, but New York AD found a way around it. And they laundered, it's the NIAID group, and they laundered hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Wuhan Institute of Virology through a nonprofit group called the Eco Health Alliance. The rest is history. Chimeric research is a Pandora's box, that's obviously from hell, that should not be opened. But the scientific community, spurred on by their own hubris, may very well open it using American taxpayer dollars. And if that happens, the Democrats will have blood on.
You see, they're blatantly telling you that mutants are among us. And when you go to the root of what these people in this world, you may call them the Illuminati, others may call them whatever you want to call these individuals. What I call them is demonically possessed individuals. You see, because there's a future destination for all of us. And there is one way, and his name is Jesus Christ. And he is giving mankind the ability to get into this ark like the days of Noah. Get into the ark. Yet man continuously rejects the fact that Jesus Christ is giving them eternal life. Matthew 25:46, and these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal.
What does a world look like when it is dominated by super intelligent but non-conscious algorithms?
Sapiens, and it's written by Professor Yuval Noah Harari. And I found the book because it was recommended on a book list by Bill Gates and later Barack Obama as one of the most influential books that both of them had read within the last 10 years. So if it was good enough for them, I had to check it out, and it absolutely blew my mind.
We are in the process of acquiring divine abilities, of turning ourselves into gods. And I mean this in the most literal sense possible. It's not a metaphor.
I really sincerely believe you're helping our group get focused on what are the possibilities of the future and some things that we ought to be thinking about.
If you think about the abilities of gods according to various mythologies, we are now acquiring these abilities to ourselves. Like in the Bible, God is the creator. His chief power is to create. He creates animals and plants and humans according to his wishes. Now we are gaining this power to create life, just like God. And in a way, we even go beyond the biblical God. Because even if you believe the Bible, the only thing God managed to create are organic beings. All these trees and giraffes and humans, they are just organic. But we are now trying to create inorganic entities, inorganic life forms, cyborgs, artificial intelligence, and so forth. If we succeed, and there is a very good chance we will, then very soon we will be beyond the God of the Bible.
Professor Yuval Noah Harari, I think one of the finest minds in the world right now, talking not only about the history of humanity, back to its origins, but also talking about the history of the future of humanity, which I think the YPO members around the world will find fascinating.
Humankind splitting into biological castes because bioengineering gives us, for the first time in history, the ability to translate economic inequality into biological inequality. So, and then humankind splits into really different species or different biological castes. One of the things that is happening right now in the world is that you see the elite diverging from humankind as a whole, and already seeing beyond the horizon or on the horizon the possibility of a real split, that the future of the elite and the future of Homo sapiens, that's a different future, because the elite is going to be transformed into a different kind of species. So one key question is, who are we? And are we serving the interests of humankind as a whole, or are we serving the interests of a potentially new species emerging out of Homo sapiens? The basic logic of medicine has changed. If traditionally medicine is about healing, now medicine is increasingly about upgrading. It's not that there is kind of a human norm and we try to bring everybody to the norm. It's just the opposite. Yes, there is a human norm, but we try to bring at least some people above the norm, to give them, they can anything from running faster to having better memories, to having better emotional balance, more creativity. Basically name a human ability, and there is some scientist somewhere who is working on how to improve it. Discrimination is likely to be individual. The algorithm didn't hire you for the job because it's you. There is something about you, just you, that the algorithm doesn't like.
Okay, so tell me, what in the world is that? Somebody tell me what that is, because that's not regular. Okay, that's not conspiracy theory. Like, this guy's writing books about this. this guy wants to be like God. If this is not one of the Antichrist spirits that are in the world, I don't know what is. He's the epitome of it, if you ask me. Whew. But remember, the stories like this that has people saying that, people like me, Alex Jones, David Icke, Shapiro, Glenn Beck, Pat Gray, Steve Dace, Dan Bongino, Hodge Twins. We're conspiracy theorists. But again, they're telling you themselves this is what they have in store. Whew. I'm going to take a quick break, man. Just a quick break. Just a little quickie. You're watching the Greg Kelly Show. I'm going to turn you on to a little Trump comedy. Y'all know I love Trump. There's some comedy. Check this out. And right after this commercial, we're going to go for about 2.5 minutes. After that, Sugar Baby 1010. And I was about to blow it. Taylor Made will be on set. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're getting something out of this. I love y'all. We're going to stay American, man. All right. I'll be right back.
That Hansel's so hot right now.
Hillary's style reminds me of one of my all-time fashion icons, Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, look at that suit. Hey, Chernobyl called. They want their disaster back.
I hesitate to ask you guys this. What do you think of Trump?
Oh, we love him.
I hope the President Trump will listen to him.
He has the classic male model looks.
Me and my friends have been too busy bathing off the southern coast of St. Bart's with spider monkeys for the past 2 weeks.
You think you're too cool for school. But I got a news flash for you, Walter Cronkite.
I hope you remember what got us to the White House in the first place.
Tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated.
Are you challenging me to a walk-on?
Don't do this.
Let's go, Brandon.
Usually, I go right, left, right, left, right, left. But today I'm going to start left in honor of how the sun rotates. And the award goes to...
Coast to coast instrumentals.
I'll be right back, y'all. Right out to the music. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Appreciate that, Alice. You just got modded up. Woo! Welcome to the team, girl. Appreciate you, Joanne.
Coast to coast mix.
All right, we getting ready to transition, y'all. Thank you for tuning in today. It's been a long one. We ain't done one like this in a long time. Last time we did something like this, Taylor was in the house, snoring and everything. Man, it was a 13-hour stream. Yeah, the family remember that. All right, we get ready to switch things up here. We're gonna change gears a little bit. We're gonna see what happens. Hopefully, we're gonna have Taylor Made, Sugar Baby in the house, sharing a little bit of info with us. Appreciate y'all being here, man. Monday Mega Stream. Like, we're gonna try to turn this into something spectacular. Hopefully we can get more of the family to come in and participate, but we definitely gonna turn this into something special. Y'all know I always got some funny treats for the fam. So before we get into this, what's the name of that one? We ain't seen Jen Psaki in a while. How would y'all like to see Jen Psaki and her twin brother? You watching the Very Greg Kelly Show. You only gonna see this here. Jen Psaki and her twin brother.
Is it true?
I don't know when I'm leaving. This is an honor and a privilege, and I love working for President Biden.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said it. Just the same way.
For President Biden every single day. I love spending time with him, hearing what's on his mind.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
I could make an arrangement. I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats. Then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. I'd be fine with that.
Actually, going on the road with him is really the best thing possible. I wish everybody could have that experience because he gets so much joy out of it.
The stuff some folks are saying about President Obama sounds kind of familiar.
Greetings! This is Nerdson Blitzer with FNN, coming to you live from our studios. Yes, our beautiful studios in Atlanta. And today I have a one-on-one interview with the greatest U.S. president that the Middle East has ever known. That the U.S. has ever known, President Joe Biden. And we will be discussing his much appreciated withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hello, Mr. President. Nice to have you. And thanks for all the weapons. Time. Thank you for your time. Hey, has anyone found Kamala yet? The last time I saw her, Bush was still president. Mr. President, you are alive. Well, of course I'm alive. Folks always say that to me, but it's usually, well, you're alive. Just bucking the odds, I guess. And my mind is like an aluminum trap. Steel trap. Of course it is. What's this guy's name again?
1 minute.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Don Lemon. Or wait, are you the Cuomo? Need to get my eyes checked again. No, I am Ahmed Anderson Blitzer, and I need some information. I mean, I have some questions for you. Yeah, it's good to see you again, my old friend Ahmed Anderson. How's your wife? One of the best smelling women's heads I've ever had a nose full of. Yeah, even with a mask on. It's like roses in a trash can. What the hell? Hey, where are you? If I didn't know better, I'd say you were in a military vehicle. What? Oh, no. It's definitely not the tank. It's an armored news van, yes. But if it hypothetically were an abandoned tank, could someone start it? Hypothetically, of course. I have no idea. But if I told you, I'd have to kill you. Kill! I'd have to kill you! It's kill! What? Never mind. Well, let's get on with this. My time's almost up. You have another interview? No, I mean my time on Earth. Oh, I'm not kidding. The other night I dreamed I was Scrooge. And when I got to the ghost of Christmas yet to come, he was like, no. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I don't think anyone likes me anymore either. Sure they do. Yeah? Who? Well, I do. And my buddy's in the Talladega Nights movie. What? Never mind. Why would anyone like me? Because you gave us all this cool stuff. What stuff? Nothing. No stuff. What was all that? Just some stuff that we found on Etsy. Etsy? And eBay. Who's we? You know, me and the isolated news crew. Isolated news crew? Why are you isolated? Because one of us got COVID. I had mild symptoms, just a headache, a cough, and all my organs are gone. Sorry to hear that. It's okay. We're getting booster shots. No, don't get the booster. Why not? You said to. I was kidding. And Fauci changed his mind again, I think. He did? Wait. Dr. Fauci, you're now saying that the booster shots are not recommended? Yes. Well, I mean, no. Yes. Hang on. Could you ask that question again, please? So, regarding Afghanistan, what do you say to your critics who say you pulled out too quickly? I say, that's what she said. Seriously? She said. Level with me. What's the truth about Afghanistan? You want the truth? I'll tell you what happened. I'm tired of these people in my ear telling me what to say. So here's the deal.
Dodo Bird has flown the coop. Dodo Bird has flown the coop. Initiate Operation Electric Fence. Zap him.
Well, the Republicans should have some chocolate chip.
We got him back.
Hey, Ock Anderson, I was thinking about something. You know what my favorite rock album should be? No. What? Nirvana. Smells Like Teen Spirit. I can't smell anything. Hey, I could do that magic trick to you for real. What magic trick? Got your nose. Hey, you couldn't make an album cover like that Nirvana one today, you know, with that little baby's... Sir, can we talk about the Taliban? Yes, that little baby's Taliban was showing. Tallywhacker. What? Forget it. Hey, I bet there's a video on YouTube on how to start that tank. But it seems like nothing is working. That's Trump's fault. Sorry, PTSD. Post-Trump stress disorder. On that thought, many Americans, like myself, have been very worried that you left some expensive and deadly weapons behind in Afghanistan. Oh, come on, man. I've been assured that all we left behind were some fax machines and an Atari. I wish we still had Pong. What about the stuff like, I don't know, Humvees, tanks, anything armored? For all those vehicles, I made sure that the Taliban would not get a single phone call with an offer to extend the warranty. So the joke's on them. Ha freaking ha. No one will get a call to extend their car warranty? Nope, not a one. Could you accomplish that for any of us here in the U.S.? Not a chance in Hades. Those B words are relentless. Oh, I love this tank. There's so many things in it, so much to do. Look at all the buttons. Oh, look, missiles. Oh, bigger missiles. And kiss your... Huh? Oh, look, I think my packages have arrived. Wow. So, Mr. President, can you drive one of these? Well, sure I can. I used to drive an 18-wheeler and monster trucks and a dump truck. Then I was in the Navy and drove a tank. But now my family took my car keys. What was that? Oh, nothing. I'm just in the news van. Sounds like I need to have the muffler looked at. Try Amco. I like their ads with the beeps. Always fun to say that. Double A? MCO. Isn't that great? It's like we're bonding. Yes, you're so clearly like a nice guy. Such a nice guy. Hey, did you get the present I sent you? Is this for me? Well, sure, buddy. This is fantastic. And I also got you a t-shirt. I love this. Thank you. It goes well with the gun I left you. It's just like the other 8,000 you left here. Ah, but this one is special. How is that? It signifies the beginning of my new program, Get a Shot, Get a Gun. Woo! What the? Ow! Ooh, what the hell? That's right. So instead of getting shot by a gun, you get a gun with a shot. Genius, right? I may be on the other side of things, but dude, you are off your rocker. I'm out of here. Thanks for the interview. Say hi to Kamala for me. Okay, and you're welcome. Glad someone knows I'm doing a great job. What a great fella he is. I'm glad you're still with me. Oh, look. I see Timmy. I see Darren. I see Tammy. Oh, and I see Danielle. Get the vaccine. Taste the rainbow. Zoom, zoom. I'm Ronald Grump, and I approve this interview.
Silence! I kill you!
All right, we are getting ready to switch gears. We're gonna get the ladies involved. We're gonna have Sugar Baby and Taylor Made on set. Now, I wasn't able to get the material that they want to talk about in time. We were actually supposed to do this meet last night, but yours truly fell asleep. I was up all night. I go to work at 9 p.m. and I get off at 7 p.m. 7 a.m. And then I stayed up to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock the next. I was tired, man. So they are actually going to share some stuff. They're going to be sharing it out of an email, but don't worry. We're only concerned about getting the material. Okay. So when we come back, we are going to have tailor-made Sugar Baby on set. Hopefully we can get rid of these adult dating site things. They seem to like us pretty much. But we're going to have Sugar Baby, and we're going to have tailor-made live from the Real Greg Kelly Show. Two awesome women have a lot to bring to the table. Show them some love. If you want to donate, you see how to do it. It's up there, just scrolling. Do your thing. If you appreciate what we do. We're just trying to, keep everybody in the loop. The moderators are hard at work, trying to get rid of these nonsensical advertisements. So anyway, I think I got, how many more commercials I got for y'all? I got some pretty cool commercials for y'all. Oh yeah. After this commercial, y'all have Sugar Baby and tailor-made live on the Real Greg Kelly Show. Love y'all, man. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Be right back.
Advice I can, because
we have a real problem here.
It is not a problem. It is a circle of life.
The circle of life is circling our lives right now.
Do not move. Do not panic.
Sure.
What?
Sure.
This is all part of the course. It is like life, like in relationships. They will not attack unless they feel attacked. Don't let them see your fear.
I'm sitting in blood. I'm sitting in blood. Marcel, this isn't a drill, buddy. You got real shorts.
One life is not more important than another.
What do I do? My friends and my wife left me to die.
You must get up.
I left some ice cream.
What?
I left some ice cream that there was some pecans in it.
Coast to coast instrumentals.
Hi, everyone. We're back. Hope you enjoyed the music. You enjoyed the little break. So we're going to get into this. We're going to bring Taylor on. Happy to be with you all. And give me one moment.
Right there. The third one.
This one. There we go. Hey.
How you doing?
Good. Wow.
Yeah.
Really loud in my head. Wow. I thought I was deaf. That man is terribly deaf or something. So,
He's got hair in his ears.
Something. Lord. So, you ready to get into this? I'm ready to get into it.
Let's do it.
All righty. So, I told you earlier about the ATF just showing up at people's doors, checking on everyone's guns to make sure that they're safely, stored away in home, I guess. So the first video that I was talking about was the ATF showing up. It was 3 of them, and I'm sure that pretty much everyone's seen it. Do you know which one I'm talking about? Where they were dressed in plain clothes and they had their little piece of paper and they were real nice to the guy.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. It was from like Missouri or something like that.
I believe so. Yes, I believe that it was. So they showed up. They were all polite, yes, sir, if you could just show me your guns. And we have this piece of paper right here. Wasn't a warrant. So the guy, told them he had a little bit of wits about him and knew what his rights were, and he didn't really comply. But the video that I have is of another person who decided to handle things a little different. This is definitely I liked this. This is something I've really enjoyed, and I got a big kick out of it. So the video is going to show you that the ATF, yet again in Columbus, Ohio, showed up at someone's home wanting to check their guns to make sure they safely made it there. And he got a rude awakening when he had some visitors show up because the person inside the home called his local police department and they did their job. And
really?
Yeah. So this is still, another way that someone, a great patriot of the United States, has decided to show their patriotism when you come and check on their guns. So I hope that everyone enjoys this. I thought it was fantastic. Taylor, you let me know what you think after we get.
I haven't seen this one.
Oh, good. This is good then. So hopefully it's something new and everybody will enjoy and get a good laugh like I did. We can all share it together. So you were watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Let's get into this one right here. The first part of it is now let me remind you, they have their body cam. So this is the officer's point of view, okay, as to what happened. And when they showed up on the scene, get paid their taxpayers' hard-earned dollars to do their job. So go ahead and let's watch this.
Hey, turn around. Let me see your hands. Turn around. Let me see your hands. Okay, let me see your hands. I need to see some ID. Get on the ground. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground.
What's your deal?
Get on the ground now.
I'm a federal agent.
9171-10-3.
I'm a federal agent.
Get on the ground.
I'm a federal agent.
Why wouldn't you show me your ID when I got here? Don't move forward.
You didn't ask for it.
He is at 335.
Get on the ground. We'll figure it out.
On that 10-8.
Not getting on the ground.
Well, then stay where you're at.
I'll stay where I'm at.
Fine. Why do you got to make this harder than it is?
Listen, I'm not getting on.
I have no problem making this.
I just want to see if anybody's free to respond as well.
You're the one overreacting.
I'm not overreacting. We got a call that someone's impersonating a police officer out here who doesn't have ID.
No kidding, because she doesn't want to open it.
Okay, get on the ground so I can find out who you are.
It ain't happening.
Okay, fine. Fine. Do you think I'm a police officer or something? What the heck's the matter with you? Who do you think you are? Get on the ground.
I'm not getting out of
Chopper things.
I'm not getting
91.7 and pulling up.
I got my ID.
Do not reach for your waist. Keep your hands up.
Why would I have it all
Keep your hands up.
Sir, don't argue. Face down on the ground. Face down now. Face down.
You guys are making a big mistake. Fine, we'll settle that second. Settle that. Face down now. All the way down. All the way.
And I just want to tell you guys, you know, for all the BLMers out there, this is what happens when you don't comply with the police. This is why you should always comply with the police.
All the way.
You got my IDs right here, left pocket. Left.
And we're going to put your arm behind your back, sir.
Wait a second.
Do not resist.
I'm not resisting.
You're acting like a
No,
moron.
Wait a second. Stop. Wait a second. Wait a second. Don't do this. Wait a second. I got a medical condition. Get my license out of my pocket.
We're getting you security.
Please, wait. No, whoa. Hold on. I'm hyperventilating. Please. Wait, please, sir. I'm
resisting.
I'm not.
Stop resisting.
Would you please get my ID out of my left pocket?
Stop.
I'm begging you. My wife's pregnant. Please. It's right here.
Resist.
Please get it. Wait, sir, help me up. Just hold me up. Sir, I can't.
Ain't this guy a federal agent? He's not supposed to do this, right? They're supposed to be trained to handle pressure, correct?
Dude, wait. Sir!
Stop resisting now.
Please help me. Sir, please get my
federal
creds.
Get your taser out, Dylan.
No, don't do that, please. Sir.
Don't make me tase you. You're going to get tased. Put your right
No.
arm behind your back.
Okay.
Put your right arm behind
Help
your
me
back.
up.
Now.
Help me up.
No, you're going to stay on the ground and put your right arm behind your back.
Let me breathe.
You can
I'm
breathe
gonna.
just fine.
I'm gonna. Ow, don't do that. Okay. Here. My God.
Get him cuffed.
It is cuffed. Please stop.
Get him cuffed.
Please stop, sir. Wait a second. Sir. Please help me up. Please. I'm a federal agent. My God, my gun, my
You have
pistol.
no idea what you are, acting the way you are.
Sir.
Who the heck do you think you are acting like
Nobody. I wanted you to see my goddamn creds. The lady was freaking out, for Christ's sake. Oh. Sir, please. Please. My God. Sir.
Roll over. Sit up.
It's in my God.
Sit up.
Showed her my
Sit up.
creds.
Let him sit up.
I showed her my goddamn creds, for Christ's sake. Right there, left pocket. Left pocket, cargo pocket. Please take it out.
Stay don't try and
Guys,
don't try and
I
sit up.
get it. I fucking get it.
Then you should have behaved the way you did.
Sir,
What's
I
wrong
wanted
with
you to
you?
see my creds, for Christ's sake. My God, I'm here to fucking talk.
No,
to
you're the one that's in the wrong.
Sir.
You know if you have interaction with the police, you obey commands.
Sir, I was trying to get
No, you didn't obey any command.
Sir, I'm with you guys, for Christ's sake. I'm a fucking federal agent.
Who's your supervisor? What's his name? What's your supervisor's name?
Hang on a second. The SAC is currently John McPherson, who's on his way out to retire, who will soon be rolling.
I took the mag out.
My God. This is crazy.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Stand up.
Stand
I'm
up.
not trying to be ashamed of myself.
Come out and see the back of the cruiser.
Say, let me see
Get in the
your
car.
creds.
Get in the car.
Sir, please.
You gotta see the back of the cruiser.
My God. Sir, I'm just trying to do my goddamn
Just get in
job.
the car. Why would you make us do this?
I didn't want you to. I wanted to. Wait.
No, he's holding him. I'm knocking the door. Relax. Hold him.
Hey, guys, please, just talk to me for 1 second, please.
Get in the car.
No,
We'll
wait.
talk later.
Sir, wait.
You had your chance.
No, I was trying to give you my creds. You didn't let me show them to you.
Once tried.
I did.
Get in there. Have a seat.
Wait,
Now. Have a seat.
Please, wait. I gotta breathe.
Okay,
Please,
you
sir,
can-
let
you
me
can
breathe.
sit down and breathe.
Let me breathe. I have a medical condition.
We're gonna get air tea. Get
No,
your legs in. Get your legs in. We're closing this door.
Sir,
Get your legs in.
917, you
I
have
need
a
air.
squad rolling. This guy's killing
Sir,
us having
please,
breathing
call an
problems.
ambulance. I'm asking
I
for
just
an
did.
ambulance.
2
Got a medic
seconds
coming.
ago.
Get in the car.
Sir, I don't need the taser didn't bother.
You just said call an ambulance. We don't need a medic.
Now you don't want one.
All the way in the car. Get all
Sir,
the way
I
in.
can't breathe.
Go run.
Wait, sir.
All the way in. Put your seat all the
No,
way in.
sir, I'm begging you.
Get all the way in.
Wait, how did this happen? Okay.
Get in. For crying out loud. You're a cop. You're not an ass.
No, wait, I can't. You're fucking my head up. The seatbelt's in place. Please. What the fuck?
Why would you act like this?
I didn't act any. Oh. Please, sir,
If you are a real police officer, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I'm trying to give you my creds. Sir, I'm trying to give you my creds.
It's on your dash. Secure in your vehicle. Secure the gun in your vehicle.
Please call my supervisor. Please call John McPherson.
We have our supervisor on the way. We'll let him handle it.
Please call my supervisor.
My sergeant's on the way. He's going to take care of it.
I mean, seriously, guys. Hey, sir. I didn't mean to get you worked up, but
when you get a gun pointed your face by a cop, you don't get to argue. You don't get to argue. You don't get to argue anymore.
I was trying to show you my pride.
You get to do that after you're secured. Is this guy here outside the whole time?
I think so. We have to get him as a witness.
Yeah. Hey, sir, we're going to need you to hang around for a little bit.
You got everything, Mike. Thank you. I'm just putting this stuff on your hood.
That's fine.
Whenever the sergeant gets here, we'll call his supervisor.
Let them handle. I'm not talking in.
It's just a civilian. Dude, you saw how he was. He wouldn't
I know.
lie. No, you never. No.
Don't even argue with him.
It's on video.
Don't even argue with him. Just.
Okay, so I have to agree. He's definitely the worst prisoner ever, and the feds are not above the law. Just so everyone knows. Taylor, what do you think?
That was pretty comical, I'm not gonna lie. And I think that a lot of these feds are gonna have a rude awakening depending upon what areas they try and overstep their jurisdiction to do things that they're not supposed to be doing. I think that, I'm sure where y'all are at and where I'm at, it wouldn't go over very well to have someone trying to say, hey, let me see what you got.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The fact that he, the one thing that stood out to me the most, which could have avoided everything, was what the officer said. And shout out to those police officers for showing up and doing their job, because they said, look, we don't know if you are impersonating someone, right? We don't know if you're impersonating a federal officer. They didn't know that. And the fact that the officer, I think it was the first officer, said, well, why didn't you show me your credentials when I showed up, like when I got there? So I absolutely, because all of that could have been, first off, he should have complied because he didn't do that. And all of that could have been avoided.
And not only that, if he would have showed his credentials to the person that called the police in the first place, it could have avoided all of this. But I think that person who called the cops did it not only because he didn't show his credentials, but because it was overstepping. Like if there was a real reason for the feds to show up, then they would have been escorted by the local police.
I agree. I don't know if the other video that I was telling you about, I think all three of them were all ATF agents. And that's another thing too. You're absolutely right about, if the local police department was to show up with ATF to carry something like that out, which is, again, it is illegal. Okay, that's not no, nowhere in the Constitution does it say, hey, don't worry about your Second Amendment. We just made this amendment to the amendment on top of the amendment that it has always been. We need to check your guns, especially in this climate. You know, what the fact that they even do that is a problem anyway. So something's playing in my ear. So with that being said, it's unconstitutional, and that is things like that are definitely going to happen.
And and it doesn't matter what type of environment you're in, there's always a chain of command. And when you enter somewhere, the locals take priority and if it reaches a severity, and then that's when you go up. So I really don't understand why the federal government thinks that that is even okay in the first place.
I could understand, and I agree. I could understand if this is something you would see in New York, right, after the ruling that they just made. And the feds showing up there, or even in California, right? Because their laws are atrocious that are
Did
absolutely.
you see that they confiscated an airsoft rifle in New York because it's against the law?
Are you serious? No, I did not.
Airsoft.
It doesn't surprise me, not in the least. But I'm just, I don't, and you're right about chain of command as well. Even if a crime was to happen, the local law enforcement does have to, summon for the feds to come in. Mm-hmm. So, and these, you said Missouri. I think it was Missouri for the first video. But yeah, that was like I said, that was in Columbus.
I think
two totally different states.
The Attorney General of Missouri, if I'm not mistaken, has, I don't know if it filed a suit or made a claim, but basically going after the federal government, saying that before you step in, you need to make sure that you've coordinated with us before approaching anyone's home.
And that's just the way that it is. That's why it's a suit and not, some law they're trying to hurry up and pass to change the fact that people. I mean, it's already in place. That's the problem with it all. And I mean, granted, now try to be a little lighter on things, but
I see the correction, but it's funny thinking about Peloton, the bicycle. Peloton got some pull in Congress.
Oh, Peloton had some pull on Joe Biden, apparently, because that bike just knocked him right over.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, my God. That was great. I thought it was a joke, and then I clicked on it and actually seen that, and I was like, oh, my God, Greg, please look at this. I was like, this really happened. This is 100% true. And I was like, it's not a joke.
And now it's a challenge. Like, people is traveling to that location, that specific spot, to take a picture on the ground.
Did you see where they were going on Google Maps and putting Biden Falls in different locations, and Google keeps taking it down?
Yep.
Yeah, that was great. So I hope that you enjoyed my little video of how to handle the ATF when they show up in your town, right? Because you got some good examples. I mean, just say no. God, just say no. When they got a warrant.
When that happened, when the Missouri one came out and everybody was talking about it, I told Nick, I said, look, if I'm not at the house and they were to come, this is what I want you to do. And what not to do is do not let them see anything in this house.
Yeah, you don't let them in. Please show up knocking on my front door. First off, I'm not answering the door for them because I don't know what's going on. I haven't broke the law. So y'all could just wait out there. Excuse me, Greg, you didn't commit a crime, which you wouldn't, but you never know. You could be some crazy, he jaywalked or something. But I mean, it is just it's ridiculous that you think about that kind of stuff. Like, who would have ever thought that the ATF would show up at your door asking for your firearms? For
that
no
was
reason.
a conspiracy theory about 6 months ago.
Well, then perfect timing, because that's about how long it takes for a conspiracy theory to come true, is 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make no sense. So I have the Band video about the extreme heat and the climate change, that's affecting all of us, that something has to change. We all, as a society, we have to, make a very strong change in our lives, and a positive and productive one, to get rid of enforcing the climate change is taken upon on us.
We really should have died back in the 80s, but look at us. We've been beaten at climate change so far.
We've been beating the climate change since they started this whole nonsense. Jeez. But we can go ahead and check out this one from Band.video. And as always, please like, subscribe and share, and definitely share the videos that you see on here. Pass the information along. We love all of you. And Taylor, let's jump into this next video.
All right.
They are going to turn your power off or make it too expensive, and so now you have to go to the Civic Center to get air conditioning to deal with the extreme heat that we used to deal with this invention called AC, and we had cheap, easily accessible energy, even poor people could get it, and now that all got shut down because it caused extreme heat. But guess what? You shut it all down. You could shut it all down tomorrow. You could shut every power plant off. You could close every coal mine. You could every combustion engine vehicle, stop every plane, and guess what? The temperature tomorrow isn't going to go down a single degree. Not a single degree. And that extreme heat, it ain't going anywhere either. So the Biden administration has just announced that tomorrow they will be introducing new climate change regulation and action. I don't know how they plan on rolling this out. I mean, normally what would happen is the president would have a press conference, or the president would have some sort of a media gaggle inside the Oval Office, and they would do all this, and they'd sign the documents and do that. Well, you can't do that with Biden because you're not really sure if he's going to be mentally fit or even have a clean pair of pants at any given moment to be able to do something like that. So who knows what they're going to do as far as rolling this out tomorrow, but they've just made the announcement today that big climate change plans revealed tomorrow. So this is so frustrating to understand what it really means. It's like they're actually speaking a different language, and I just know what they're actually saying. They say climate change, they mean the end of human prosperity. They say they want to end man-made climate change. The translation is end individual prosperity. And you get that. You have that translation. I have that translation. We know that's what they're saying. The problem is not everybody has that understanding. And some people still believe in the lies and the propaganda. So let me try to lay out where this is at right now and where this is going. But let's start by going to the press secretary, Jean-Pierre, just moments ago, saying how the Biden administration is doing everything they can to change the climate. That's amazing, to change the climate. So here's her statements, and we'll tell you what that actually means. But here first we go to the clown press secretary, Jean-Pierre.
Speaking of climate change, so we are closely monitoring extreme heat conditions impacting much of Europe, as well as the extreme heat.
So even that's a lie. And that's the thing. I have to sit here and break down this 2-minute video and every lie. Extreme heat. Yeah, folks, it's hot. It's hot. It's hot. So now we're just going to shut off the power grid, I guess. So we're just going to end civilization because it's hot. But it's been hot before. It'll be hot again. And if you recall, we just did a little demonstration here a couple weeks ago of the average temperatures in the central and south Texas area. No, it's not going up. Not going up in 30 years. No. No, but you know where it does go up in big metropolitan areas where there's not much grass and there's not much forestation and there's nothing but concrete and buildings. So the heat retention is obviously bigger, like standing on asphalt versus standing on grass. So then they just say, look, it's hotter. It's like, well, yeah, it's hotter in the sauna today at the gym than it was in the locker room, too. I guess that's man-made climate change. Does that mean the entire gym is going to go burn to the ground because we made the sauna hotter? No, it means the sauna's hotter. But they just say, oh, see, it's extreme heat. Yeah, it's pretty hot out there. But, oh, now it's in your head. It's extreme heat. No, it's always been extreme heat. If you're living in major cities, you might be feeling hotter because they're probably expanding, like here in Austin. But okay, it's hot, so let's shut off the power grid. Let's just...
All right, Taylor. These major changes in the climate. Tell me your take on the, significant changes that have been happening to the climate over these decades.
Living in Alabama at the Gulf of Mexico, experiencing summers with hurricane season, it's been a pattern of consistency my whole life. And I'm not going to promote a specific thing, but I would like for people to look into weather geoengineering, and that will help explain some of these changes in weather patterns that a lot of folks don't discuss. There's been operations with our government to put certain types of metals in the air that will basically reflect the sunlight and can alter weather patterns and create storms in areas that don't normally get them, and basically intensify storms in places that normally get them. Like hurricanes that come through, tornadoes that come through, can weaponize them to make them more massive, cause more damage. That word infrastructure, there's a lot of places that get hit every single year, and some of that is done on purpose. So if you have not looked into weather geoengineering, I would suggest looking into that, doing some deep dive research, and that'll help you get a little bit of grasp on how our government is not only weaponizing our weather, but weather across the globe.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating once you actually start to look that up and see what they're talking about, as far as, with the commercial planes and things. What's that called behind the plane when they're, chemtrails.
Chemtrails. And
yeah.
A lot of places where you look up chemtrails, it'll be fact checked and be called condensation trails. So when you are doing some research, make sure that you are looking at accurate research and not something that's been trying to disprove what we are trying to prove.
Absolutely. It's fascinating that so many people really, because I think about over just, my lifetime, right? With no Google involved. There has never been, and I live in Virginia, okay, where we have all 4 seasons in 1 year. Sometimes for some strange reason, you'll have a nice hot day in October, but that has always been a thing, excuse me, where I lived my whole life growing up. That was nothing out of the ordinary, and it is still that way to this day. Obviously, we haven't gone to October yet, but I have no doubt that Mother Nature will not, let me down again this year, where it's not at least a good 75, 79 degrees at some point in October for one single day, and then it will just pour down rain and be cold the next week, 2 weeks, and it just progresses from there. So the fact that climate...
Yes. To add on to that, the South has always had a false spring and a false fall. Like you will, and it'll be like in March or April, and you think that the winter's over with, and then you'll have 2 weeks of really beautiful days, and then poof,
Right back to the weather.
here comes 30-degree weather again. And then the same thing in the fall, like it's starting to cool down, and then poof, you have a whole like couple of days of very beautiful weather, and then it goes down into the 30s again.
Yeah, that's the same thing that when I grew up in Front Royal, and so that's the same kind of weather in Virginia. It's the same weather that we had every year for as long as I can remember. I'd be all excited to get my boots out for the fall, and then it would be 80 degrees. So, I mean, it's just, and the problem that I really have with it too, okay, I don't really have a problem with any kind of research that's going to be beneficial to either just the United States or, potentially for the world to make things better, right? I'm never against anything like that. But what I am against is wasting. I don't like to, waste taxpayer dollars on research that we have been able to see. It doesn't matter what age you are, but you're able to see that. I mean, unless you're like 5, you're not going to remember. But, you can remember that throughout your life, what your summer was like if you lived in the same area, for your whole life. You remember that. There's nothing that, just because CNN or because, hey, even down to Fox News, if they would report on something, they'll show an example of some crazy statistics that someone is showing you about the climate. Like, I know for my own self that I've lived through that. So no matter what anyone tells me, I know that is not true, and it is not significantly higher or even lower for that matter. And it's 2020.
They have different tactics. Have you noticed? They back in the day, they had the temperatures was this, and now they want to label it as extreme and put the map as a bright orange, like it's about to spontaneously combust.
And all they do is change the color.
Yes.
The temperatures are the same.
And it's just okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Our country our country has this Captain Save-A-Ho mentality where we want to create a crisis so we can come in and solve the crisis. And this weather happens to be in that category as well, just like these other things that we're facing.
I mean, you're going to see a few degrees if you stand, just like what Owen was saying, instead of measuring on grass, now you're measuring on the asphalt. I mean, that right there is going to change it. So and then what happens, of course, we'll continuously get into that, but the outcomes of the reasoning behind them putting all of this information out there and fear mongering people. They've told us the world was either everybody was going to freeze to death, or it was going to come to an end because of the climate crisis. How many times now?
I think my generation, mid 80s, we have probably survived about 12 apocalypses.
I'll tell you one thing you never had in this apocalypse like we do now is what it looks like in like San Francisco and Philly and it's awful because you have real life zombies walking around now. So maybe they're for real. Hey, they could be for real this time. The zombies are here. They could be for real.
Could be.
No, I mean, come on. That's how silly this all is. Everything I just said is silly. I mean, some of it actually is true, but the fact that they think people are buying this is just absolutely just horrific. And the fact is that they are the idiots. Like, they are the idiots.
And it's been polled, and only 1% of the voters actually say climate is the highest priority, but our government is making it the number one priority.
Man, people out here worried about their money.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody worried about no climate change. Just what you said. We don't live through 12 apocalypses. Now what else? Come on now. Please. But we could continue. We could continue with this video. Unless you have something else to say, Taylor, to add on to that before we go back into it.
Oh, I'm good.
Alrighty.
die. Let's just starve ourselves to death and die. Okay, so there's your extreme heat. So right out of the gate, sorry, I had to spend an hour addressing the lie there. But all right, let's continue.
More than 100 million Americans who are struggling with extreme heat conditions here at home just this week alone.
Americans are struggling with extreme heat. Why would that be? Because you shut their power off. You know what we would do during extreme heat? We'd sit in the air conditioning. Golly gee. And boy, isn't it great? I mean, can you imagine? I actually think I might be wrong about this, but I feel like I actually spent one school year and our school did not have AC. I might be wrong about that. My parents listen, so one of them may correct me on that. I actually think that one of the schools I was at did not have AC one of the years I was there. Well, whether it was me or not, I bet you about a bunch of people in this audience went to schools that never even had AC. And I bet you there's people in this audience that grew up in houses that didn't have AC. Boy, did they make it? Did they make it all right? Did extreme heat kill them? No, you know what we did? We're humans, and we create, and we engineer, and we innovate, and we discover, and you know we have air conditioning now in our houses. Isn't that awesome? And because we have cheap and easily accessible energy via coal and natural gas, even people that are poor can afford to have air conditioning in their houses. Isn't that great? But what's going on? Why all of a sudden are millions of Americans struggling with extreme heat? Because their energy got turned off, their AC got turned off, and they can't cool their home. And just like I told you they do, now they bring you the Civic Center where you go get your air conditioning because you can't afford to have it at your house. And by the way, we're not even going to let you have it at your house because you turning on your AC is what's causing the extreme heat. I mean, this is like a Rubik's Cube of retardation. There's extreme heat. Yeah, we have air conditioning. Your air conditioning is causing extreme heat, so we're turning it off. What? So now what? So now I'm dealing with the extreme heat again. It's clown world. So now they have the civic centers because they are going to turn your power off or make it too expensive. And so now you have to go to the civic center to get air conditioning to deal with the extreme heat that we used to deal with this invention called AC. And we had cheap, easily accessible energy. Even poor people could get it. And now that all got shut down because it caused extreme heat. But guess what? You shut it all down. You could shut it all down tomorrow. You could shut every power plant off. You could close every coal mine. You could every combustion engine vehicle, stop every plane. And guess what? The temperature tomorrow isn't going to go down a single degree. Not a single degree. And that extreme heat, it ain't going anywhere either. So, but that's the idea, is to trick you into thinking that would be the case so that you would voluntarily enter slavery, voluntarily turn it all off, voluntarily die. Let's continue with the clip.
Are intensifying across the globe, including here in the United States. No one is immune from climate change. It's why the president has been rallying the world to take the decisive action needed in this decade to tackle the climate change, the climate crisis. It's also why the president is committed to taking aggressive action to tackle climate change and made clear if the Senate won't act, he will. In fact, as many...
You notice what's happening here, pause real quick. She's just reading a script. She's doing the president's job. This is Joe Biden's speech. Why isn't Joe Biden giving the speech? Because he's got a poopy diaper. He doesn't know where he is. So I've got this clown, this token hire of the Democrat Party, this clown who couldn't even think on her own 2 feet, reading what should be.
Okay. So what's funny about that as well is he said that she was doing the president's job, which is just reading from her infamous book of lies. I'm so sick of her. When they said that Jen Psaki was leaving, I was like, yep, we're going to get someone worse. Sure enough, she did not fail to deliver the worst.
The token, what do you call it? Cultural
appropriation.
Appropriation hire. Yeah.
Yes.
And you notice when she first announced herself, I am the first LGBTQ Black woman. Nobody cares about that crap.
Nah.
I need credentials. I'm that federal agent right now. Show me them credentials.
Her credentials is that she could read. Okay. Yeah. And then, with the check of the boxes off. I mean, come on, let's get real. That's none of us.
I would rather have circle back. At least she lied with confidence.
She actually did. She looked at you and she didn't have to read from the book.
Yes.
I absolutely agree with that. So turn off your electric car so you can't, be out in be in the AC in the comfort of your own home. Tell me what you think.
I was talking with Nick earlier, and our electric bill in the past 4 months have went from 120 to pushing 250. And that's just from, everything going on with our lack of energy independence. And I hate to see what it's going to be coming, August, September, because it's only going to, and we already got a notice from Alabama Power saying it will be going up, and said that we need to turn our air conditioning unit, our thermostat, to 78 degrees, leave it there. Said instead of using the oven, use the microwave. Said to it was a list of ridiculous things that I know nobody's going to do, but they want you to go and get an electric vehicle to suck more juice from the electric grid. It makes no sense.
It made all the sense in the world because stupid freaking Pete Buttigieg definitely said that the more, how did he say that exactly? The more the American people have to suffer, it makes it better for the individuals who have access to electric vehicles.
False.
That's your transportation secretary speaking.
That shows how out of touch the people working in the administration is. And if you want to get, I seen this article from Ford saying due to lack of interest in their electric vehicles, they were removing them off of lots, and you can order them online now because they were taking up too much space on the car lots.
Do you know about how much it is for just kind of like a base model? I don't know how much a Ford would be.
I don't know. Well, I know getting the Mustang one will be real high, but I don't care if they were cheap. I still wouldn't get one.
I wouldn't either.
I think that it's a waste of money. I think that I've seen the reviews. I've seen the people testing the theory of doing cross-country trips, and they said they spent more time charging their vehicle than they got sleep.
And I mean, who does that even logically sound like something anyone wants to do, or even then you have to plan your vacation around charging your vehicle like that. Now is something that has to be in the forefront of not only your pocketbook, but also, into your routine of doing things or any trip that you've planned, because now you have to make time to charge your vehicle. Get out of it. No, I'm not doing that. I'm impatient anyway. I'm not doing that.
I completely agree. That was you. Get up here. She saw herself on the TV.
So the host is telling me I read something about this. I'm not really, I've read the article, but it's been a while, so I don't, but there were children that were mining in Africa for the cobalt to make those vehicles that are dying. You know, they're getting trapped in the tunnels, you know, go down into the mines, and they were collapsing. And it wasn't just children, it was adults as well, but they were just collapsing and they can't get them out. They just all for mining that so that they could, you know, make money off of the cobalt to sell it to us for the stupid electric vehicle. Then people are not, I mean, people just really are not interested. I would be more interested in buying, say, a Tesla for all the other bells and whistles, right? It would not be because it's an electric car. I wouldn't want to, and for an everyday driver, heck no. I would not want to do
been
that.
reports that more and more of these electric vehicles is catching on fire, and the amount of water that it takes for the fire department to put them out, that the person who was driving the vehicle gets trapped in there because there's so many wires and compartments and gadgets that it's not easy for these firemen to try and get the passengers out of these vehicles. So they end up getting trapped in the vehicle and dying from the fires because of the batteries and the components of these batteries.
Because they get hot. I don't even know what kind of hot you call that. I don't even have a funny name to make up for that. Because, I mean, it is literally that hot. It's so hot that it ain't funny. For real. And then Greg and I were also talking about this as well. One, my question is, how much does it cost for when you have to replace the battery? And then it wasn't that long ago, the conversation going around real media was what they do with them when they dispose of them. When you have to replace them, then the disposal of them, which is no good for the whole point of them having the vehicle is the climate. It's not good for the climate to dispose of them. So really, I mean, we're not stupid, because it's not just a money grab but on top of it, it's power grab.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And the climate, I'm sorry, but the climate discussion, once you've read it, I mean, nobody is turning their air conditioning off. I mean, some people will. There actually are people that will do that. They really will. And they'll do it, and they'll be happy with it. Just like, you know, old Klaus, use will learn nothing and you will like it. No. You'll turn your AC off and you'll like it. Who wants to mess? Okay, when it's 97 degrees outside and you're sitting in there just waving your little made up fan, like, oh, I love this. This is so wonderful. I love it. Nobody said nobody ever.
Do it in the name of doing your part to help others. I can't stand when folks say that.
No.
Mm-mm.
Just like when they try to tell us to wear the mask. Oh, it's for the greater good and you protect others. Yeah, while I suffocate on my own freaking breath. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the sake of others. No, none of that.
Uh-oh.
No. What happened?
They back.
Our friends? Our happy friends?
It's like on a timer. Have you noticed?
Yes. Well, it's okay. Everybody needs some fun. I mean, at least they aren't trying to Tubin us. You know, like Jeffrey Tubin did to everyone. At least they're not pulling it out and showing it on the live stream. That could be bad.
Yeah.
So we can get back into more of this video. Give me just a second. And
then you can hit space bar.
There we go.
Go ahead. Hit it.
I did. Please hold while the internet decides to load. This is what happens.
Be the president's speech. Continue.
Today, the president will travel to Somerset, Massachusetts tomorrow. While there, he will visit the future site of manufacturing plant located at a former coal-fired power plant that will produce transmission cables for Massachusetts' booming offshore wind industry. The president will underscore the historic clean energy.
There's a traffic jam on Band.video with them pushing all that traffic through on their site. So, give me 1 minute. All right, Taylor, we can move on to the next video because that's, yeah, they got a lot of traffic going on, I would imagine, is what's happening right now.
Investments, his bipartisan infrastructure law will
It's
make
booming
in
so much you never heard of it.
and announce additional actions he will take to tackle the climate crisis
Yeah,
and
it's booming.
secure a
Go
clean
ahead, guys. That's good.
energy.
It's booming so much that it hasn't had any impact at all. It's booming so much that nobody's ever heard of it. So there it is. So tomorrow they're going to make a big announcement. We're transferring off energy that's working and cheap and accessible for everybody to wind and solar that really doesn't even exist. I've got a little secret bottle of Bodies right here. It's about halfway filled, maybe. I've kind of been storing this here because Bodies sells out a lot. You notice a lot of the supplements sold out at InfoWarsStore.com right now have been that way for a while, longer than normal. Well, that's the Biden supply chain. But great news, Bodies is back in stock. The anti-inflammatory flexibility and joint support formula, just pure turmeric in there. You can see by the color and the quality of the capsule that this is the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. And it has so many 5-star reviews. We're really excited. Bodies is back in stock. This has been out for a while. It's been tough to get this back in stock, but we finally have done it. And so just know that it's on sale right now. 25% off, by the way. Bodies, anti-inflammatory flexibility and joint support formula is great. I like it after a workout. Helps lower inflammation. You know, sometimes you're tight too. So it's not just the inflammation. Helps kind of loosen up after a stretch. So Bodies whole body support formula is back in stock and 25%.
Okay. How much more of that?
That was it.
That was the end of that, wasn't it? I believe, and then it'll go into ads. You're muted if you're talking.
My bad. I did a Greg.
It happens.
It did go into the bugs afterwards and basically how they're trying to slowly make it
They're in order.
normal about eating the bugs.
Oh, with Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, it had pictures of celebrities eating bugs and basically promoting it. And they also had talking about like Canada, Justin Trudeau is normalizing it by saying that people should start eating bugs and getting the protein. But I also seen something, and then we can just stop with that video and move on. But it also, the article that I read was that there's something in these bugs that I think it's chitin or something like that, that's in these bugs that they're wanting us to eat, and our body does not process and decompose that specific thing that's in those bugs. So it is actually more harmful than they're trying to promote it being.
Taylor,
What?
you heard that very last part of what you said. It's way more harmful than what they're promoting it to be. It is harmful for my body to eat any kind of bug, okay? If a gnat flies in my mouth, I'm automatically spitting that thing out. And that's by accident. That's not even for real.
It said that birds are the only one that can actually process and decompose that particular thing that's inside of these bugs. And it's like CHITIN or something like that.
Yeah, it's what it sounds like it'd make you do. I'm just saying.
Right? I'm sorry. I'm not eating bugs.
I mean, it's not normal to eat bugs. I get that some people are like, oh, it's a delicacy. It ain't in the United States.
Right. If we have lived to a certain standard, and that's why I get so irritated with these lefties on Facebook that'll say, well, in the UK, their gas is this high. In Canada, their gas is this high. And in so-and-so, their gas is this. Okay, I don't care what other countries' gas prices are. I know where our gas prices are supposed to be.
Absolutely.
So by saying we should feel fortunate because our gas prices is this and not that, I know why our gas prices are the way they are, and that's the problem. So I'm not about to do something like eat a bug because I know what chicken tastes like.
I know what my good beef steak tastes like, and that's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to eat no damn ew. Ew. It just if I would, I don't even talk. That makes me want to gag. That's so nasty. It's just nasty. I'm not eating bugs. And to what you said about, other people saying, oh, well, in the UK and all, well, for real, that's half of society, not all of society, probably not even half, but that is half of the problem with these people is that they'll tell you, oh, well, look at this. And they're trying to compare the United States to other countries and say, oh, we should be fortunate. Well, we are fortunate because we live in the United States of America. We're free. We can, we do things at our own free will. Our tax dollars, really, they don't go to where they're supposed to, but they're definitely not like Canada where the money goes to the damn, the democracy up there that they're promoting. And, so that's the problem that I have. That is why this is the greatest country in the world. Okay.
They pick and choose. They really do pick and choose when they want to compare to other countries. Because if you were to say, well, you're a gay person, so why do you have the Ukraine flag right next to your name on Twitter? Oh, because we're trying to go and help them become a democracy. We're trying to fight off evil Russia and Putin. Oh, well, Ukraine does not support gays, right? Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay because they're not there yet. Why is it okay? Or the Azov battalion, why is it okay to have Nazis over there, but you want to call people Nazis here that really aren't Nazis to push a certain type of something, but you're okay with the Nazis over there in Ukraine in the big bad war where you can't be gay, but they still want to support Ukraine because their government told them to, the current thing.
And see, that's the problem. People are just completely so misguided. They see something, and some people, honestly, I just think that really it just boils down to the fact that they don't know, right? I never.
Well, a lot of them don't want to know the real story.
They don't. But then you do really just have very naive people who don't want to look into anything, believe what they're told, and they just run with that. And then they start talking about it and then someone will confront them with what you just said. And it's, oh, well, they're not there yet. Well, the fact that they're not there yet just proves everything that you were just saying, what you were saying, Taylor. Mm-hmm. Not this, oh, we should support the things we do research on, that we know what's funding them. We know what their, what their reasoning is for doing said thing, that's everybody just jumps in head first and without nothing. They had no parachute whatsoever. And that I do. I get so frustrated, and I get tired of hearing. And you'll see all of the videos of these crazy people who have no idea what's going on, and stand there and defend it until they're blue in the face. And then when it just doesn't go their way, and they know that they've, kind of at the bottom of the argument, oh, well, you're a racist and you're a homophobe. That just means you told the truth. That's actually what that means. I'm changing the definition of those two words. Since the government can change what a recession is, I'm changing the definition of that to whatever it is that I want it to be, because that's the only time that they'll call you that.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part. It's not the only time, but for the most part. So, yeah, no, again. I don't think climate change is really a big deal, and it's not in code red, orange, whatever. No, it's the same that it's always been, and I'm not going to eat bugs.
I'm not going to eat bugs either.
That's just gross. So the next video that you have is from the Glenn Beck program that is it's also about the climate change, but it kind of shifts gears a little bit into what can happen once the government starts talking about what they'll do and won't do and what they'll declare. So we can, unless there's something else is there anything else you want to say in regards to, the day that we're going to eat bugs and turn off our air conditioning? If not,
I have been collecting and collecting. So while those climate chasers are eating bugs, I'll be eating rice, pasta, beans, meats, vegetables. Yeah.
I'm just gonna run around and collect goats. If you got all that, I'll just collect goats so we can have goat milk, and then we have some goat cheese. And
oh yeah.
So I'll tend to the goats because I like goats, especially faint goats. But yeah, we can jump into the next video.
Thing really bothers me, and it's shocking to me how many things that we have talked about in the past are here now. And the national emergency thing is something that, like in the last 4 weeks, I had a whole show on it and saying this is what's coming next. And while for yesterday, they thought for a while he was going to declare a national emergency today. But the White House has said, don't look for it today, but it could be coming next week. That's terrifying. That should chill you to the bone. It's one of those things that I said 4 weeks ago. If they declare a national health or climate emergency, run for the hills. Run for the hills.
It was interesting to see the squad, too, just blatantly wearing those green bandanas like you were talking about, which shows their affiliation with the Revolutionary Communist Party in America. But the thing is, they don't care anymore. They don't care. They think they're too far down the road that we can do anything about it. And as you started saying, I think in about 2009, they're just going to show themselves because they're proud of who they are and what they are. They love it, and they can't wait to tell you what they're doing and who they are and what they are. And so if we don't do anything about it now, this is all going to be on us because they're just outright saying it, showing it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me go through. And this is so incredible because we are dealing with people who want to destroy our Constitution, want to reset absolutely everything. Mm-hmm. And they are so close to doing it. A national emergency, the president doesn't have to explain in great detail. He can just declare the national emergency because of, climate. And then he has to outline to Congress some of the things that he wants to do. But nobody can stop him unless it's the Supreme Court. So we have these, and we talked about this maybe 6 months ago. They're called PADs or PEDs, Presidential Emergency Directives. And these are secret even from Congress. Congress doesn't even know what they are. They are presidential directives when a president comes in, he says, what are the possible emergencies that could happen that I won't have time to respond on? And they'll say, nuclear war with Russia. Okay. So there's a PAD, and these PADs are executive emergency orders that remain unsigned. So Congress doesn't know what they are because they're not in effect. So this was the big worry of the left, that President Trump had all of these PADs already done, and all he'd have to do is sign them and you can move quickly. So the president right now, they are working on one of those PADs, an emergency directive that would give the president 140 special powers. And let me just give you a scenario here. And this is from, let me see who printed this. This is from the Atlantic back in 2019. They were worried about the president doing a national emergency. Claims of emergency or necessity cannot legitimize martial law until they can. Presented with this ambiguity, presidents have explored the outer limits of their constitutional emergency authority in a series of directives known as the Presidential Emergency Action Documents, or PADs, which originated as part of the Eisenhower administration to ensure continuity of government in the wake of a Soviet nuclear attack. They are draft executive orders, proclamations, and messages to Congress that are prepared in advance of anticipated emergency. PADs are closely guarded within the government. Not one has ever been publicly released or leaked. Their contents have occasionally been described in public sources, including FBI memorandums where they were obtained through Freedom of Information Act, as well as agency manuals and court documents. According to these sources, PADs drafted from the 1950s through the 1970s would authorize not only martial law, but the suspension of habeas corpus by the executive branch, the revocation of America's passports, the roundup and detention of subversives identified in an FBI security index that contained more than 10,000 names. Now, this is what was in there in the 1970s that we know. Can you imagine the list of enemies? Can you imagine the list of enemies to the climate? How many people do you know on radio that have been called enemies of the climate, that they're climate deniers, and these people should be put in jail? If the president issues an executive order on emergency action, it gives him the power to be able to arrest those people and hold them without habeas corpus. So you don't have a judge involved. You don't have a trial, no hearing involved in that. So they talk about this and they say, let me give you this scenario from the Atlantic. Trump's inflammatory tweets provoke predictable saber rattling from Iranian leaders. He responds by threatening preemptive military strikes. Some Defense Department officials have misgivings, but others have been waiting for such an opportunity. As Iran's statement grow more warlike, Iranophobia takes hold among the American public. Now, just take Iran out and replace it with Russia. Take Trump out and replace it with Biden. It's exactly what's going on right now. Proclaiming the threat of war, Trump invokes Section 706 of the Communications Act to assume government control over internet traffic inside the United States in order to prevent the spread of Iranian disinformation and propaganda. Now, we already know the Department of Homeland Security is saying that there are many sources of propaganda, dis, and malinformation. We know they're tracking it right now. And we also know that their point of view is not necessarily your point of view. You don't think they would do this? It's a climate emergency. He also declares a national emergency under EPA, authorizing the Treasury Department to freeze the assets of any person or organization suspected of supporting Iran's activities against the United States. We've seen this happen in Canada. Wielding the authority conferred by these laws, the government shuts down several left-leaning websites and domestic civil society organizations based on government determinations, classified, of course, that they are subject to Iranian influence. Now, they already have this scenario. The difference between, I think, conservatives and Marxists is Marxists will warn you about fascism, but will not warn you about communism. Where I will tell you, yeah, there are fascists out there. There are people on the far, 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 far right that I think they're so far right that they're actually left, like a circle. But, you know, if you want to claim that fascists are on the right, fine. Fascists are on the right, great. Yes, they exist. And I do believe there are people on the right that wouldn't mind seizing power, but it's few and far between and would not have regular American support. The left, however, that is the Democratic Party. It is no longer the Democratic Party. They are beholden to the Marxist communist left, as evidenced by the green bandanas around their necks. Okay, so they don't see it from their own side, but they do see the same problem that we see. If you think Donald Trump can do it, why do you suppose that Joe Biden wouldn't do it? When the climate emergency is, I can't get Congress to do what I want them to do. When the health emergency is, I can't get Congress and I can't get the Supreme Court to do what I want to do. That's not the definition of emergency. That's the definition of you suck at politics, or you're out of step with the American people or the Constitution.
And
protests erupt. Go ahead.
It's pretty amazing, too, what we're okay with when it's our party in power.
Yeah.
Like under George W. Bush, if you remember, at the beginning, we were all for the Patriot Act. Now, it turned out years later, we realized that that was stupid and we shouldn't have been for it, but we were because it was our guy. I'm sure it was the same thing with the Alien and Sedition Act under John Adams back in 1800. You're okay because he's your guy.
Yeah, and that's the problem. We can't have a guy. It's why I've never asked you to trust me. I've never asked you to trust me on anything. I've always said, do your own homework and root them in principles. It's why the 9/12 Project was different than the Tea Party. The 9/12 Project was rooted in principles and values. That's where your loyalty needs to be. Not to me, not to anybody else. You can't just follow someone blinding and say, he's my guy. Loyalty is important. You don't just sell people out. But if they are breaking the values and the principles that you hold dear, you need to call them on it. You need to call them on it. One more thing on this. The Atlantic goes on and says this is the scenario under Trump. Protests erupt on Twitter. Trump calls the protesters traitors and suggests in capital letters that they could use a good beating. When the counter protesters oblige, which would not happen because that's not what the right does. Trump blames the original protesters for sparking the violent confrontation and deploys the Insurrection Act to federalize the National Guard in several states. Do you not see with what they're setting up with January 6th? Do you not see that this is their scenario? They say it was coming with Donald Trump, but this is their playbook. Using the presidential alert system first tested on October 2018, the president sends a text message to every American cell phone warning that there is a risk of violence at polling stations and that troops will be deployed as necessary to keep order. Some members of opposition groups are frightened and they stay at home on election day. Other people simply can't find accurate information online about voting. with turnout at historic lows, a president who is facing impeachment just months earlier handily wins re-election and marks his victory by renewing the state of emergency. Now, gosh, why shouldn't we fear that this could be happening with this president when he's saying it's going to declare a climate emergency and a health emergency? Warning to all Democrats and all Republicans. Any president who is talking the way this president is, and that includes Donald Trump, warning, that's very, very dangerous.
I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
I do as well.
I mean,
if there's any chance that they could, I mean, by them declaring it in the first place, he is an abuse of power. So to give him those extra powers, and we've seen what he's done, you know, treading lightly on that piece of paper that our forefathers created, there's no telling how much he would try to get away with if he had those extra powers. And we know without a fact or without a doubt, my bad, that he is not the one pulling the strings. He's just the one signing the papers. So whatever he's told to do and I thought it was good with, you had the InfoWars, basically, you know, their perspective, Glenn Beck with his perspective, and all it boils down to is what's been played throughout the day, talking about the WEF, the elites, NATO, all of them, and all this has been pre-planned for years and years and years, and never thought I would be the person to witness it, but things are about to get crazy.
That I absolutely agree with. I don't have a doubt about that. The fact that Glenn said he was reading that from The Atlantic. Okay, so it's really what he was referring to was, you know, with under Trump, that this is what, you know, how they would plan their attack. It's the same thing that they did with COVID. Like, they have war gamed all of this, and that right there, in my opinion, that tells you everything you need to know. They've already thought it out. They've thought it through. They have a plan, and they're just ready, you know, waiting for the never let a good tragedy go to waste, right?
And sadly, them folks we were talking about earlier, who would actually be the ones to eat the bugs, who would be the one to turn their AC off and sit in their house and sweat in 90-degree weather, it's the same people that wore the mask and stood in line to get the V when it first come out.
And well, I'll say one a little silver lining to that is there are people that still do that, and they still would do that, but a lot of people are waking up. Mm-hmm. They may not grasp the full in-depth things that, you know, we watch and we research and look into. But the mere fact that some people are waking up and realizing that, okay, hold on a second, something's not right here. Who in their right mind, here's a headline that says that walks outside every day, they check their mail, they walk their dog, they go to work, they come home from work, you know, they know what the outside is like. And you see this headline come across that says Biden declares a climate emergency, and then you're hit with, you know, 7 mandates and 6 executive orders with some crazy thing that you've never heard of before. By then it's a little too late. But that is what that's the direction that we're heading. And I thought that he was going to sign something last week, but obviously he didn't. I don't think that we'll see that this summer or before the end of summer. I don't think that we'll see anything like that. I think it'll happen once towards the end of the summer, really, when we really start to get in, right before that, right when it's really hot, that they'll try to throw something like that in there, or some kind of, tragedy that they have planned to happen, just like previously done, that will happen. And then boom, here you are. And these things come out because of whatever happened.
In an event that was manipulated to, I know where you're going with it. Yeah.
Just like how we were talking about the weather earlier and how they changed.
The same thing with the supply chain, the same thing with the farms. Like, how is our government going to go buy up farmland and force farmers to meet low quotas intentionally and then say climate change created massive drought, crippling farmland? Like,
really? Does that even sound? It sounds like something you just made up.
Yeah, you would think.
But it is. That's the reality that we're living in. I mean, just like was it Denmark, where they're now taxing not just on the cow farts, but now also the cow burps. Right? So they ain't getting them just from the back; they're getting them from the front now, all the way around.
I think they're doing ESG. Have you looked into that?
Oh yeah, you see the countries that followed,
and we're slowly
look at them now.
Like, they're trying to get that here, and like the banking system, if you don't cooperate, if you don't act in line, you can't get your money from your account because you didn't follow the rules, or because we seen you filling up a big gas guzzling vehicle the other day. We're going to put your money on pause because you're polluting. Like we're little children.
Yeah. Like we need a micromanager in our life.
Because we go to the store and we buy a pound of, hamburger meat, and we get charged an extra fee because it came from a cow that once had farted.
Yeah, you didn't buy the fake meat, so you're penalized. Mm-hmm. I'm not eating fake meat either.
I'm not either.
No.
And I've seen the Monsanto stuff to where the inside farming so-called plant-based that's actually like from start to finish is completely like a chemistry set, and they have actually been putting COVID shots in the food to get people who never got a shot.
But they're the most safe and effective, so it's all.
That's like the bugs. The bugs are supposed to be a good source of protein, but they have a certain type of chemical inside of them that can be very harmful. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Unbelievable. Yes, it makes no sense. It does. It makes sense to it makes sense to them.
It makes sense to what they're trying to do, but us with critical minds,
no.
Yeah,
not in the least. You can tell me that, oh yeah, you're in charge of marketing for the government. Today, your job is to go out there and convince these people that they're going to eat bugs. Sure. I got this. I mean, it's beyond me the way that, for one, it's transpired so quickly. Mm-hmm. But the fact that people are going along with it, but at the same time, you see some things, especially like with the climate emergency, they take a step back on that. For one, because they're definitely, the cover is so blown, so they have no other option than to double down and keep going at this point. And really, the midterms are right around the corner. That too, also, what Glenn was saying about with elections and things like that, it's a possibility that they could do it right before the midterms to stop people from going out to vote, or putting restrictions on certain places to stop, red voters from being able to vote or having access. I mean, they can do it. At this point, nothing surprises me anymore. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't shock me at all. But the thing is that as long as we all stay diligent, we keep talking about it, sharing the information, those things are what, is important. I definitely make a lot of jokes about how I'm not going to eat the bugs. And you got a former Vice President Joe Biden, I should say, standing there with his diaper on trying to give a speech. I mean, it's clown town and in front of our face.
Mm-hmm.
So welcome to 2022, right? Halfway through, it's Christmas in July with all of this.
2022. I feel like since 2020, it's been nonstop.
Oh yeah.
Increase of the stupidity.
It is not just an increase. I mean, that increase in stupidity went up as quick as inflation did. Man, that was terrible. Oh God. But it's hit 9:30, and I think we are gonna get close to wrapping it up. You got some closing thoughts on everything else that we've shown, and that the videos that you've shown, and what's your final thoughts, Miss Taylor?
Let me just let's see. I would say, with all the conflicting information out there, do your research. If you have any doubt in anything, make sure that what you're getting from any type of news outlet, make sure that you're making me nervous. Make sure that it's verified. Make sure that you stay up to date with what this administration is doing, because they're doing a lot of sneaky things that is going behind the back doors that's not getting discussed. And I think that they're wanting it that way so that when some of these things transpire, you have no idea that it's even coming. So I would add to this based on the past couple videos. Seeing the inflation, seeing the supply chain issues, the weather issues, the pace that we're going in this country, and looking at Europe as an example, Sri Lanka as an example, I would say make sure that if you have any spare change, pick extra things up and just keep them, in the back of the cabinet, because some of this stuff is going to get worse and worse and worse before it actually gets addressed and tried to do something about it. And that comes with the supply chain, the food, the farm issues, the climate issues. I don't want to see anybody out there, and I don't care what political party you're in, I don't care who you're affiliated with, I don't want to see anybody out there suffering due to our government self-sabotaging our country. Other than that, God bless America.
Amen. I'm with you. Hey, and I'm not being, I'm not joking or anything, but for real, at the InfoWars store, you can for real get, I think it lasts like 25 years, storable food and things like that, because I absolutely agree. It's definitely going to get worse before it gets any better. For this power grab for these elites who just, want to transform. They want to fundamentally transform the United States. Anytime you hear those two words together in a sentence, turn around and run the other way. Jump into some research and then see, what it is that they're really talking about, because that's definitely one of the things that will help us and save us in the end, is by knowing these things, not just following along with what we're being told. We actually have to put the effort in to figure out what their plan of action and course of action is, and we can all do it. And hey, we all gotta keep moving. So just don't be caught slipping with the way things are, just like with the people from ATF at the start of our segment, that's not a game when
It's
they
not.
start coming and treading on you like that.
And you're
That
going
is
to see it more and more and more.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. So yeah, hey, if people get ready, because it's coming, and it's coming a lot faster than what I think most people anticipated. So until the next time, like you said too, Taylor, please don't believe me. Like they tell you, Glenn and they tell you, don't believe us. I mean, do your research and just again stock up on things that you need. And hey, we're all gonna make it through it. We got each other. So Taylor, thank you for coming up and having fun with me tonight and sharing the information. And
we'll do it again, definitely next Monday.
Definitely do it again, 100% for sure. So
Trains just woke up.
oh, you got a lot to catch up on, Trains, if you just woke up. So, but stay with me for a moment after this, Taylor. But
okay.
I hope you all enjoy and have a great rest of your night. And until the next time, we'll see you then. It's the Real Greg Kelly Show. Please hang tight for a few moments.